On today's episode of Let's Talk FGO, we're finally talking about Ordeal Call number 1, Paper Moon, and also Mailbag, and other things, like a little lead-up to Grand Berserker. I am one of your hosts, Indeterminate Omega. With me, as always, Cool Lucky.
You came up with that just because I was saying cool really intensely early, didn't you?
I picked cool, but yes. Trying to remember all the different things Bobo can say about shoes.
Oh, that's right. I hope everyone is enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka A Forest of Mystery. And while we here at Studio Make, like to bring you the latest in FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events for the JP and EN versions of the game. So anyone not wanting spoilers should remember to appreciate your snake friends.
Snake.
Oh, that reminds me.
All kinds of snack. Yes, anyway, this is Let's Talk FGO. Sorry, my soundscape changed there for a second because I was scooting my chair in closer to position. This is the podcast. It's about Let's Talk FGO. No, we're Let's Talk FGO. We're about FGO. Sorry. That was off script. I keep thinking to myself I need to do, maybe a more focused intro, but I think that, here's what we're talking about today is good, because it's usually pretty accurate.
Usually.
So this episode is brought to you by our wonderful patrons and YouTube members. More on them later. And viewers like you, but not more on you later. But we're going to run down our regular block of stuff. It's going to be a happy, healthy, wonderful, beautiful show today.
Ooh.
Let us start with... Yeah, we're past 2 minutes. First, let's check in with everybody's favorite Kohai. Mash.
Senpai, 起きてください.
Because it's time for Wake the Fuck Up Senpai, Wake Server Pro Tips. If you're curious why I double-check the runtime before I say that segment, it's because if we say fuck too close to the front of the episode, we'll get demonetized. If we let the F-bomb cook a little, if we let it sit a little bit before we drop it, we're usually pretty good. Because, honestly, while we do cuss, and this is not a video that is for children, viewer discretion is advised, our ratio of cussing to the ad breaks is pretty spread out, especially when these episodes get long. So it's fun.
Lucky will go on a tirade and put a lot of swears in there.
Just gotta space it.
It's been known to happen.
But your actual pro tip this week is... usually just keeping you up on your little FGO news. If you've checked your, FGO-US site, Fate-Go, they have put out another alert. There's apparently a new version of Android. Android 16 is available. And as always, they want to remind you that while FGO is compatible with, I think, 6 or 7 and up, might be 8 now. But ostensibly, Fate Grand Order, the app, should be future-proofed against all, future versions of the Android operating system. But they haven't officially certified it for 16 yet, so, please wait before a switch, and if you do switch, don't complain that it's broken now. They didn't tell you it was okay yet. It should be okay, but it's not officially okay yet. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Sorry, a little burpy at the end there. But that means that we're going to keep moving down our regular show topics and scooch along in. Step 1, Records of the Throne, our regular achievement topic.
Woo.
Yes, I have been waxing and waning about the upcoming banner. I'm sure many of you want to know how it went. If you were on our Discord, you might already know. But, fly the banners, fire off the cowboy. Woo! We have succeeded. Scored Save and Reducer on the first 10 spin. Damn. Literally the first tenner. Smile Protected, instantly grade to 100. Many happy returns. Honestly, pretty ideal. But, there's a but in there. We'll come back to that.
For me... Lucky did 50 rolls for a set of CEs. Why am I like this?
CEs, man. Honestly, actually, no. Let's jump into Not All the World's Evil, but damn close for my follow-up. Because you say, why am I like this? Well, it's funny you mentioned that about the CEs. So, chat, I then did 5 or 6 more 10 spins. I forgot to count. I didn't get better than 4-star CEs. Period. I got several min rolls. Because I obviously went, oh, but it was so easy. Well, they say NP2 is where it really gets going. So, obviously, I dipped back in, and it was bad. It was very bad. I didn't spend literally all my Sate Quartz, but it was not good. I do have one copy of the Gacha 5-star CE. I got that when I remembered I hadn't bought monthly tickets. I did not get that with Sate Quartz. So, yeah, it was a little ugly. So, spending a little bit of quartz on some CEs, not crazy, because sometimes it doesn't work out. Also, as a further addendum, you'll notice, chat, I didn't say that Medusa's 10-10-10 in that. That's because she needs over 200 vestiges for all her skills, which you cannot do with pure prisms. So, we're 8-10-8 right now.
You remember what I was yelling about last week and our fucking material grind that is unceasing for some odd goddamn reason? Just repeat that here.
Yeah, it's God, it's always this bad with new bronze mats, and I know they know that the players don't like it, but also it was I talked about last week. It's one of those things where I'm like, I wish we could do more to fix it. I do not know what it would be because the numbers for how many bronze mats you need at what skill level were decided like year one. I don't know if they can change it to be easier, but God knows. I mean, for the servants, I should say. But God knows we could do more to make them more accessible. And I spent the 100 pure prisms to instantly sell out those vestiges so we could do one skill. But there's not enough fucking story nodes in Paper Moon to get all of them the other way. Plus, there's a silver mat, so we're here.
Lucky also has a line here, but it's nothing much. It's just me repeating, why am I like this? As summer and anniversary is around the corner, and I spent 50 CEs on 50 rolls on CEs.
Yeah, that's why I did stop. I'm like, okay, I can't get in the hole. I have NP1. We're just gonna do the GSSR that's only like 4 servants anyway, one of which is Medusa, and we'll just call it. We'll pack it up and we'll go home. But, the CEs and stuff can be helpful. Let's clear a few floors while I'm at it. But that means we will move on to, did you finish your master missions? To complete your master missions this week, you need to perform 30 FP summons. You need to defeat 3 king trait servants. You need to defeat 15 female trait enemies. And 3 servants of the chaotic alignment, and then get 2 skill gems or statues and 4 skill gems or statues. So do the event. I'm pretty sure all of these are in there somewhere, and if they aren't, you can farm off the top pretty quick. Sorry, I paused there to look at my command hand. I had a wealth of riches. Had a couple different chains I could make. Anyway, let's move into the skelograms, because honestly, it's like second or third week in an event, depending on which server you're in. So news pretty light. In JP, they've officially launched the Grand Berserker pre-release campaign, starting the 9th, ending the 27th. During this time period, if you do limited and daily master missions, you can get access to Berserker exchange tickets. These just let you pick up Berserker statues or skill gems. I'm kind of sad that this is like... Yeah, it sounds neat. I'm kind of sad that this is, obviously, like, it makes sense for it to be part of the ramp-up to the Grand Berserker, but I'm like, man, I wish we'd thought of that sooner. That seems neato. The kind of thing where, like... some stuff we probably won't get early. Like, somebody brought up that we probably won't get the QP cap raised because, similar to Morgan's gag, there are, like, lines in the story about how much QP you can earn before the update came. They don't usually like to, like, blanket rewrite stuff, but they might. You never know. But also during this pre-release campaign, they've got half AP on all Ember farming, obviously because there's no Berserker-specific Ember farming. Berserker training grounds are going to be available all the time, and they're going to be half AP as well. You've got triple suck chance on Berserkers, double EXP for all Berserkers, and the summon banner is Oops All Berserkers. Once again, I'm not listing out literally all of these. It's literally every Berserker. And when I say every Berserker, I mean every Berserker, yes.
Including Lilith, which is, I think, makes officially the fastest turnaround.
Yes, Lilith is now our new record breaker. It's been like 1 month, 4 weeks maximum, I think. Well, actually, it might be a little later than that because the banners rotate, so I think she's at, like, the end of the set.
Oh, well,
but, yeah, it's, like, very short turnaround time on that. But, they are doing the Grand Berserker, so I guess if you want Lilith to be there, they want to make sure you've got the stuff.
It's true. I do find it interesting that we went from Grand Saber and we've jumped basically all the way to the other end with, Grand Berserker, which I think, will help with, maybe some farming comps, but I also remember seeing their list of, like, the ordering they are going in, and casters, like, at the very end. I'm like, damn. Which is one of the reasons why I think they might have put, their class score resetters in there, because I'm pretty sure there's going to be some people who have invested all in, like, certain things and aren't going to see, like, maybe, like, it all pay off together until, later.
Yeah, caster's probably a pretty common one to buy up because casters are a kind of a used like a utility class.
I mean, that's what I've done. I haven't invested everything into castering, knowing that it's going to be last. I'm just like, oh, probably am going to start on Berserkers next, though, whenever I get done with casters, however that makes sense.
Berserker is what I've been working on for sure. But yes, the Grand Berserker, the actual, like, quote-unquote event, but the sequence where you can access the challenges should begin on the 20th, so you've got about a week from now. But yeah, we're in the Berserker lead-up. And in English, all we've really got going on is the next pickup summon banner for Mystic Eye Symphony. That's the one for Kukute Bakken. Starts the 11th, goes until the 18th. The banner is just Bakken and Lobo plus CEs. Bakken does have a cameo in this event, but I think this was really just, it's been about a year since her banner happened.
Yeah, she does. So, but it is kind of weird, personally. But it is what it is. I'll say no to more banners.
It is the kind of thing where, we're in, right now in English, I should say, we're in kind of a weird phase where, the current year in JP, I think they've really figured out this system of, oh yeah, we're going to do class campaigns, and then we're going to do, basically another kind of class campaign, once a month for the whole rest of the year. So they have a way that basically every servant is going to get not one, but at least 2 summon banners this calendar year. So, that they don't need to fuck with reruns, they don't need to fuck with banners on events. They're just nope, we've developed an orderly system. Everybody's going to get 2 goes, which is, the banners get really cramped, but it seems like a decent way to handle the actual, wanting to rotate in servants so everyone can get their crack at who they want for their faves. Right now, we're kind of still in the phase where it's okay, so we're not doing reruns per se. So that means that if we want to give servants rate-ups, we have to think of something. And honestly, while there are probably still a few servants who could use, some fixes here and there, we're really past the need for, multiple rank-up campaigns every year. Doing 14 every anniversary seems to be working out for them.
I would like another interlude campaign, though, please.
Yes, interludes are nice. At least that I know they've got, some upcoming where they crop up for servants. Birka gets an interlude, for instance.
I'm excited for this one.
I think that'll be the Ordeal Call 2 pre-release. That's when Durga and Medusa come back for normal banners.
Oh, nice.
But yes, Mystic Eye Symphony, we're just getting another banner. We've got another couple of those in the can. But that really do just be the news. That's it.
Not a lot going on. But, I guess we said earlier, we're in the middle week, so that means it is time for this week's Let's Talk FGO Mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. Let's give one last refresh here real quick, just to make sure no one snuck one in at the very end. No, they didn't. Alright, so we have nine lovely comments to get through, and we will get through them all right meow. And to start us off, it's Monster Girl Aficionado saying, Dear Lucky and Omega, no question this week, just sending good vibes and wishing you well. Keep up the great work. Oh, wah, 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 wah. That is good to hear. Thank you, my friend. Hope you are well as well. This next one comes from ya boy is tired from work. If I remember correctly, I believe this is also the person who works in a lab and has a coworker that's trying to break a world record by making the world's largest edible. Therefore, they're trying to make a 300-pound gummy. Actually, are they in the chat? How's that going? They finished it? Did it actually break the record? Not sure, but it was 300 pounds. Okay. Jesus. That's wild to me. But they say, howdy, Lucky and Omega. Hope your week is going well. Fucking Jesus Christ, Lucky. Howdy, Lucky Omega. Hope your week is going well. I actually could have sworn I sent this question in last week, but work had me so busy, I am pretty sure I hallucinated sending it in. So my question for you gentlemen is, what is your favorite expansion of FS14? There's a PS here, but we can talk about this bit first here. Me? Personally, probably Endwalker. It's so good. The story is great. People can bitch about the post MSQ all they want. Everything in the main story was the hypest. I love it. Reaper's cool. Sage was cool. I like Isling Sanctuaries. I think I might be one of the only people who do. The Raid series was, but again, Lucky's not super about hard content. Well, right now I should say I'm trying to work on my reps. Lucky's actually been working on getting some EX training for Dawn Trail stuff, and also been putting in the reps for his Endwalker mounts. He already got 2 of his cats.
Yep. And we got the Crow Mafia at least locked in on getting our last big Stormblood one. Or not Stormblood, Shadowbreaker. We're done with Stormblood. Dog's done.
And then everyone can start working on the cats.
At least until some of our newcomers are in the, ARR Heavensward range. That'll be... How much easier do you think that'll be with Unsynced? I think we were already clowning on some of the Realm Reborn bosses in, 10 seconds.
Oh, honestly, it's not going to change that much, just because some people are just going to get their damage out so quickly, it just won't fucking matter. Everyone likes to start with their fucking burst phase, so that's a lot of damage in usually the first 10 seconds. It's why Summoner usually peaks right at the beginning, because their opening of Bahamut Blast followed by, Energy Drain and Necrotize can do a lot of fucking damage. Oh, I'm sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was going to say, well, if you're doing mount farming, you have to start with your burst phase because you won't do anything otherwise. If you don't start hitting buttons right away, the fight will be over.
If you want to be like, I'm helping, you got to get in there. No, but from what I've been understanding, once we get I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, I've only done Voidcast EX and Mount Orleans. I can't remember how to actually pronounce it. EX. And those are, somewhat changeable. There's still some mechanics that you have to remember, but if you remember those mechanics, you can get the fights done in 3 minutes. Not like doing actual current content. Lucky was doing the first Dawn Trail EX with that big boy. I talked about it, I think, a bit with you guys on Wednesday about some of the mechanics on that stuff and just how much harder it is.
But also,
it's enjoyable.
You made it sound cool.
Yeah, no, it's hella cool. It's hella enjoyable, but there's a lot of memorization and team tactics. This is why I tell people. Some people don't consider extremes to be hardcore content. I do, because you need to get 8 people to do the exact proper thing almost at all times, or everything just fucking dies. You don't do that in midcore.
Yeah, they're a low hardcore, but if you're hardcore, I'm no, when they're current, I think they count as hardcore, because you need decent eye levels, you don't get to unsync because they're at the current level cap, and you need people to know what they're doing. Because you can't cheese it.
No, you can't cheese it. And, like I said, that's why there's whole, learning parties and why everyone is screaming for people to watch a fucking video so they don't have to go through the, the teaching process. So, yeah, no. They're the gateway drug of hardcore, but they're still hardcore.
And, I want to say, it is one of those things of, some of the mechanics sometimes, I know, like you said, I also agree that, just being, your opening strat is, okay, did you watch this 20-minute video? Have you cleared this content before? That's not helpful, but some of the mechanics can be complex enough as we get into later X packs that, explaining all of it in the 14 text box can be a little rough. But that's why sometimes you gotta be willing to just
I can't get too mad about telling people to watch videos, but not the mindset of, just you watch the video, egg salad. It's one of those things of when I was doing Voidcast and Mount O. I'm just gonna call it Mount O from now on. I went in and was like, "Hey guys, do I need to watch a video or something?" And one of them was just like, "Nah, man, just follow people. You'll be cool." And the other one was all like, "It probably help, but we can manage." For the when I was doing the Dawn Trail, they weren't mean about it. They said you probably should, just because it'll be faster. And I was like, I can't argue that. I genuinely can't argue that. So I did, and I didn't get through all the video, which is why because I didn't understand a couple of the mechanics.
I was looking up the actual name of that, the name of that location in the trial, because we're avoiding saying the boss names. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid
it's
that.
Warcorlador.
Warcorlador.
But that's 4 syllables, 3 words.
Yeah, lucky not good at that. But we were able to get down to 8%, and that was even with me fucking about. So it is fun to prog AXs. I can understand why people like it. I just still don't understand the mentality of elitists. Honestly, I'm just gonna extend that in general. I don't understand the mentality of elitists at all.
I was probably a little more snobby when I was younger, but yeah, these days, certain amounts of gatekeeping and elitism feels too far. It's one of those things of yeah, I get that you should have a little bit of pushback, I guess, on your thing that you like, especially if you like it for reasons of it being smaller and more niche. Farming EXs is not niche, nor is it that elite. And obviously I get where some people are just some of the party finder short form of okay, watch video guide, have to have cleared already, duty completed required, one per job, and then they have 3 lines of text for which version of the strat they're doing. If you've buckled in and you're trying to build a team of 100% randos where your goal is just to run this forever until you all get the mount, I can get a certain amount of, like, trying to streamline that process, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because you're in it for the grind. But also, that means don't be snotty about it. We're all here to grind. We're all stuck in it together. Sadly, I think, or actually I should say not sadly, it's okay, but, like, the argument about there being, like, tourists is, like, there's always a little worry that you'll run into somebody who bought a skip, but, like, if you're doing current EXs in Final Fantasy XIV, those motherfuckers aren't tourists. They might be filthy casuals, but they are not tourists.
Yeah, no, I usually consider myself more of a casual, mid-core player. Like, I enjoy running around like Bosnia and Eureka. Well, not Bosnia. I don't like running around Bosnia. I like running around Eureka. I enjoy that. Bosnia's just pain to me. And I'm enjoying Occult Crescent, although, unfortunately, I'm running out of things to do unless I get into the Fork Tower. So I'm
Yeah, you're outpacing the crew a little. I also actually really like Occult Crescent. But I used up a few more of my days this week doing several things. Hopefully in the upcoming weeks I'll have a little more time to get in there.
Yeah, guys, I am almost as far as Occult Crescent as I can in terms of character progression. I just got my last +1 piece of armor for my tank. I can't improve that into +2 until I get to into the Fork Tower, and I've almost maxed out all the Phantom jobs. I am working on Ranger, and that only has like 2 levels left. So I'm just like,
on the flip side, if you're like wondering how hard it is to get ahead in this content, it's been like not even a month. Maybe
no, I wouldn't say it's hard. It's just time consuming. It's the grind. Like me, honestly, I'm probably not playing Occult Crescent the way the developers intended. Occult Crescent is probably be done. A little bit here and there. You work on it, you get it up. This is supposed to last you until probably 2 patches from now. Me getting everything done in like a month and then being all like, well, what do I do now? I'm not gonna say I'm being what I hate because I'm not going online screaming there's no fucking content. I'm just like, what is next on my to-do list?
But yeah, it's definitely the content exists for you to put your time in, get your reps in.
Yeah,
and it should be.
But it was probably more intended that you're supposed to take it more casually, do a bit of grinding there, do some CEs there, go about the rest of your Final Fantasy day. Lucky hasn't really been doing much else in Final Fantasy except going to Gal Cranton and slapping the living ever fuck out of CEs. Getting my gold farming on.
And for me to answer the question about X-Packs.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's Endwalker. I also really, really like the end of Shadowbringers, but no, Endwalker is, like, very consistently very strong all the way through, and I definitely have this, sense of, like, yeah, I didn't have to, like, go through it in the patch cycle, Like, I think literally there was maybe, like, the last patch of Endwalker I was, like, effectively caught up with. I was, like, a handful of MSQ behind it, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't really have to do that sort of waiting, but definitely, like, I don't feel some of the strong complaints about it. We've talked it to death, so I don't want to go into our kind of, like, thoughts and feelings about Dawn Trail separately. But, like, honestly, the parts about the Endwalker patches that make me feel like a little disappointed was more that it didn't have more follow through in Dawn Trail. But, we'll see how that works out because the fucking Endwalker patches resolved a whole bunch of stuff all at once, so we'll see what Dawn Trail does. And yes, to answer the question from chat, I think the difference here is that like he's saying, like, he's not gonna go out there and be like, oh man, why didn't the devs give me infinite content to do? It's their fault for not building this thing that I could do forever. Like people, there were people unrelated to this current, like, patch content, but there were people who finished, like, Dawn Trail's MSQ the first weekend of early release, right? And then complained that it was too short. And that's like,
yeah,
my guy, you're not supposed to consume it at that speed. That's not too short. That was you weren't supposed to just take 2 days off work and then do nothing but play Final Fantasy XIV for 48 hours. You gotta let it breathe a little bit.
Yeah. And that's why I'm saying, like, this is me sitting down, it's like, this is probably not how this was intended to be played. That's kind of a mea culpa here, but it is what it is, and now I gotta find something else to occupy my time, or play something else. Lucky's backlog is fucking eternal. I say here as I'm playing a cute panda laundromat idol game and have Bloodborne up on my PS5.
God, yeah, it's bad. It's very bad. We're what? Just under 2 weeks from Death Stranding?
Yeah.
10
Because
days?
it's like June 26th, right? So 13 days.
26, yeah. Yeah, so I'm working slowly on Expedition 33, but then I have to work on FGO, and also I'm like working on Final Fantasy 14 because like even if I'm doing it, usually doing a little bit a day, it's like I don't want to fall super behind. Like this is one of the few chances I have to be right there when we're doing current content. And I got ahead of the curve of a couple of other people who have been in this for much longer. This is not shade, but it is targeted at Loth. I hit Knowledge level 20 like a week before he did. And that's okay. We do other stuff with Loth. And then also I do other stuff to myself, though. Like you talking about playing Bloodborne, and I'm like, I moved my installation of Oxygen not included to my new PC and have been plugging away at that, and then being like, man, I sure do hate this game. I probably need to install some mods or edit some configs or whatever. Complete aside, but we've got a little bit of free time. I love Oxygen not included. It's a little, you could say, I guess it's a little roguelike-y, but it's more just like sim games where the starting sandbox is randomized,
Guys, we're going to talk about cozy games later. I hope you're ready.
You start with 3 little spacemen, and you have to build space stuff, and, try not to run out of oxygen or water or food. It's been probably a couple years since I played the game, but I've always thought to myself, I should play it again. And they got, like, DLC and stuff that I haven't looked at all. But, I booted it up, and I'm immediately falling back into my old, like, habits and problems of just, like, yes, I forgot to, meticulously pre-plan and like, pre-communist blockify my space colony, so now I've got to, like, put the coal generator over there, and I need to run my research for the carbon scrubber over here, because there are coal deposits in my starting area, which puke up coal gas infinitely, which you can't breathe, by the way. You can't breathe the CO2 produced by coal, standing in the open air, in case you forgot. But to run the carbon scrubber, I need a fucking water purification setup, because it requires water. You gotta pump fresh water in and pump polluted water, and it's like, I feel like I'm having that same crisis of like, God, I knew I needed all these 40 steps ahead of time. Why didn't I build smart? Well, it's because I had to, excavate random tunnels for copper or whatever. I'm not really sure what my personal, like, tweak would be. Like, do I need to, like, attune the game so I get, like, research to go faster? It's not really that slow. It's just that thing of, like, you need a lot of steps ahead of time. Very easy to perplex yourself by just going, oops, I've accidentally, caused a crisis of too much dirty water. But yes, this mailbag has a PS.
This mailbag does have a PS, but I'm fighting Martyr Logrius, and I might die. Omega, can you read the PS?
Yes, I can read the PS. The question says PS, because this is also very, very personal to me. Anyone who doesn't watch or listen to Rain is missing out, because the most recent drop, episode 49, has some great atmosphere and tension. It sounds like it might be setting up for one hell of a good quest line for the lads. You could insert that scream as, like, atmospheric to the comment about Rain or about Lucky playing Bloodborne.
Sorry, Lucky fell off the cliff and died.
That's usually the sound I would make if I fall off a cliff, yes.
Okay, but I'm back. Hi, how's everybody?
Yes, watch Rain. Listen to Rain.
But yes, watch Rain. We will probably have a bit of Rain talk later. Many things have happened over the week. Lots of discussions. And we can share some insight about them later, I think. So, this next one comes from a consistent alias. What's that? Guys, there's nowhere in the rules where you have to have a consistent alias. Put in whatever the heck you want, as long as it's not rude or threatening.
The rule is just that you should have an alias, because it's funnier that way.
Dear Omega and Lucky, no question or anything, just continue screaming. I know this feeling. As I tried to save for summer and the game keeps tempting me to spin. Oh god, I know this feeling. Why? Sending the good vibes your way. Wah 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 wah. And wishing you good luck on your future roles. Well, thank you. I hope I didn't hurt anyone's eardrums with that scream, I just realized. I wasn't super up on the mic, but it was probably a little audible. I apologize. I didn't think about it just now. So, moving on, this next one comes from the 100-Hour Man, who says, Dear Lucky and Omega. They say, Dear Lucky and Omega, hope you two are having a great week. Probably won't be joining live tonight, but looking forward to catching you guys on YouTube later. 2 questions for you all this week. With the 8th Annie around the corner, do you have any plans for a live reaction or stream of the FGO panel? Survey says, probably not. We don't get a lot of traction on those, and there are probably other FGO influencers out there that people are more likely to see. We're here because you like to hear us yap.
We have tipped in some reaction stuff before, but usually while we're doing other stuff.
Yeah. Second, while rewatching an older episode of Let's Talk FGO, while Omega was out for some reason, Lucky was going through people's support setups and ranking size judging support setup. Oh, this. I haven't done this in a while now. I thought it was fun and would love to be put on blast ospreys for my setup, and I'm sure others like me as that. Would you have any desire to do something akin to that during the 8th Andy stream or some other time? Thank you, and keep on being awesome. Oh, I do remember, people always did like me pulling up the support setups and putting them on blast. I don't know why, but that did seem to be a consistent thing. And no, I'm never actually like against doing it. It's just something I need to have a stream set up, because it's one of those things that like, it's best if people can see what I'm looking at when I'm like judging these, so I can point it out. Otherwise, you just hear me.
I think it requires the visual element.
But if we're ever streaming again, someone just probably needs to bring it up, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I could do that. Just have to find a reason to stream FGO more, which I really don't. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Whenever we stream FGO next, it probably like will happen at some point. Someone just needs to remind me to put on my snooty glasses and look down my nose at people's support setups. Oh, they also finished with thank you and keep on being awesome. Same to you! Moving on, this next one comes from a master giggling from Karen somehow becoming a crypto sis. Personally, I think this is perfectly in character with her. Fucking gremlin.
I knew the moment an axe went in the water something was happening, but...
we went places with it.
We have fun here.
Dear Lucky Omega, I have no question this week, but I wish you both good vibes! Wah 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 wah. And hope you guys get a nice drink to ring in the summertime. Lucky's actually trying to drink less and consume sodas less because I'm trying to lose weight. It is a fucking struggle, y'all.
I usually confine myself to a singular glass, because I buy 2 liters because they're cheap, of soda per day. And then we drink a shitload of water.
This is correct. Chad has said, we as a community need to bug Lucky to stream rolls, and then mid-stream we can beg for account reviews. This is actual factual, Chad. If I feel like people want me to do something, I am more likely to do it.
We say this a lot, so people may think we're just yelling it in the void, but no, I genuinely do mean it. If you want something out of us, let us know. Like you want to see Lucky stream more rolls, you gotta say something, because otherwise, if nobody wants to watch, Lucky's not gonna turn in the rolls, and also if you don't remind him, Lucky's not gonna remember.
Robin, you say that, and while I do think that you do appreciate me, the way you appreciate me and how I would consider appreciation are probably 2 very distinct things, and this concerns me slightly.
That's a thing I could talk about. We'll save that for later.
Anyway, this next one comes from Agent 418, who says, hello, Lucky and Omega. P.S. Have a good weekend, y'all. Thank you. Next one comes from By Police. I'm just gonna let that hang in the air for a second.
That's the title of our next singles album.
They say, questions only vibes. Have an amazing D66 amount of days. We have days with an S, but then also a Z. We're double days here. Also, is D1 in this show?
I think he should be everywhere. Yeah.
Alright, well, let's find out.
Maybe not. Just says D6.
Nope, D1's not in this show. Hang on one second.
We should make sure he is.
Well, we don't want D1 fucking freaking everyone out, so hang on.
It's true. Also, I want to bring to attention that questions only vibes ended with 4 exclamation points.
Did I not type that right? Oh, maybe it's because I copy-pasted it. Weird.
Is you just taking a nap? He might be taking a nap.
Yeah, it's just taking a nap. I can't actually do the roll.
He is a robot.
Alright, well, let me grab a fistful of dice here. Let's see, so if you take a 20... Do I have 3d20s?
He's gonna roll 4 dice.
That's 2d20s, that's 3d20s, and we add a d6 to this mix. Whoa, this is pretty fucking low. Let's see here. I rolled 1, 5, and 7 on a d20 and a 2 on a d6, so that's 3, 10, 15. That's a couple weeks. Hey, not be exactly until Death Stranding 2 comes on, and then we're fucked. Which sounds appropriate. I'm gonna be in a Hideo Kojima game going like, what the fuck is going on? Alright, but back to this. Thank you very much. Moving on. The second one comes from the Tire King running it back in Paldea with Violet in honor of the Switch 2. People are finally starting to get them despite shipping hazards, damaged devices, and just a whole bunch of weird-ass things happening. But they are getting out there.
Yeah, it's somehow... Once again, despite all the clamoring and clattering about the price point, do believe it was Nintendo's best console launch yet.
This is what I love. People bitch about the money, but they still shell out, which makes me call them fucking posers!
It could also just be part of the, bigger market share means that even if you did bulk some people with sticker shock, just that many fucking people want to play video games that they're still buying. Now, how many people are, like, paying the huge price? Who knows? Yeah, the fucking receipt stapler was bad. I mean, honestly, if we were making as much money now as we were making a couple of years ago, when there was a little bit of a Wild West in the ad rev a few years ago at YouTube, the money was better. I will tell you right now, chat, the YouTube money used to be better. It's a little more even keel now. I would have gone for a Switch too.
I'm still waiting for the right game. I was hoping to get Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma, but I'm hearing that it's not doing that great, and I'm a little concerned, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it's mostly...
But that's, like, the only game on, like, the Switch 2 that I'm, like, genuinely interested in.
I guess a lot of my questions are mostly about just playing old Switch games better. Because there are a couple I'd be
That'd be good,
interested
too,
in
but I don't play the Switch games that I got. Robin in chat is saying that they bought it for PC. I was hoping it would come out for PlayStation, but no dice, so I just have to wait, I guess.
That's always the weird... games do still do that. Like, I know for a fact that, like, a lot of Square's, like, remasters of Front Mission did that, but it's like, that's always the weirdest one to me, where you'll release something on Steam and Switch, but not also on PlayStation, and also Xbox, even.
I'm not gonna fight it.
It's a little weird.
Like, it's like one of those things, like, I tell people, like, they release on what they release on. Like, I'm not gonna, like, start screaming to the sheets they should release it on S. I would have liked if they released it on my thing, but guess what? Not everything that I play gets released on what I want, so whatever. God, it's like, everyone take a drink, Lucky's gonna bitch about people on PC. We should totally have that as part of our drinking game. But, Stellar Blade recently came out on PC to, rave numbers and rave reviews. Everything's doing great. Except there is a subfaction of people talking about how it should have been all along, and Sony should have, never been exclusive on Sony. And that Shift Up didn't need fucking Sony, and neglect to see that in the publishing section on Shift Up, it still says Sony Publishing.
Yeah, this is still a second-party game. This is still published by PlayStation Studios because, no offense to Shift Up, they're very great, but Stellar Blade is a big jump for them in tech level.
Yeah.
They were working on, very excellent, but live 2D games like Nikke before, which is, like, good, but even today, HD 3D games requires a big jump in, like, technology, which I'm sure because they were publishing, Sony did some lifting on releasing.
Also probably put them in touch with a couple people. They actually had a creative panel where basically the CEO for Shift Up, the director for Nikke, Yoko Taro, Yoshida Shuei, I can't remember his name. The former PlayStation exec that has been,
Yoshida,
Shigeru Yoshida, excuse me.
He left.
And
I want to point out he actually had statements to say about that where he was interviewed. He was like, "Oh yeah, no, people are playing Stellar Blade because the game is fun." And news outlets are treating this as blockbuster news, but I can't really blame them because I have heard several people like bring up the fact that they're like, "Yeah, I don't know what this game is about. The only people I ever see talking about it are people like yelling about the character design and how, pretty or sexy it is." And I'm like,
it's so weird to me. I've been following this game for years. I got it on PlayStation. I played it. I said it was good. It was great. And people are acting like it didn't fucking exist until it was announced for PC. And it takes me out. It takes me out of it.
Which also I should say, we were talking about this, right? Also isn't true. The other factor of this that we want to bring up, we got lost in the sauce a little, but also, Stellar Blade sold great for a console drop title. They made like 1 million in a month.
Yeah, they sold 1 million units in a month,
which is like really good.
Now, like, I'm not trying to say that, like, no, it shouldn't have gone to PC, because I, Lucky, and personally am for everyone should get to play the games on what they feel comfortable with, so I'm generally more for releases on everything. I just get my knickers in a twist when people are saying, like, you have to play it this way, or it shouldn't have been on that, or such and such and such. This is what grinds my goat.
Despite the fact, Lucky, that you and I both like Bloodborne, it's why I usually want to club Bloodborne copers. I want to club them like baby seals, because, like, people say shit like, OMG, another state of play, nothing about Bloodborne, they must hate us specifically. No, dumbass. But they published it, they didn't develop it.
Like, this is like
speaking about terribly sorry, Yoshida-san. Speaking about Shuhei Yoshida, I don't think enough people remember what he said when he left PlayStation, and everybody asked him about Bloodborne. And he said he had never been part of any meetings about Bloodborne PC port or Bloodborne sequel, but it was his personal opinion as a guy who worked at Sony PlayStation for a while that it was not Sony who was holding back a Bloodborne sequel or wider PC release. It was FromSoft because Hidetaka Miyazaki really likes Bloodborne. It's one of his favorite games they've released, so the implication was that he would like to take personal attention in it, but obviously if they are doing things like, releasing Elden Ring DLC, releasing an Elden Ring multiplayer spin-off, which is also making gangbusters, developing a second party, I guess, an exclusive title for Nintendo to release next year, he's busy.
Yeah. Like, this is one of those weird things that, like, again, like, Lucky keeps talking about takes him out from, like, communities and whatnot, but it does. Also speaking about Sony, it actually came out recently that Sony has actually relisted Helldivers 2 on a bunch of stores. Like, I think it's like 3 or 4 that's still on the removed list, but it's like 180 countries are, able to play Helldivers 2 again, and people are treating like this is like some big win against corporate, and I'm all like, no, Sony probably had a fucking legitimate reason why they didn't want to list it there, and they have properly resolved it, so now they've listed the game again. It's like,
yeah, that's one of those things of, like, you can't say it's a big To put it in comparison, I wasn't going to talk about this too much, but I want to bring this up a little bit. Okay. I got to context the story a little, but trust me, it'll wrap around. So, over this past week,
trust me, bro,
Konami in America, the North American version of Konami, who runs Yu-Gi-Oh!, announced they were going to change what is called Time Wizard format. Time Wizard is their officially sanctioned version of retro formats. Hopefully everybody can follow that along. So they released a rules guidelines for how you can basically play previous generations of Yu-Gi-Oh! One of these formats is super turbo popular. I won't get into the specifics. But they announced that for upcoming events, and especially at the North American World Championship Qualifiers, which is a very large tournament, which people have already booked tickets for, they were going to change up how you played Time Wizard by making it so that you were not playing with then current card text and rules. You were going to be playing with now current card text, which includes several erratas, because this format's like 15 years old, changing up how mechanics are working, etc. Basically, everybody thought this was a really bad idea, and even if people were like, well, this new format could be interesting, most of them, I think, agreed that it did kind of come out of nowhere for them to change this up entirely. Hey, guess what? Just a day or two ago, Konami announced, hey, we're not doing that. They said, we are not going to change how Time Wizard works. We're going to take that new thing that we made up. We're calling it Time Travel. We will be offering Time Wizard at the NAWCQ, and in future, your OTS stores, your officially sanctioned stores, will be able to pick between running Time Wizard and Time Travel. And the EU branch of the trading card game also said, by the way, we have no plans to change Time Wizard. That is a victory. That is where everybody got so upset all at once online, and there was so much discourse that Konami took a step back and went, no, the people may be right. This could be a bad idea. They don't like it. And they changed the shit in like a week. It's been over a year since the Helldivers, like, listing, relisting, etc. thing. That's not a victory. That's whatever was stopping Sony from listing them in those policies in the first place changed, as unfortunately corporate things kind of do. And yes, I think Axe was correct in it the first time, which is the areas on like Steam where it got limited was like places where there wasn't PSN coverage. So presumably either they have expanded places where you can sign up for PlayStation Network, or internally they reviewed whatever their concerns about requiring like PlayStation signups and stuff, and were like, maybe that's not as important. Because it takes time to change business plans, and sometimes they don't. I think Sony has said that they're still committed to they want to find at least one live service game that works.
Oh yeah, no, they are still backing Marathon, even though it is kind of reviewing like dog shit with focus groups.
They are saying it's had a contentious alpha, and they are still planning on releasing it before April of next year. Now, obviously, like I said, that's not all Sony's fault. It can be Bungie's own fault for not listening to feedback. But this is kind of the reason why you do alphas and betas. And I am hoping that, like, talking about, like, with Shift Up, right? Sony is usually pretty hands-off with these publishing deals, and primarily it seems like they mostly facilitate conversations. Like, for Death Stranding, they put Hideo Kojima in touch with basically all of their first-party studios, which is why he settled on using Guerrilla's Decima engine and stuff like that. I'm fairly certain that, for Shift Up for Stellar Blade. They probably put the Nikkei guys in touch with Yoko Taro because you can't tell me there's somebody who doesn't work at the PlayStation Studios who knows who to call to talk to Yoko Taro, you know? Like,
True.
Shit like that. So usually they're pretty hands-off. I would not be surprised after, like, Concord blew up so bad if somebody at PlayStation Studios wanted to be like, hey, Bungie guys, we really don't want to meddle, but, like, we'd really like it if this game was good. Can you make a good game? Can you release a good video game, please? Because if you don't release a good video game, then we've bought you for a lot of money that we're not getting back, and you don't really want to see that. As unfortunately, they did cancel the live service game that Ben Studio was working on, but unfortunately that means that Ben Studio's not working anything, so they went through layoffs and downsizing, which sucks, but also is kind of like, yeah, they had to go back to the drawing board with pre-pro.
Yeah.
That sucks. You don't need as big a team to do that. It's shitty, but oh boy.
Sorry, no, I was just checking where we were at the question. We were just at the fucking Alias. But
we were talking about Switch 2 when we get to talk about video games. It's my bad. I brought up how people bought Switch 2.
It's true. Well, like I said, Lucky has generally a lot to say. Lucky has strong opinions and reasons of why things happen, and stop doing knee-jerk responses that sound like the corporation is evil. I was like, the corporation might be evil, but you should probably think about why it's evil. This is called critical thinking. Do it.
Hold on, alright, resume the recording. There was like a couple seconds a drop out, but hopefully it'll make sense. Anyway, what I did want to say though, to jump off what Lucky was saying, which was not lost, it was a little in there where there was some lag. I think these days for everybody, regardless of political opinion, it becomes way too easy to just boil down the stance of the other, and I don't want to do this to like both sides it. There is a line of political thinking currently active in this country that fucking sucks. And maybe you should do something about it. But you can't lump everything into just, capitalism bad. The corporations are the root of all of it. And it's like, yeah, the corporations don't have great plans for some of this, but also, like, there's a decent number of things that are not within everybody's control. You got to think about it. To reference a conversation from last week, we talked about how it seems like Xbox has chosen Outer Worlds 2 to be the sacrificial lamb. The Obsidian team had to be like, hey, by the way, we don't pick the price points for our games. We think it'd be really cool if you could play our video game. We're not responsible for the price, just so you know. That's not us. And I'm just like, yeah, that's real shitty of Microsoft to saddle you guys with that one, but I don't blame you. I blame them. And I think also this does kind of like talk a little bit about like the conversation about like Stellar Blade and stuff too, is like, it's also way too easy for other guys to just be like, the game is woke.
I swear, no matter what game it is, there is someone always saying that this game is woke or anti-woke. It is never just a game. It is always some sort of political agenda. I'm just like, bro,
those
let me just have a game.
Tourists. I don't think there's any greater political message to the fact that Mind's Eye sucks. I think it just sucks. I think it's just a bad video game that probably was undercooked. They didn't send out review copies. Speaking about refunds, PlayStation is apparently allowing refunds on Mind's Eye, which lets you know it's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad, y'all. Looked interesting, and I feel bad for the main actor who was in... I learned this later. He was actually the main character in Mafia 3. It was actually funny. Someone actually posted a tweet about it, about, like, being in bad games like Mafia 3, and it was actually quite hilarious. Everyone in the comments was like, excuse me, Mafia 3 was actually a pretty fucking good game. Excuse you. So I was like, alright, I was not the only one who enjoyed Mafia 3. I was a little worried about that, but...
But yeah, it's like... talking about it, it's real easy to like cross-analyze why a game is bad, but they like didn't send out whatchamacallit, like early review copies and stuff like that. That probably means that like under QA'd, and the devs probably could have used a couple of extra months, but we need to make it by the quarter, and now we're
honestly they probably rushed it because they didn't want it out anywhere near GTA. I'm gonna be real. I'm thinking about it. That game could have probably used another 9 months to a year. That would have put it in the GTA window.
Maybe. And honestly, even just waiting like the 6th there, yeah. God, sorry. Art just said something very funny in chat, which is somebody being like, somebody commenting like, oh, I hope the FF Tactics remake isn't political.
As much as I just say that sometimes games aren't political, sometimes they are. Sometimes they are.
Most of the Final Fantasy games that actually have like a real narrative are political. Like I don't want to be too about it. On the one hand, as I get older, I do kind of like much easier see the vision of like, well, everything's political. And I think chat saying anything can be political is true. But also, people read way too much into stuff. Sometimes video games really aren't meant to be political. And if they do say political things, that's more a reflection of like the audience and the creator than the medium itself, because you probably didn't try to do it that way. It's like one of those things of like, hey, chat, do you realize that SimCity is political? Because it is. But I don't think it was necessarily meant to be political. It's just they were trying to build a city sim game, and they used very specific urban planning books as, like, a structure. So, yeah, SimCity probably says political stuff, but if you don't read into any of that, that's okay, because who knows if they meant it that way.
I usually try to take the approach that games don't have to be political, but you can still see what you want in them. And this can be both good or bad. Like, what one person experiences while playing a game will not necessarily be the same experience someone else has a game. And so you can get different messages and, different layers of complexity upon things.
Well, and funny enough, Lucky, that's what death of the author is supposed to mean. People, unfortunately, these days take it to be like, author's dead, I can have a headcanon and the author can't tell me how it is. I can ignore the text and make up my own subtext. What death of the author is actually supposed to mean is that, like, once the author has created the work, their personal interpretation of their work is not necessarily supposed to interfere with your interpretation as the audience, the consumer, because at that point, after they've written it, they're just like you. They're just a part of the audience. Their opinion of what they mean is not necessarily any stronger or weaker than your own. It doesn't mean that you just get to ignore the author.
I vaguely remember hearing this about the Fallout series creator talking about this. How when they created Fallout, they did not intended it to have a particular message. I think it was I don't think it was anti-capitalism. It was anti-something. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. But a lot of people, played the story and got that message, and the creators went to say, it's like, that wasn't our message, but if that's what you got, that's what you got.
Yeah, original old school Fallout, there's probably a lot you could interpret in that. The big one that I think Fallout was kind of about was it's supposed to be maybe not necessarily a direct message against, but it's supposed to kind of bring about the awareness of kind of that, old school American nationalism and the kind of brinksmanship of the Cold War, right? Of hey, once upon a time we were super scared of nuclear annihilation, and then we just kind of let that one go, even though most people the worry is still there, Yeah. And that, kind of no matter what, I mean, the tagline that the modern Fallouts use is war never changes, right? It's it doesn't matter how far in the future you are, how fucked up shit is, people will still find a way to do dumb people shit. But like I said, first of all, the messaging between Fallouts 1 and 2 and Fallouts, say, 3 and 4, wildly different, because those games are made by different people. I'm trying to think, I don't even actually know what the fuck the message of Fallout 3 would be. Don't follow your dad into the desert?
I think it's the illusion of choice.
Yeah, the first one certainly had some illusion of choice. It didn't matter which one you picked, you still die.
Yeah!
And then people yelled about them for 6 months. Because they were like, hey, what if my companion is immune to radiation? What if my companion eats radiation? The messaging of New Vegas picks upon which of 4 factions you adopt as your permanent ideological inside the Punnett Square.
The message of New Vegas is get yours.
I mean, yeah, the short version of that is get yours. The thing is that, Fallout New Vegas is very political. I think less that Fallout New Vegas has a political message, and more that Fallout New Vegas is a political litmus test. For starters, anyone who thinks Caesar's Legion is really cool, you should question them deeply. If anybody thinks Caesar's Legion, which has 100% slavery of all of the female sex, doesn't believe in technology and are forced to fight guys with throwing sticks, you should question them. And if their answer is, oh, but the roads are safe, question them harder. Not that the NCR is supposed to be perfectly good either, but it's I said,
still, you should ask some questions about the NPR, but not as many questions.
The NCR is flawed, but they have a lot of the flaws that lots of late-stage democracies have.
My personal favorite thing to do is to side with House, but open him up and be all like, yeah, I got to you, buddy, and then put him back in.
That's very funny, yeah. No, I mean, and it's not a perfect ending either, but I do think the fact that you can actually in New Vegas literally go no gods, no masters, as in that's the name of the, like, achievement and trophy you get when you complete the ending where you set up Yes Men, is, like, that's pretty cool. Anarchy also has its own problems, but, you know, we figured that out ahead of time at least. We planned.
Listen, anarchy is just a phase of transition to our next state of governance.
Anyway, we're still not in the question. Sorry, that one hit me.
Oh man, we like to yap. We really do.
We do. And unfortunately, the episodes where we yap longer do better, which is not great for my sleep schedule, but whatever, man.
Whatever, man, we're here. So, this person says, hey, Omega, since there have been a lot of crossover sets and collabs recently in the TCG community with Magic and Final Fantasy and Vanguard with Buddy Fight, I would like to ask whether you would prefer crossovers that incorporate the counts mechanics into the game or just directly plant the mechanics in said game. For example, if Pokemon TCG and Pokemon crossed over instead of lands that decks use energy and such. Anyway, that's it for me. Send good vibes. Wah, 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 wah. And hope you have a great evening. Pan to Omega. I'm gonna go dive to Martyr Logrius for the third fucking time.
Have fun. Have fun storming the castle. I talked about this
I
a
am in
little
the castle.
in the Magic FF, the first half of Magic FF, which isn't even a half, it's more like a third, which also lasted like 5 hours. The second one will last less time. And feel free to yell at me if the volume's not balanced. But I did say when we talked about this, I personally think the really neat way to do the crossover is if you are at least surface level familiar with both works, that you can, like, feel something out and you get the familiar feeling, but also you don't try to force it to be like a 1-to-1 all the time. Like, genuinely, if Magic the Gathering somehow scored a Pokemon crossover, I don't think... genuinely, you're much more likely to get a Magic Yu-Gi-Oh! Crossover before you get a Pokemon crossover, just because I think that the Pokemon company is a lot more, like, locked in on their IP. But the thing is that, like, if that happened, I imagine it would be a Magic Universes Beyond set, because also speaking about it, there's no fucking way that, the Pokemon would let Magic stuff back in. But, like, you would still have to make Pokemon fit the 5-color ensemble of Magic, but you could do that. You could make Pokemon and Pokemon trainers correspond to the color, theory and all that overlap. I do not think you would change lands for energy. You might have a way for Pokemon or trainers to generate, like, mana separate from lands, but I think you would still include lands, because that's the thing about these crossovers is, like, your lands could be alternate arts or new cards that would integrate things like the Pokemon Center, the Pokemon Mart, the various famous locations in the Pokemon franchise, all of your favorite mountains and stuff like that, your favorite towns, etc. Apparently the Final Fantasy crossover is the first time they've actually had land use the town keyword, so, like, there's room there. And then obviously, yeah, there are like transforming and evolving mechanics in there. Accessed another good one in chat of, like, how would Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! Cross over? Honestly, Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! Crossing over would be super easy. You would just have, like, probably Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists would be your equivalent of, like, say, commanders or other support cards. They would have abilities which would, summon forth the monsters. And if you go by the, like, classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Shadow game thing, those guys are manifestations of your Ka and your Ba and whatever, so then you could have, like, the soul tablets they are summoned from, you could have monsters of their effects, and it could also be just as easy as, like, Dark Magician is, like, I don't know, like a 4-2 or something, a 5-2, 5-4? I actually know how you'd convert the stats, the numbers don't line up, and he'd be, black-blue or something, blue-black, and he actually does stuff besides being a vanilla monster. Like, it would be really easy to take Yu-Gi-Oh! Characters and then rearrange them to fit kind of the coloring of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Was already kind of a weird Magic ripoff at start. So yeah, like, I think that the kind of, like, interesting elements is when you can, like, look at something and see kind of like, oh, this is referencing this thing. Like, not every example of the card is good, but they did a thing, for instance, where, like, say, in the FF Magic set. Like, a lot of the 7 guys have, like, X's Limit Break, and it's like a tiered card, right? You pay the basic cost, you do the basic one, you pay, second one, you get like a level 3 or 4, you do their final one, you do their ultimate limit break. That's cool. That's got levels of like how the effect works. Conversely, something that doesn't have anything to do with the actual Final Fantasy mechanics, but is just funny, also, a lot of the FF7 cards, especially in the Commander set, revolve around getting them to 7 power exactly. And it's like, okay, that's cute. That doesn't necessarily translate to like the actual characters or mechanics of Final Fantasy VII, but it is the Final Fantasy that's numbered 7, so it's very funny that they keep using 7s, as compared to something like the Jumbo Cactuar, which, can do like 1,000 needles worth of damage. That'll get you.
1,000 damage. Unfortunately, I have no insight on this, so whenever Amanda is done yapping, that's when we move on to the next one.
Yeah, that's mostly where I feel about TCG crossovers. Yes, FF7 does have the Oops All 7s glitch, or not glitch, but like coding, where if you can somehow get your HP to be exactly 777, 4 7s, you do like Lucky 7s mode, where you go berserk until the HP runs out. But I believe that also other games have other various, yokels in there. And if that's the case, if that's what we were referencing, then it would be making your health, life, whatever the second number is that people don't care about as much. I understand magic mechanics pretty good, but I don't understand all the names of stuff. Ugh. Toughness, yes. That would probably be like
toughness.
If we were actually referencing the Lucky 7's HP, the 4 7s, then it would technically be making their toughness. But they don't do that. They do the power because that's more fun. It's cute. Crossover should make you look at the card and go, oh, that's cute. Send tweet.
So, with that, we will move on. This next one, should I preempt this? No, I won't. This next one comes from Tired Man who spent too much time on internet security and Deltarune. Yeah, no, Deltarune's out up to Chapter 4. I want to play it, but I also kind of want to wait till it's all out. But they say, no comments aside from my alias, but wishing y'all good vibes in my sleep-deprived state. Wah, 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 wah. P.S. I'm probably posting a funny emote in Discord right now. My thought was to preemptively time out Robin and deny. But I was like, no.
Hold on, I'm looking for the
Let
seam.
him have
I'm looking
this.
for the seam. There's the seam. I see the seam. This is something that you'll
Robin
only
must
get if
have
you're
had-
watching along in Discord chat.
Robin probably had this shit copy-pasted and ready.
But it's a 2-half emote where there's a fucking little mascot walking back and forth, and I'm just like, hold on, where's the seam?
Yeah, no, it's 4 emotes wide. Anyways, but that's it for the mailbag.
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 Does anybody at home remember Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog?
Bad horse, bad horse, bad horse, bad horse. Oh god,
He rides across the nation, a thoroughbred of sin.
A thoroughbred of sin. He just received
your
application. Wait, no.
Just sent in. I can't remember.
I know the cadence. I don't remember the lyrics.
Yeah. I can't remember the next line, because it ends on, like, like talking him to Dr. Horrible to do something bigger, blah, 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 blah. A murder would be nice, of course. Bad horse. And then they leave.
Okay, I got it. Bad horse, bad horse, bad horse, bad horse. He rides across the nation, the thoroughbred of sin. He got the application that you just sent in. It needs evaluation, so let the games begin. A heinous crime, a show of force, a murder would be nice, of course. Bad horse, bad horse, bad horse. He's bad. The evil league of evil is watching, so beware. The grave that you received will be your last, we swear. So make the bad horse gleeful, or we'll make you your mare. You're saddled up, there's no recourse. It's hi-ho silver. Signed by the horse. Could have done that a little better, but yeah, I remember the
Shout out to the concept of the evil league of evil and Bad Horse, who is, I believe when they show him later, literally just a guy who's a horse.
No, yeah, it's just a horse.
Yeah, they just have, like, an evil horse who sends themed cowboy singing telegrams. But alright, we've crossed about an hour 20.
Brad.
Let us pause down the recording for a second and come back for free talk. We are resuming, we're back. It's time for free talk. Free talk step 1. First impressions of Mystic Eyes Symphony.
Actually, how far am I into Mystic Eyes Symphony? Shit.
It's good. TM.
I like it. I think I'm around 35 as well. I just got past the field of flowers inside the giant tree, and then I got the situate. Then I got the Meanwhile, in the giant tree, cutaway. I think I'm just past that. Some people are already fucking done, but they've gotten their feet pics done. I'm just all like, man, I am slipping.
Well, those people didn't have to write the next segment, so I've been splitting my time.
Yeah, I don't have an excuse though.
Actually, I do believe that you said that you have also been keeping up because it's half AP on your storm pods.
Yes.
Which I have not been doing. I had to pick 2 out of that triangle. Storm pads was not on it, sadly. I should make sure to spend a few ahead of time, but we're here now. Well, it can't always be half AP because probably there are some weeks when they would like you not to grind turbo. But like I said, they're gonna. I don't know exactly when we'll enable it, but they did switch up how they are going to make storm pods work later. It is entirely possible that when this thing launched in JP and we got half AP on storm pods around 1 million downloads or other check-in ones, it was the kind of thing where they were like, oh yeah, people have to do limited time events too. How's this gonna work? Kind of finding, I guess, like, where the... I'm trying to think, like... I guess, like, where the counterbalance is to, like, this new system, and they're like, oh yeah, we also need them to do regular shit.
Yeah. But the event is goo. Honestly, it just seems like we are just having an event to meet Sadusa, if you will. And she's great. She's getting a lot of screen time. Also getting a lot of the other Medusas in our group. I have an inkling of what's going on here, but we will see.
Yep.
I do like the aesthetics. I do want to shout this out in particular. They're doing a lot, I was actually thinking about this. Compared to where we started, we're doing a lot more with visual effects. Now, like, we kind of saw this in Ordeal Call 1, but it really stuck out to me, here. Like, they'll put characters in the foreground or the background. They even put them out of focus sometimes to let you know, like, what the focus, like, is actually on. Now, I'm like, oh, yeah, no, that's good. And, like, other, like, visual effects, like, in the flower field, we literally had a fucking power clash between, Caster Nero and, I'm just gonna call him Old Man Yellow. Yeah. I can't remember his name. They even played Venus Racer on it, and I was like, yeah! But no, there's, like, they're doing a lot to, they're doing a lot to paint a scene with just 2D sprites. 2D expression sheets, I should say. They're not really sprites. So, no, like, As FGO, even though FGO is a, almost 10-year-old game now, they're still trying to improve their craft, which I appreciate. And whenever we get to FGO 2, or, FGO Extra, I hope we retain these lessons. Excited. But, other than that, it's par for the course. Like, right now, I've been doing, 3-man teams. I'm doing something a little different, though, because we have the interesting mechanic of, excuse me. I got yawny there for a second. I don't know why. We're doing the interesting effect that our event CE is giving Bond up. So I've been all like, you know what? Who is not at Bond 5 right now? It turns out a lot of my fucking servants here. I continue to be a horrible master. So I've actually been going by, lowest Bond and just fielding those units in my missions to try and get them up. I do feel like, I don't know what it was they might have done, but maybe it was around this time that they realized, maybe we should do something extra with Bond for, like servants and stuff, and we should give them opportunity. Like, I don't know exactly.
There have been a lot of things like back to back about Bond.
Yeah,
because was it the chat? Double check for me. Was it the 1 million downloads or was it the Pilgrimage Festival that was like, yes, generate X thousand Bond points, get Saint Quartz. Like, there were several things, which obviously for us, because we're getting all our shit turboed out because we are less than a month from our anniversary.
Turbo.
That means we got to run a lot of this stuff back to back. But yeah, no. I've definitely been doing similar. I've still been firing so far. Been dipping into my lower rarity servants. But even then, that still means I'm using a lot of 4 stars because I'm far enough that these guys are beefy enough since there's no inherent damage bonus that if I'm gonna use the Bond CE, I want to use 4 and 5 stars. Yeah.
I think what I am going to do, though, is as we get further, as I get more of these signings, I might make bigger teams just so I can get more Bond going, even if I have to wait a little bit. We still got more than 2 weeks on this event, and I can
also,
probably afford
I do want to say, the Bond farming is I'm hoping we get that. I don't take too long to get that the full 5 of that, because I think I'm actually going to MLB it for the fucking plus 200%, 3x Bond farm. When we do that, I might spend some T-pots. I'm not sure which strat is optimal, but I don't know. I there's some big Bond farming going on here we can do.
No, so I'm excited for that. And
yeah.
Okay, so I'm on stratum 18 of the tree. It takes what 20 to get to the tree? If I remember correctly.
I think the tree is and then the tree is like the next 30. I'm at like tree.
Yeah, so
stratum 25, so I'm a little ahead of you, but not that much farther ahead of you.
So no, this is interesting. Like, I'm not gonna say it's necessarily deep story-wise, but I always enjoy a situation where I get to see servants just hanging out, which we do.
And we're definitely like building towards specific focus with Medusa.
Yeah.
And it is good to see her get so much coverage. I think that like it's going to be like another 2 years before she gets this much action being a bonus character for, My Little Dragon and stuff. I agree with everybody. I'm on the copium. Summer Medusa this year. It's the 10th year. They've got to do it.
Listen, it's the 10th year. This is the year for Summer Medusa and Summer Lip. It is spoken in the stars. But
and honestly, I would find it very funny if they somehow they went kind of like with Aresh, but different. They went all out for the Summer Medusa, and it's just like all the Medusas in forming a Voltron kind of shit. Just have them like reverse totem pole themselves.
I feel like they would do this, and I'm slightly concerned for
Oops, all Medusas.
Oops, all Deuces.
No, that's already Saber Medusa. She talks about that in the Paper Moon and the event. Honestly, I talked about this in the Wanted. Thanks for everybody who watched the Medusa Wanted, by the way. It's doing pretty well. Way ahead of some of our more recent Wanteds. And it was a little longer, too. But this is the thing I did talk about, which is kind of like I'm very interested to see how this ends up with FGO's translation of Saber Medusa's dialogue, and especially very interested to if we get the extra stuff translated from Hollow Ataraxia, which is supposed to get that remaster this year. That's supposed to be coming out. Because we're kind of at a point where, like, it is interesting, and Saber Medusa does say it straight up in this event, that she's like, yes, no, you're the me from before Athena cursed me. Got it. I do feel like the story currently is a little ambiguous as to what that is. If the way I understand Hollow Ataraxia correctly, what Athena's curse is was supposed to be making it so that the worship for Medusa turned to hatred, which is why she becomes considered a monster. And the turning people to stone shit was just something that Medusa like kind of naturally picked up anyway because she was not immortal like her sisters. She developed high-level mystic eyes. Just because she wasn't. And if you're going to ask me, okay, but why? I'm going to need you to go and ask Homer and Pindar and a lot of other Greek guys who are dead. Because, as I said in my Wanted, that wasn't Fate's idea. Fate was the one that, like, interpreted that as, like, the other two sisters are small and Medusa grows up. Yes, that's a very Nasu thing to do there. Also, no, they don't. They're fine in Perseus flees them. Seno and Eurale are not killed. They just don't do anything. It's Fate that has Medusa kill her sisters before Perseus kills her. Presumably because they were like, well, this tells a much more poignant story. The actual myth just doesn't go anywhere. Ovid doesn't even fucking remember the sisters at all. Also, I got to use my usual spiel of like, hey, I don't necessarily disagree with Ovid's politics, but I am very annoyed that he wrote Metamorphoses very late in the game because everybody always goes, oh yeah, isn't the original version of that myth? No. Many of the classical Greeks just assumed that the Gorgons were born monstrous. Though I do have to shout out my boy Pindar, the poet Pindar, 490 BC, fair-cheeked Medusa, saying she was hot way before Ovid did that. So yes, also, by the way, the Greeks have been running with that one for a very long time. But yeah, the like reasoning and stuff for Athena's cursing and meddling is kind of out there. And it's very interesting to me because like Hollow Ataraxia, talks about implies anyway that not Bellerophon, that's the bridal. Pegasus was like given to Medusa by Poseidon, and that the original Cryosaur is their child. Talking about like Poseidon was like Medusa's first boyfriend kind of a thing. But Saber Medusa has like lines for Canis about like talking about how Poseidon's kind of a dickhead, and like that's usually where FGO goes. Like Poseidon is a antagonist at worst and a hapless bozo at best. I say hapless bozo because he got defeated by Francis Drake twice in FGO. Whereas like Athena probably shouldn't thought of as like a squeaky clean goddess, but in FGO anyway, Athena has directly come to our aid several times. And like her Aegis is like part of Odysseus's whole deal. But also, if you recall, the Aegis isn't the Aegis until we stick a Gorgon head on it. So, personally, that's why I think it's kind of interesting the way Saber Medusa works, because she's kind of like a... We're actually using the fact that the Throne of Heroes is not is unstuck in time here. Like, her powers as a Saber is to use the sword named Cryosaur, which just means he with the golden sword, to summon a lineage of monsters, because Fate is going with the canonical answer that Echidna is Medusa's granddaughter. Therefore, Medusa is the origin point of a shitload of famous monsters. And it's like, that's neato. That's we're using the unstuck in time thing. But also, I would like to remind everybody that after, Medusa's death, Perseus gives the head to Athena. Athena didn't ask for it. He was just like, hey, Athena, big sis, thanks for helping me out with that. Have this.
Actually, wait a minute. Wasn't it Typhon who was Echidna's partner?
Yes. I do believe Medusa is also in the Ephemeral Wings event a little bit. Yeah, it's funny how that works out. But yes, Fate is using the telling where Echidna is the child of Cryosaur and Calliope. She's an Oceanid nymph. And then Typhon is, the horrible monstrosity / dragon that Gaia dreamed up because she was very mad that Zeus imprisoned all the giants. Also,
Zeus does a lot of imprisoning.
Yes. Also, no, the character of Typhon you see, I would like to remind you, is a pretender, and her name is Typhon Ephemeros. The actual Typhon was definitely a fuck huge dragon.
Lucky we'll probably do Typhon reshants come the event, and probably this event.
That's fun. I'll get to talk about how scary Typhon was. Made all the Olympians piss their pants.
I vaguely remember this. This is why fucking Zeus had to literally drop a mountain on him.
Yeah, I'm also pretty sure that, Zeus got, beat, like Typhon showed up to Mount Olympus and, punched Zeus in the jaw, and all the other gods were like, oh shit, we gotta get out of here.
Oh shit, he got hands!
And then, it was only after Zeus, picked himself off the floor and was like, okay, big guy, we have to think about this. What are we gonna do? Cyclops, I let you out of prison. Give me some thunderbolts. Yes, that is one interpretation for Greek syncretism, Ark saying, didn't the gods flee to Egypt? Yes, one common interpretation of the myth is that the Olympian gods turned into animals to flee or hide from Typhon. Some of them went into hiding in Egypt during this time, which is why all the Egyptian gods have animal heads, but why the Greeks syncretized many of their gods with the Egyptian ones. So, it's one of those cute little notes. I believe this is also the common interpretation of what the fuck the constellation of Pisces is supposed to be. I believe that was Aphrodite and Eros were supposed to have turned into fish to swim away from Typhon. Because, fun fact, OSP has a video about this, but the classical Western zodiac, the Greek-style one, that's stolen. The Greeks didn't identify all those constellations. Most of those are Greek retellings of a series of ancient Babylonian myths, which correspond pretty strongly, including, I do believe, both Pisces and Capricorn is, one of those. The Greeks don't have analogies for all of that. It just so happens that a decent number of the zodiac signs lined up very well with the 12 labors of Hercules. So Heracles is in there. Also, by the way, sorry, Discord lagged for a second there. Speaking about emblazing Gorgons on your shield, according to some poems, including, I believe, our boy Pindar, Heracles is supposed to have a great shield which has all 3 Gorgons etched upon it as they scream at Perseus. The Gorgons were supposed to have a terrible cry which struck fear in the hearts of men. And apparently, Heracles' shield was so lifelike an image of the Gorgons that also it basically had pipes built into it, so the shield could let out a terrible cry as well.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if that's where the guy in Rain got the idea for the shield with the screaming face on it.
Maybe. I think there's also because it's it's tied to elves and stuff. I think there are also some Celtic myths about that as well.
Oh, okay.
But that could also mean. This is the funny thing about European history and mythology, chat. At one point, there was this thing called Proto-Indo-European. So it's entirely possible that some really, really old humans had some ideas about, integrating musical instruments with a shield to freak out your enemies, and then that got, diasporaed. Or it could just be cross-collusion because the Greeks probably got some of their tin from the Bretonnian Celts. History's very funny. But this is personally why, like I said, I think Saber Medusa is very cool, because I think a lot of her, more goddessly aspects are very neat because technically, after Perseus gave the Gorgon head to Athena, she turned Medusa's head into a immortal symbol of protection. Like, literally, I think Homer calls the Aegis, the head of the Gorgon, a immortal symbol, and, like, it's supposed to be either a coat of armor that is, like, glittering in gold, or a really elaborate shield that is, embossed in gold with golden tassels and shit. So
is that what Saber Medusa is wearing?
Yeah, I think it is supposed to reference the Aegis.
Oh, okay.
So it's like, it's one of those things of like, yeah, if we go with Athena cursed Medusa, that does mean that, like, Athena did do her dirty, but then she did just kind of get to fuck off to the Shapeless Isle. Earlier, we talked about, like, oh, I think of her two sisters as worse. Not really. Like, Stheno and Euryale are, like, jerks, but they're, like, anime sister jerks to Medusa. And they actually warned Medusa, like, hey, sis, don't take pleasure in, like, obliterating humans who come to capture us. That's how you turn into a monster. And then Medusa was like, nope, too bad. Here I go stoning again. No, actually, I don't think her sisters loves torturing humans. Or if they do, their sadism only got worse once they were isolated on the Isle. They do have kind of those, like, little sadistic antics, but that is supposed to be how they kind of, like, diverged.
Ax, where are you getting your facts, by the way? I'm curious.
In their like, interludes and appearances in the part 1 of Storio, like, Stheno and Euryale do, like, hit us with a lot of, like, petty pranks and dumb shit, but not really, like, a lot of stuff. Like, I think the worst thing they do is they try to involve Medusa in an arranged marriage, which even now doesn't make any sense.
Okay, Ax, so here's the disconnect. You're talking about them in Fate. Omega's been talking about them in actual historical texts and sources.
Well, and even saying, like, in Fate, Stheno and Euryale had basically no characterization before FGO.
Yeah.
Like, because they don't have any characterization in the myths. It's this really weird thing where, like, most sources agree there should be 3 Gorgon sisters, but Medusa's the famous one, so much so that sometimes they just call her the Gorgon, which is why her like, monster form being called Gorgon in Fate works perfectly. Like I said, Hollow Knight actually will be interesting to see how that comes out. Nasu did have some notes that, like, that was kind of, like, supposed to be the direction they went, that, like, even though Medusa was, like, their quote-unquote large sister, she was also the youngest, so, like, they bullied her, but, the whole point of it is that, like, that was just kind of, like, part of their relationship, and, it's supposed to be at the end that, like, as Gorgon, Medusa does regret that she was the cause of death for her own sisters, kind of a thing. I do think it's funny that, to go back to Mystic Eye Symphony a little, it's funny to me that, like, Gorgon really doesn't fucking like little Medusa, Medusiana, to the point of being antagonistic in Babylonia, and I think even when they interacted in events, she's just like, I don't want to talk to that one. Nope, do not bring my sisters into this. I'm not emotionally prepared for that. Whereas Saber Medusa, who is just, like, the in-between Rider Medusa and Lancer Medusa, is just like, oh my god, I'm so cute! What the fuck?
No.
Was I always that cute?
Also, really wants to stroke Pegasus. Just like,
implying that this is also the Saber one is before she acquired the Pegasus.
Yeah.
Which, again, is funny, though, because she has the Cryosaur. Yeah, it's the... actually, good transition. In Paper Moon, AI Sakura implies that Saber is supposed to be around her age. I think that it feels like Saber Medusa has, like, the... kind of like the cool senpai vibe. She's also literally a charming prince, but yeah, like, so I would assume that places Saber as probably around the same age as, like, Rin or Shiro, if I'm getting this right. Though assuming that, like, that's also assuming that AI Sakura is meant to model Fates Unite Sakura perfectly, who's an underclassman, but that might also not be true. I don't actually know. But like I said, I think Saber Medusa is supposed to have, like, upperclassman vibes.
Yeah, she does seem like someone who's, like, from the vibe that I got from the event, she's someone who's a little standoffish, but can't help but meddle in things. Like, a lot of her characterization in this story is all like, I'm just gonna give it to you straight, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna do it. Just means I'm gonna complain a little bit about it.
Yeah.
It's like, here I go fixing some troubles again.
And fundamentally, she talks about it, like going through ascensions and stuff. She's like, as she goes up in ascension, she becomes a little more a goddess like, a little more Athena-ish, but she asserts that like her personality is still fundamentally the same. Saber and Rider Medusa are not actually that far apart. It's just a matter of attitude. Saber, especially in Paper Moon, I Sakura called her shit out, I'll call her shit out. Saber Medusa in Paper Moon especially, super kudere. Like, she's trying really hard to be cool, but she has, that affection underneath. Rider Medusa is just everybody's cool big sister. Like, she's, at worst, she's like, ooh, I'm the sexy, dangerous one. Ooh, look at me.
I always view Medusa as just like that cool aunt you have.
Yeah, I think it depends a lot on the characters. Like, I kind of feel like her relationship with Sakura is supposed to be more like, oh shit, I'm the big sister now.
Yeah.
But like her to like talk about like say like everyday menu type shit. Yes, Medusa is definitely the cool aunt in that relationship. Because God knows Taiga tries way too hard to be the cool aunt, and it doesn't work for her.
No, it does not.
But yeah, that's actually, if we don't have anything else more to say about Mystic Eyes, which I kind of think we don't.
No, like I said, I'm slowly working my way through it. I just got to the 40th floor here while we've been yapping. Probably leave that for a bit later, because I probably will actually want to read that, and if I'm reading, I am probably not listening.
Yeah. So that's good to jump into where we're at with Ordeal Call 1. So this is, we've actually formatted, the notes and stuff. I cannot guarantee when we get to the parts that I did most of the writing that the pips are 100% accurate. Lucky broke it out by the different parts and pips, so I tried to keep along, especially because I like backfilled the last couple bits of section 4. But there are times when the transition is not really clear. There are a couple times I think in section 4 where I glanced away during a fade to black transition, and I was like, wait, shit, was that a pip or was that a normal fade to black?
I told you.
And also, sometimes, I'm genuinely, like, I had the wiki open to double check where battles were, and, like, how many pips there were supposed to be. There were times when I was like, so do we finish the battle and move straight to the next pip, or is this just a normal end of battle scene? I don't know. But if you're following along, you should have a rough idea where we are. I do want to ask Lucky, how do you want to do this? Because you did write the first couple blocks of these.
I can at least start. Like I said, because I wrote this with my voice, and once we switch over to yours, you can take over.
All right, that's fair. I just wanted to double check because, like I said, as you said, I did not write the first couple parts of this in section 4.
No, this is something I've definitely realized. I've definitely tried to realize. When you take notes, it is better to read your own voice or something to that effect. I don't know. Anyway, so section 4, desire. Central nerve / reason. Part 1. Night has fallen, much to our surprise, but Ayas explains that it's just to make things easier. The sky is just a lot of projection screens. Little Sion remarks that it's more of a function to mark the cycle. Ayas agrees, but notices something. Duraldana is off to the side with Kama, asking if their bow and arrow will still work if someone else used them. Kama isn't having it though, and Duraldana claims he just wants to give all his adoring women a chance. Though Kama doubles down on not having it. Then they remark that the only woman around here is his own master, to which Duraldana rejects strongly. Digs at her aside, Ayas watches over their inactions and turns to us with a question, asking if such things are akin to what siblings would do. We answer into the affirmative. Ayas confides to us how she likes the idea of family. She doesn't know if it's a quirk of her programming or a part of her randomized personality, but either way she thinks that the concept of family to be joyful, peaceful, and warm. Ayas then confides enough that if she was to win the System Grail War, she's going to wish for a family, one that can all live together. She plans to have the AIs have more...
Sorry, I probably should have put a note here, but I literally just thought of it. It's like, this is a very recurring thing. The single most recurring phrase in this story is, who am I?
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, I probably should have put more emphasis when I reread these notes, but it was early, so I didn't think of it. But, like, Gesundheit. Double Gesundheit. But, like... Yeah. Every character we meet has some kind of, like, core focused facet. I wonder if that means anything.
Jolly. I don't know what I was trying to do there. Leave me alone. So, where was I? Ah, yes. She plans to have the AI have more diversity and details so they can have something like real familial relationships. This makes the conversation a little awkward, but Ayas isn't trying to win sympathy, she says. But before she continues, Duraldana butts in. He thinks it's perfectly fine to pressure pressure your opponents. One wants what they want, and there's no shame in that. He doesn't feel any, at least. Kama points out that living this way is what got him into trouble in the first place, to which Duryodhana admits, but also says he would do the same thing a million times over. We ask him about his wish, and he says everything, including not to ask about what he wants over anything else. There's no point in limiting himself. Aya says it's gross that he hits on all the women, though, and Duryodhana can't deny it. He says there is something he is looking for in a woman, so he must be looking for a wife. The only reason he is willing to fight in this System Grade War is that the winner gets to change things around here, and he wants the Golden Palace filled with treasure and food. He doesn't get why his master Ayas would use it on something as insignificant as family, as he puts it. Take it from him, he was one of 100 brothers. Ayas admits her knowledge is theoretical, but she is jealous nonetheless. Hang on 1 second. Oh, excuse me. I need to get a drink of water there. Ayas takes this moment to ask another question, though, mainly that if we were a family, would Kamen and Sia be our daughters? You can respond with either little sisters or daughters, but Sia and Kamen are not pleased either way. I would have different responses for both Kama and Sion, and neither of them are daughters or little sisters. Duryodhana continues to rub the ladies, but Ayas hears something coming from the repair headquarters. She tries to contact them to no avail. Apparently AIs of the same type can communicate each other over distance. The same can be done with AIs of different models, but they need to exchange unit numbers first. There are also other methods, but those are for emergencies. Ayas has a bad feeling about this, and we hurry to the repair headquarters. Our repair Ronnie is destroyed before our eyes. Ayas cries out as the strange tentacle creatures make their appearance again. A voice calls out, mocking us for leaving the place unprotected, and then a young boy in Castor appears.
We're still calling him Castor? Because he looks saberish.
Yeah. Part 2. Our repair Ronnie tries to flee, but Castor is not inclined to let them escape, cutting them down and declaring how they love cutting a woman's flesh. The young boy reminds Castor not to forget Ronnie meant, and we call him out on being the master, to which the boy does, duh, or that was supposed to be goes, duh.
I guess I'll try to edit this. But yeah, this is, I think, at least from my recollection of doing it, this is the act of violence that we are going to flash back to the most in the story.
Mm-hmm.
of Castor specifically attacking these type R's willy-nilly.
Yeah. The boy again then begins to monologue about how he is superior and that the most efficient way to gather Roniment is to steal it, all the while constantly calling everyone else idiots. Kama, for some odd reason, really hates this kid. Duryodhana doesn't think the kid is wrong per se, but thinks that he should be the only one allowed to steal things and get away with it. We do battle, but Castor and his master has advantage in numbers. Castor is clearly mad as he rambles about blood and hell, and his master is a condescending, smug little prick.
By the way, I do want to say, this amount of tone for Master of Castor does not change even when we switch to my right. That's going to stay consistent, chat.
Ayas thinks about using her command spell, but balks, and Kama realizes that we're kind of screwed. Oh, God, is my vocal cords not working? Jesus. Why is it when I want to actually talk a lot, then my throat's like, time to cough, baby?
Well, luckily, you don't have too much further to go. Gonna take a sympathy sip of my water.
Master, excuse me?
Said we'd take a sympathy sip of my water. Making me feel thirsty.
Maybe I should get a laws with or something. As Castor and his master close in, confident in their victory and already gloating about it, a third voice joins in as two people enter the room. Someone that looks like the Prince of Lanling and a man that looks very familiar to us.
But his hair is floofy.
Part 3. The Castor's masters... Okay, I'm gonna stop.
We can't remember
right now.
We can't remember a lot of things.
Yeah. Castor's master demands to know who they are, and the man that looks identical to Lave Laner responds with his servant as rider, and since he felt it'd be weird if he didn't have, he is Lainier Gusen, I guess, actually.
Gusion?
We are surprised, to say the least.
This is going to begin a long-running gag that will be all my fault, but Google wanted to correct his name to Ainu Fusion, by the way, here.
Ainu Fusion. Now that Lainier is here, though, Castor and his master can't be sure of the odds, as Lainier has presented an unknown variable. The young boy is feeling the pressure, but tries to play it off, calling himself a blue blood and saying that he achieved his goal of increases in source of right depleting ores. He can take his time. He then leaves with Castor, who says some off-the-wall remarks as well. I do want to point out the hypocrisy here, as he was just raving about how stealing raiment was the quickest and most efficient way of gathering, only when put on the back foot to immediately turn around and says, I can take my fucking time.
It'll take a while, but at least some of the other characters will have this guy, Caster's Master currently, since we don't know exactly who he's beholden to, pegged pretty good. They'll have him pretty scoped out. And honestly, I'm already thinking about, like, just how cliche he is. Like, I think there was a line, where was it there? Yeah, it was when we started part 3, you read that he, is demanded to know, like, who the new guys are, and I'm just like, that really is. Like, he'd just be saying all this stuff. Who are you? Kind of a thing. Maybe later we'll get some, how could this be? It's impossible!
Ice gives the remaining riding repairs first aid, but then turns to thank Ryder and Lanier for the aid. Lanier says he is the prime AI of transfer, but we have a flashback to a different Lanier and are a bit confused. The randomizer is supposed to be random. The Master also instantly pegs Prince of Lan Ling, but though he insists that he is just Gao Qinggong? I think this is it.
It's a double
A
G,
warrior?
so I think, you pronounce both of them.
A warrior and a tool.
I put this note here that this is going to be a big hint that this war is not going to play out exactly as advertised. You could take this as just how Gao Qinggong is different, but also, I'm going to talk shit about the randomizer a lot. Many of the characters in this story have questions about how random the randomizer is. If it's supposed to be quite so random, what's going on here? Yes. I'm pretty sure this is the point where I took over.
I think so, yes.
So let me adjust my microphone and clear my throat. So switching to where I started taking notes, Duryodhana asks what the Rider faction is doing here, and Laner stops to take the piss with one of his crazy expressions by claiming he's here to fight, before declaring, just kidding! Basically using the fact that they have a few leftover Lev expressions in the tank. But no, he actually brought a transfer AI to be repaired. Ayus says that he could have done this normally without escorting them, but while Laner agrees that he had any number of ways of solving this problem, as a master, he has a new desire to experience new things for himself, so he came in person. This is also our first look at the Rani T, Scooter and all. We, that is to say, the master, are guarded, and both Sion and Laner thinks this is rational, though I don't think they get why. Maybe Sion does, but she doesn't really make a big deal out of it, so I can't be sure. Laner offers to order Ryder to stay put, and to stay where everyone can see him. To put everybody at ease, he takes a Rani R as a guide, and starts asking just a myriad questions. Everybody in our party basically agrees that Laner's kind of a weird guy, but he's not hostile, it seems, so that's fine. Everything's fine. Laner goes on to say that the future is bearing down on us. He doesn't want to fight today, but he does call out the Caster faction as very aggro. So in exchange for the tour, he gives our faction some intel, because Transfer's T-types can move very fast.
Speed!
So he's basically scouted out all the other partitions already. He confirms Caster is based out of Build, Saber is based out of Grow, Lancer is based out of Keep. We even get an updated map here to keep track of each servant and area, so now all 5, quote-unquote, are filled in. So, kind of showing our relationship. If you don't remember the visual, Repair's at the bottom, Transfer is on their right, Build is on their left, Grow is above Build, and Keep is above Transfer. And Defend is in the middle, obviously. So, Laner says that Caster's making all the aggressive moves right now, and Saber and Lancer haven't done anything. His conclusion is they either lack the desire to fight or are making long-term plans. He claims that Lancer allegedly hasn't even left his faction's partition. Duryodhana thinks neither of these things can be true for Lancer, but shuts his yap when Ayus asks him about it. Laner then exits. We get a brief cutaway outside with some zoom-in lines for the Rani T and Laner. Guisan just asks, how to get home, and the Rani T interprets this as an invitation to blast Eurobeat, aka race. Gao doesn't get in on this, though. He restates that he will do nothing without explicit permission or command, even use his noble phantasm. He says that if this is a problem, Laner is in for a bad time. But Laner says, no, he's an intellectual, not an instinctive actor, so their compatibility is actually very high. I think, given things we know later, Laner would have preferred a servant with a tiny bit of initiative, just a smidgen, just a scoosh. But very low initiative is perfectly fine with him. Also, he brings this up, and it never actually matters. It's just a cute side fact. But Laner says that he owns a chopper as the Transfer's prime AI. He has a special, subroutine to get around, which he describes as a motorbike. But they just use Ryder's horse to get to repair. Laner says several times he likes the Vantage from on horseback, getting everywhere by motorcycle means it's hard to observe things. Back inside, Ayus finishes adjusting Repair's comms protocol for better security in case of emergency. She adds a couple extra layers of encryption. She, updates everybody to, check in regularly, so on and so forth. Ayus tells Ritsuka to go ahead and sleep, but isn't sure where they should bunk. The Repairers have AI pods to sleep in. The Master responds that they're used to roughing it, so anywhere will do. This is true. We have camped out a shitload by now.
Yeah!
We have camped in the forests of Britain, the jungles of South America, camped out on Greek islands.
Man!
All kinds of shit.
Well, I guess we're used to roughing it.
Yeah. I mean, not that we'll say no to luxury. I was just thinking that, technically LB5 Part 2, we got to, we did have to hide in, the underground a couple of times. We got to crash in, future sci-fi apartments, too. When we dug Uncle Caligula out of the fridge.
I was just, I was thinking, above Uncle Caligula, because I've been using him recently. It's man, and I missed that. I missed that characterization of him. When our insane characters act sane, I love it.
Yeah, that was a really cool angle they took for him of, oh yeah, Aphrodite hit me with her insanity beam. Because I was already crazy, it made me sane, actually. Just, that's fun. I love that. That's so Fate. That's just like if you hit Astolfo with the insanity beam, he would become normal. But yes, we decided we're going to sleep, so anywhere will do. Sion wants us to have a single room, though, so we can all bunk together, because it's more secure there. There's more Sion, ribbing. The two of them, basically, not really fight, but kind of jibe at each other throughout this entire story. We decide after looking to bunk in a exam room, so we can use the cots. Kama attempts to initiate shared sleeping, but Sion's not having any of it.
You want to use.
Yes. Shared bunkage. But like I said, Sion's not going for any of it. She also says straight up that in her internal monologue that she thinks something's off about Kama. So we all go to sleep in separate cots. Oh boy, we're sleeping! Time for trauma! Trauma sleep! We once again replay the scenes of the repair-type Iranis dying. Both the being attacked by the worm-like Chthonians earlier and also being killed by Castor. And we awake, quote-unquote, or rather I should say, and quote-unquote, awaken in a cold sweat. It's your only dialogue option.
Yep.
Apparently there's no Dantes inside the paper moon to cover for us, so just gotta deal with the nightmares. Sion also wakes instantly because she's connected to us via Etherlight. Basically, you ask her if the Master woke her up, and Sion's like, she says no, but I feel like it's a yes, but actually no kind of answer. She's like, no, you awakening in a cold sweat didn't wake me up. I was just instantly aware you woke up because of Etherlight. Kama offers to talk it out. I think she phrases it as well, this isn't my normal way of doing depravity, but, we can talk about your feelings, I guess. She's basically saying therapy's a way to fall into depravity as well. But, Ritsuka Fujiwara gets a little bit of a monologue here. It's more and more common as we get later in the story, but I always do like to see it, especially, I think, given the tone of this story later and who the characters are supposed to be. But basically, the Master talks about having a sense of unease since they've been in this world, and kind of this sensation of not wanting to look away from what's happening here, being true to yourself. Very key themes. And basically, the ultimate conclusion here is that, when you actually get to pick a dialogue option, is that even if the Rani series are AI, it's not right for them to be used or killed like Castor is doing. Even if they aren't alive, even if it's a simulation, it's not right. And that's kind of the doubling down we're in. And again, talking about how this story does feel a little disconnected, this one I think is important to put at the climax of the Lost Belt narrative. Fujimaru still feels very strongly that these people, even if they're simulation, and even if they're not supposed to be real, just like the Lost Belts, their lives have meaning, so their suffering is important. It's not something that should be taken lightly, which I greatly appreciate. Sion says, basically admits that Castor's way of doing things is probably the most logical way to wage the war, but it says, she gets that the Master's not having it, and Sion says that she knew we go that way. She predicted this would be our response.
I do want to point out that, ever since, you pointed out that our fucking power trio here represents the id, the id, ego, and super ego, it has not left my fucking mind.
No, this I think is the point where I started thinking about it, because, Sion says right here, well, Castor is doing the most logical thing, but we don't have to do it that way if you don't want to. I kind of figured you'd go for this response. And, Kama, playing our emotional, our ego part, she asks for clarifications of our motives. She wants to know what our feelings are, right? Like what?
Yeah.
Why are we picking this response? And our motive is very simple. The master basically says, if someone looks to us for help, how can we do nothing? And so basically, Sion reiterates our goal. We want to leave the simulation, and she asks us to reaffirm rules of engagement, basically. She's like, okay, you've said it out loud. I want to confirm. What's our play here? And she says, yes. And we basically say, no, I do not want to just abuse AIs to power game our way out of here. And then I think Sion does the thing that is actually the most rational, the turbo-rational thing, even though a lot of people who are like, oh, I'm so rational, won't think of it that way. But she says that being rational isn't always correct. The rational point is not always the correct decision, and that there isn't always a single right answer to every problem.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, is actually the most logical thing. The most logical thing is to admit not everything can be logical. Because if you don't do that, that means you try and make everything logical, and then you're going to run into problems because emotional things are not always rational. Sion also seems to figure something out in this conversation, but she doesn't say what it is right away. So we move on to Kama asks to our response about Laner. Fujimaru claims they can't remember exactly why, but that Laner feels like a person we can't fully trust. This is a question that came up earlier of like, oh, why can't we remember him? We can't remember several things. This is the first in a series of points where the master can't quite put their finger on what's going on here. They seem to have, I think in the parts we did not re-summarize, Sion talked about some of our stuff being jumbled up, right? Like,
right.
We don't have access to our full normal memories here, but we do just kind of like, note that this he feels like somebody we can't trust. He's both familiar and different. Sion says that everybody here seems a little off, including all three of our mains. She doesn't really harp on herself, but she does include herself here, and she basically says that she can't fix these glitches with Etherlight. I think she compares it to like a hardware versus software problem. Our firmware is jumbled up. She can't just reprogram it. That's a fundamental issue of how we are embodied. But when asked like how this Laner seems, we say that he's basically a completely different person, so we don't want to worry about it right now. Kama then tries to enact her body pillow plan, so Sion uses her Etherlight to send us to sleep instantly.
Yeah, Sion is so not having Kama get her cuddle on that she forcibly cuts our consciousness with her Etherlight. Why? Probably because it was the most logical thing to do, but this also weirds me out that she was just willing to hijack our bodily functions so she could have her way.
Yeah, it's extremely rational pilled of her, and is, I think, supposed to breed something that these early chapters like to hit us with, which is like, ooh, can you trust Kama or Sion? Ooh. Like,
yeah.
Sion seems helpful, but she's very logical. But Kama is a former villain, but also she is quite helpful in this, but also, very single-minded and weird.
She's also a girl failure, though, so it's,
it's one of those moments, I think, where, like, we're supposed to kind of take their behaviors as equal points of just, like, being a little weird and off.
Yeah.
And Sion obviously does go to turn our
consciousness off. I think the story is really trying to say, like, hey, there's something weird about both of them, and they're doing some kind of sketchy stuff.
Yeah, like, Sion turns off your consciousness because, to her, it's most logical, because she thinks there's something off about Kama. She doesn't want Kama to necessarily get her way. Why does she feel that way? She, like, tries to nail it down, but can't quite grasp it,
Yeah.
And it is, I think, supposed to be taken as, like, a little bit of an extreme. Also, because I had to type the name Laner out a lot, I was like, I'm going to keep a running count of every different spell check attempt I get on Laner's name. At this point in the writing so far, I've gotten Ainu, Langer, and Lemur. So this is part 4? Probably? 3 to 5 kind of all blended together here. So I've done my best to catch him, but like I said, this was my first night, and I was trying to, like, tack on thoughts, because Lucky had enough of life in the middle of a segment. So it was a little...
maybe.
I do not make a judgment on Lucky for this. It's just one of those things where it's like, it was a little harder to keep up with the pip notations here with everything. But yeah, it's morning now. Ayas has cleaned up everything. She's prepared the Rani Rs for the new day. As we wake up, the Rani Rs swarm the Master, wish, them good morning. And they are slightly disappointed there's nothing they can do to heal Fujimaru. They wanted to do some stuff, but they can't be helpful. And they even, one of them even says, because they're kind of all 4 lined up here, like, it's not that we're sad you're well, it's just that we wish we could do something to help you. Dorohana is also here, and he's disappointed that he doesn't have a throng of groupies, and even orders them to disperse, which obviously leads to one of our favorite quotes of this segment. Report, this is tyranny.
Listen, the protagonist just got that natural riz.
I mean, they talk about harem protagonist EX.
That is still my fucking description. I don't know when I did that. That was like years ago. I've just left it.
I think that was like year 1 or 2.
Yeah. But I will say it now, and I'll continue to say it. I love the Randy series, and I want them as a server much like how Nemo works.
Yes, especially with some stuff we're not going to get to tonight. But no, that's really great. There's so much in them, and they're also so joyful. But yes, all this bickering goes back and forth, and you know, Ayas says that this is like family, which we agree on, and Ayas is happy he remembered yesterday's conversation.
Yeah!
You know, when talking about this conversation, Sion insists that she's not small, and she should not be given the role of daughter, and that she is at least 3 centimeters taller than Kama. You know, talking about how even when she's being rational, Sion has her own foibles. Kama naturally just steps out of the frame to switch to her middle size, so she's taller than Sion. Fujimaru acts clueless about this meaning, but Duryodhana has insight about women, but in the worst way. Like, I don't think he makes an incorrect assessment, you know, talking about how, oh, I've heard women, you know, won't even wear the same thing to the battlefield. But he phrases it in just his way, which means he's a doofus about it. And if Kama had laser eyes, he would be dead. Like,
he was, Duryodhana must be really happy that Karna was on his side.
Yeah. Like, he, like I said, he's not wrong. It's just that he says things in, you know, a brutish, oafish way, which is not what you should do when talking about the ladies.
The lady and their sizes.
Anyway, breakfast time. We learn more about the other partitions. Grow produces raw materials. Keep infuses them with reniment. And this they make into rations which offset the daily energy use of the AIs. But also, Keep has switched up their style recently. Their original rations are shown to us. They look like meal bars. But Keep has sent over something which is unmistakable from non-bread. The Ronnie T from last night brought it to repair, actually. Also, we learned that the Ronnie Ts operate on a tip system, just like the real gig economy. So, Kama gives that Ronnie T a flower to satisfy her. The Ronnie T thinks this is red. Duryodhana refuses to eat the non-bread for reasons which are obvious to the reader, but are hidden to the characters. And then we perfectly cut to Keep. Lancer is working with what must be the K-type Ronnies to cook. We are playing LB4 music
Chef
here
Ronnie.
in case you can't, in case you're missing the themes. But it looks like Lancer is teaching the Ronnie K some new techniques, but they insist they do whatever's most repeatable. The Keep types are all about stability, you know. We, the audience that is, meet Lancer's master, the prime AI of Keep. She is, in a word, Sag.
Sag.
She is very sad. Lancer is trying to cheer her up with his cooking. While she did eat his cheese naan, which does sound delicious, her mood isn't improved.
God, I want some cheese naan. I want cheese naan, but it's so many carbs and calories.
Yeah, I'm feeling my fucking hunger pangs in the middle of my midnight snackery in the middle of this. We'll just have to soldier on, because there's a lot of food, unfortunately. Thanks, Lancer. Thanks, Sheffer. Anyway, Lancer feels that there must be something he can do for his master to improve her mood, even though he has no idea what that is. Keeps Prime says that Lancer should just go off and fight without her, but he insists cooking is more important than fighting. He seems like everybody else to be missing some stuff, but he's here to cook, man.
I love this man.
Yeah, fucking Lancer's absolutely a himbo, but like in the proper way of just like, yeah, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. He's very direct, but he's just here to cook, man. He's just here to grill.
He's here to cook and make you happy. That's important, y'all.
Anyway, we finished the cutback. Ayus thinks the naan is delicious, but she wonders why Keep changed. Her Ronnie R's actually report that it was after the Holy Grail War started, and Ayus thinks to ask about other changes. The Ronnie R's say that the type Bs, the build type AIs, are very sluggish these days, and Ayus is concerned the Ronnie Bs are being mistreated, but she says she can't worry about that. Basically saying that, like, she can't worry about other partitions' AIs, she has to, win on her own. She has her own Reniments to gather. So Ayus, takes charge after breakfast and will show us what repair does to earn their keep. Duryodhana comes back into the scene to eat naan aggressively.
Clearly, he's going to defeat the naan with his teeth and his stomach. That's how he'll win.
I'm reminded of a very favorite Dresden Files quote. Donuts of evil. Clearly they must be purged in the fiery purgatory of a wizard's wizardly gullet. We also, during this scene, when talking about worrying about the Type Bs being abused, we have a significant flashback to Castor killing Ronnie R's. Anyway, we head out, and we get a call about some bug data on the outskirts of repair. Several Ronnie R's are down, and only one D-type is on the scene. Kama doesn't recognize the type of enemies, but she gets the game plan, you know. She's like, defeat mobs, get paid, and she's still fishing for praise.
Let me praise her, damn it!
So this was a fight, so I'm like, I think by this point we're on Pip 7, Part 7-ish. But it's, like I said, we lose sometimes because I think we may have just jumped from, like, a fight at the end of 6 to straight into 7, so I'm not sure. Anyway, we get a Raniment montage. During this sequence, you know, where basically Kama and Duryodhana kill mobs, get Raniment. Ayus heals AIs, get Raniment. During this sequence, Sion pulls us aside and asks if we think Kama's being weird. Sion can't figure out exactly what is going on, but she has an unmoving sense that Kama is not quite right. In the middle of this conversation, Kama slides in to receive praise. And since that kind of stops...
You can't see it, like he is making grabby hand gestures.
Yeah. Since this basically stops Sion's line of conversation, Ayus jumps back in to say that this is basically Repair's job. If people are in trouble, they respond to emergencies. Normally, they would let Defend handle threats first, but since they need the Raniment, servants can clear them out. A Rani T power slides in and says that a Type D is asking for all fighters to come face a new threat, not malicious data, but unknown enemies. The normal mobs you run into are just kind of like junk or bug data that crops up that has to be kind of like normally purged by the system. Kama gives this new Rani T another flower, this time on her courier bag. Despite Kama having only done it twice, these flowers are trendy right now. Taken off. At the coordinates, we encounter Shadow Servants. Apparently, DX, who's Defense Prime, in case you forgot, we were introduced her in the before times, said that they were fighting humanoid shadows earlier, so those are probably these guys. We do a fight here, and in battle, these guys are shadow versions of Duryodhana and Castor, by the way. Kama is confused as to who or what those guys were, but Fujimaru thinks that the shadows' attacks were familiar. There's something about them we recognized. Ayus and Sion step away to do CSI shit on those dead shadow servants, so Kama pulls us aside. Kama thinks Sion is suspicious. She's not acting like your normal self. Kama thinks that she has a pretty good read on Sion's personality from seeing her in the command room so often, and thinks that this Sion's a little too cold and logical. But before we can respond fully, Sion returns. Rizka tries to get everybody to get along, kind of be like, hey, guys, couldn't we be friendlier to each other? But Sion says that she's not qualified to be our friend.
I'm pretty sure this is the moment that everyone said you don't need qualifications to be friends.
Yeah,
like
but
in their head.
Sion doesn't think that. Anyway, Sion came back because she finished her CSI shit. Shadow servants are servants. News at 11. Basically, the shadow servants are bits of junk data compacted into a shape that are full of Raniment, a.k.a. their servants. Kama and Sion snipe at each other some more. The Master's kind of caught in the middle, trying to kind of manage everything out. In the meantime, Ayus phones home to check in if there's any at-base work, but apparently, Repair has received an official aid request from Grow, where there's a large volume of damaged AIs. Duryodhana thinks Lancer could be behind it, and it's a good time to go on the offense. He's an idiot, but not a fool, Kama, of course, sees right through him, but Fujimaru is too busy thinking about Castor killing AIs to really comment on this. Because yes, Duryodhana is very transparent in his motives, but like I said, he's not a fool. He sees an opportunity to go to work. I'm going to pause the recording here, though, because my water bottle is empty, and so I'm going to go refill it. Alright, one refreshing hydration later, we get to move on to Section 5. Forbidden Secret Chamber. Do not enter. Anyway, we start at Pip 1, and we start kind of flashing away and in the past, back if you will, and enter the G-types and Sakura. Sakura hasn't said her name yet, but we know it's Sakura. Her servant Saber returns after patrol, and again, we know it's Medusa, but it hasn't come up yet. And in kind of an inverse to Lancer and Keep's AI, Sakura keeps trying to surprise Medusa with giant materials, and it doesn't help Saber's mood. I can only imagine the, comical daikon or something.
Huge melons.
Yes. Sorry, I was stalling for a blue note there, but...
Oh. Well, I actually was checking. I'm trying to pull it up. Sorry, I'm looking up to see who Sakura's artist was, because it's someone different.
Well, funnily enough, that is your blue note.
Yeah. Like I said, I knew it was the blue note, but I wanted the actual answer before I said it. Because I remember I saw it somewhere, and I don't know where.
Yeah, I think every different artist was, named at some point for this.
Yeah. Oh. No, maybe it was on the wiki. It had to be on the Typhoon wiki.
Yep.
There we go, Sakura Paper Moon. Hotosoka, who... Yes, they're also the designer for Medusa Saber and Typhon Ephemeros, actually. Wild.
Yeah, I was going to say that's very fun. Also, they were Kishimojin in Samurai Remnant. Doing good work.
Doing good work. When will we get Kishimojin?
Who hecking knows? Anyway, Saber's going to run back off for patrol, but Sakura gives her some of Keep's newfangled bread. I can only assume that Medusa just stuck a piece of it into her mouth and then ran away. But Medusa speeds off after reminding Sakura that they are master and servant, not friends, but she will protect Sakura's wish, which involves growing. Grow. This is our first appearance of Hup. Sakura does her I'm psyched pose.
Power up!
As she's leaving, Saber thinks about not getting too close to Sakura, but her thoughts are interrupted because Lancer is there. I can imagine she ran headfirst into his big chest.
The manly pecs.
There's some tension here, and Lancer's master thinks some thoughts to herself. You know, she's concerned about it all, but Lancer says he's not here to fight. You can't battle on an empty stomach. So, Lancer sits down and he says he wants to talk to Sakura. This makes Saber worried, and she leaps off because she's concerned that, there's somebody else is flanking her to get to Sakura. And Lancer pursues with a big jump. As he catches up, Lancer says, he's just here to cook, man, but he wants the finest ingredients. Sakura wants to learn how to cook, and so an uneasy alliance is formed because Medusa's still dancing on the razor's edge here of being ready to fight, and Keeps Prime is unhappy in general, but she's also unhappy with the idea of Lancer using her as collateral. Hop count now 2. But we transition off and see that Gro has a very orderly warehouse full of materials. They even have a forklift in the background. And I wrote here, can I get away with a, he tried to kill me with a forklift. But we'll see. That's Mystery Science Theater 3000, by the way. We'll see if anybody gets that one at home. But yeah, I got everything.
I'm going to be real.
I got some clips I can show later. But, like I said, we'll see if anybody bites. Lancer touches all the food, and so Medusa thinks it would be better to just kill him and get it over with. But, yeah. Sakura, kind of pays her no mind and actually decides to talk to Lancer's master. When asked if she is Keep's Prime AI, her response is, probably. Unlike most of the other Prime AIs we've met, Keep doesn't seem to have a very strong sense of duty or direction or anything. Her assumption is that she's fundamentally flawed. We do finally learn her name, though, I'm once again assuming, it's Sereyeda. By the way, we talked about this last time, but to remind everybody, Sereyeda is Portuguese for cherry blossom, and also does refer to an exotic tree species in Brazil.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
shout out to this artist.
Yes.
It's a redrop. Yeah, shout out. Yeah, this is a redrop design. Actually, Sereyeda actually has a lot of goth/emos accessories and rings and patches and stuff on her person. You don't get a lot of chance to actually see them, but if you look at the design notes redropped it, it's pretty rad. Yeah,
great stuff there. But it is also funny that Sereyeda's name is just the same as Sakura, just different language. Mm-hmm. Also, we play a Solfa OST track with acoustic guitar and piano here. Anyway, Sakura asks about Lancer specifically, but Sereyeda says he's weird. She's like, I'm weird, I know my servant's weird. But Sakura compares him to, like a doting boyfriend, running out, constantly trying to cheer her up and feed her. She also absolutely calls out Medusa on being kind of kudere. Basically being like, oh, she tries to act all cool, but she's super sweet. Sakura is feeling very chatty, and she asks Sereyeda if they can't be friends, even if they're rivals. Another recurring theme here.
Oh, excuse me.
But Lancer comes back. He buys a big crate of materials with Raniment. Sakura immediately passes it off to Saber. Saber thinks out loud that Lancer is being foolish or overconfident, but he genuinely doesn't really feel like fighting. He thinks everybody should just take a back seat, take a sit down, and then once all their other business is done, have a tournament arc to settle it.
How much easier Grey Wars would be if we could just tournament arc it all?
Oh, it'd be so much simpler without all the tactical positioning and bullshit.
Yeah.
Anyway, Medusa tries to talk Sakura through some basic Grail War tactics, speaking of that, of not letting enemy servants wander into your base and shit like that. But they're interrupted by an explosion sound. Gro is under attack. So we go to Pip 2. We see how Build is doing. It sucks here.
Oh, God.
Master of Caster continues to be an egotistic little snot who treats his AIs like objects. He forcibly overclocks their Raniment production. He sucks, and I hate him.
Ditto.
Caster is also here, and he's still as loopy as ever. He eggs his master on into a punishment, which destroys a couple of the Rani Bees, even though originally the master was just going to stop with a forcible transfer program. Kind of showing you that, I should say this, Caster's master is not, without merits, but he is an easily goated little snot, so he does stuff even when he originally had limitations. And we kind of see what's going on with the Prime Build AI's head. Unlike Setayeta, Build Prime here has a little too much sense of duty and an overinflated ego to boot. It's only natural that he should succeed and win. He should, quote-unquote, rule the world because that's just how it is. And he will do anything to achieve it. So their next plan is to attack Grow, and they'll have a trick up their sleeve this time, a trump card. Then while he's talking to himself, he gets a little lost in the sauce. He starts talking about the Root and the Makiri family. Caster here has a rare lucid moment where he actually wonders who Build Prime is based on and if he even knows what he's saying. But then Caster immediately abandons deeper understanding for we're all just pawns in the story, let's do what we want! Woo!
Woo!
Yeah, not a great idea. Anyway, we snap to the present. Type Gs are being killed by Chthonians. Saber can take them out in small numbers, but she urges Sakura to retreat, but Sakura trips. This gives the Master of Caster time to get on the scene. Sakura is concerned about damaging Grow, not just the Type Gs, but Grow itself, because it affects the other partitions, but Build is like, they'll just be replaced. We can replace anything. Sakura tries to reason with the team of the two, but they're greedy fools, so Saber says they're just gonna have to fight.
Yeah, they'll just get replaced as a line of someone who doesn't actually know how things work. It just makes assumptions that are convenient to them. It's a little...
Yeah. Like I said, you can kind of see where Makiri here has his limitations. And, yeah. Honestly, future spoilers. Kama calls him super cliched later. She's not wrong. Like, the younger Makiri here is written to be super cliche. Like, I want to say his personality is a little similar to Shinji, but Mato Shinji has a lot of self-loathing, which he represses by acting like big dick on campus.
Also takes it out on other people.
Yeah. But anyway, this was a solo Medusa fight here. This was kind of their little beta test. You fought some Chthonians. She's turning worms to stone. She's killing them. She's cutting them up. But she is severely hampered by the conditions of the fight, which is that she has to play, goalie for her master, and also because Sakura is concerned about Grow, she can't just go tearing shit up.
Yeah.
Things get pretty bad. Sakura takes a blow. Caster closes in. But the cavalry arrives. And we get a Pip transition. Pip 3. The person speaking next is Ayus. She says officially she's come from repair to deliver emergency aid. Sakura sent the message with a Type T earlier saying it's an emergency protocol. Because Grow is important or something.
Yeah.
And Kama calls out Caster on being uncreative, that he's just doing the same shit different day. Duryodhana is instantly disappointed it's not Lancer and wants to go home. Makiri has the gall to ask me what my problem is, but I already said this is unforgivable. Not in those exact words, but you have that moment of just like, I can't believe you've done this. In fact, it's right here. Kama acknowledges just how cliche this whole thing is. But no, yes, I said this. Like, he asks me what my problem is, and I'm like, what's my problem? You're my problem, buddy.
What's your problem?
What's your fucking problem?
Oh! And then Kama butts in, and then Kama pumps in, he's a fucking walking cliche, that's his problem.
Yeah. Anyway, Makiri doesn't like being told how much of a trope he is. It probably hurts his sense of moral superiority, being told he's a walking cliche. Master recognizes a Medusa. Sion states the obvious that she's in a different class, but, we have a lot of Master experience, so we still get it. Aya steps in to heal Sakura.
We have seen a Medusa, and she is not in any of the forms that we currently know. Must be a different class.
Yeah, so we're like, yes, it follows, Sion. We can make a logical conclusion. But yeah, Aya steps in to heal Sakura because she's the prime AI of repair, so she's not going to let pesky things like pragmatism get in the way. Also, we learn this way later, but very good idea to make sure that Sakura doesn't, accidentally die to build while we're in the middle of this shit.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been bad. Good work, Ice.
That'd have been real bad.
So, Kama and Caster have a little bit of bants, He's talking about, ooh, you look like a bride. And she's like, oh, I'll put you in depravity, old man. But at the end of this, he clearly begins the lead up to his noble phantasm. Allow me to explain. I must go, but I will leave this key. Then we have to fight Caster and a bunch of worms. So, fight ends. Kama and Duryodhana are killing worms. Ice is healing. All is natural. Sakura's starting to look better. Like, she had a bloody damaged sprite, but she's out of that now. But she still does have some damage because Aya says that she doesn't have the ability to fix her quote-unquote master parts. Kama and Duryodhana are pushing back Caster because he has more power, but is using it very inefficiently. He's just summoning waves and waves of more familiars who aren't any more cost or combat effective than other of them. Kama makes the classic joke here, it's not the size that counts, it's how you use it. In the middle of this fight, Sion realizes that Castor isn't really Gilda Reyes. His traits match up with a particular story, first recorded by folklorist and poet Charles Perrault, Bluebeard. The folktale of Bluebeard has been linked to Gilda Reyes loosely. Gilda Reyes was, accused of basically being a serial killer and executed for it. There is some,
I think they didn't,
Good?
No, I think you're gonna say it.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, there has been some recent scholarship that, there's been some historical studies that may not have actually happened, that may just have been a way to get his land and money because he was a diehard Joan of Arc supporter. That part is historically true.
Instead that, and and people may forget, after, Joan of Arc was burnt and stuff, there was, an active smear campaign against her. Hell, even through her trials there was.
Yeah.
So
if he was
totally
a diehard supporter, it would make sense for them to try and catch him with the same brush. But this is kind of why we get Castor Giles and then Saber Giles. Two different guys.
Mm.
But since that story is supposed to have inspired the fairy tale of Bluebeard, there's a loose connection. Sion basically says that we are perceiving this guy as Gilda Reyes because that's what our mind recognizes closest to him. But Sion proves the point because she asks Castor about Jean, and he doesn't freak out, so this is not Gilda Reyes.
This is one of those weird things. I have kind of made my peace with Castor Giles, that he's a fucking child murdering psychopath, but he's interesting, at least. He entertains me.
Well, and also he's
when
kind of
yelling about John.
The meta context is ultimately it's kind of not his fault. He's like a Lovecraft character almost, without his
really
rock
is.
of Jean, Prelati fucked his shit up and got him to do, Lovecraftian rituals and shit.
Yeah. But this Bluebeard character, I'm just literally revolting. Literally.
Bluebeard sucks. I think he has some interesting things about him. We will talk about, because basically my writing goes up to part 8, so we're capturing the entire Bluebeard arc of this, basically.
Yeah.
Because, again, this is really Grail War's greatest hits, so you have to have an arc where there's, an early opponent that everybody is against, kind of set the stakes, shake things up. But, I think parts of, the bits of Bluebeard are interesting, but, he's also... The folktale of Bluebeard, that guy just sucks. He's just a wife murderer. So it's I don't think that Bluebeard will ever be quote-unquote playable. But yes, Sion basically posits that Bluebeard is an alter ego which is made up of all the bits of Gilda Reyes, which correspond to the folktale, creating a new guy. This makes Makiri really mad for some reason. I guess, realizing that his plan's not going to work is what makes him mad. But it's after Sion has this whole conversation, so it kind of makes it sound like it's because his servant's identity's been found out. But he's going to use his trump card. And he's clearly losing his focus a little because he announces out loud, he declares that his name is Makiri Zolgan. We vaguely recall the Zolgan from London, but not very well. Anyway, his trump card is that he's engineered Castor a new MP. I wrote the whole of this speech in the purple text, by the way, because I really like that they do this. They play around with the text color to let you know, who is speaking, and sometimes it's unclear, and sometimes it's very clear. This is very clear because not only does he say the magic words, "Who am I?" but it almost feels like he's creating a new NP chant in real time. Mm-hmm. Because he goes, "Despite my money, I am no great marshal. Despite my faith, I am no zealot. Despite my sword, I am no knight." Basically, all the things that Gilda Reyes was.
Yeah.
And then after this text interlude, Bluebeard reveals he has his own sprite. It's basically like a 50-50 between Castor and Saber Giles. Still no beard, by the way.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, the shroud's interesting.
Yeah. Like I said, I like his sprite design as kind of like that halfway point between the two. Like I said, the character is a fairy tale villain. There's nothing redeemable about him, and nor should there be. He's literally from, Perrault, and the Brothers Grimm copied it, too. So, no, he's a bad guy. Anyway, he decides to open the door with perhaps a silver key, since we're getting very Lovecraftian, and we get one of the most unsettling CGs I think we've seen. This is not the cutscene version yet.
No, it's pretty
but
bad.
The super large Thonian we see has some unfortunate body shapes, has some parts that look like different anatomies. Maybe some SMT Mara type shit going on. Lots of purple flesh and tentacles everywhere. And also just statue-like women emerging from it in parts. Thanks, I hate it.
Yeah, send it back, please.
And as we move into probably Pip 4, actually, I think this is the one that I definitely miscounted, because I think there's actually like 6 Pips in this in real life. It's just, I couldn't keep track of what were fights and what were Pips. But anyway, there is a transition here, and it turns out Duradana hates it too. But it means that once again, a caster has summoned a giant kaiju. It just keeps happening.
But it's not Psycho no Cool.
No. The team strategizes by running away. Medusa has Sakura scatter the Grow-Eye Eyes as well, because the monster mode caster is now just a mindless beast, as evidenced by it crushing a few more Grow-Eye Eyes. Makiri does note his control commands are a bit sluggish. His inputs are being responded to slowly.
Mhm.
So I'm just thinking, mods, lag his inputs. So basically, our team retreats as far back as the junction between Grow, Keep, and Defend, basically making a 3-part junction. Sakura thanks all of us for saving her. Ayas, comments that her philosophy is kind of similar to what Sakura said. Ayas wants to do her best, but she doesn't want to sever ties with the other Primate AIs. And in fact, she might want to deepen them. She's planning on everybody being family at the end of this. Yeah. Durana takes a closer look at Sakura, but Medusa pushes them apart. Neither has exactly what he's looking for, though. Talking about visuals, though, I forgot about a couple of them, but Paper Moon does some really great sprite work. The way they put Medusa's sprite between Sakura and Duryodhana to make it look like she's physically pushing them apart. And then there's
I think I mentioned this earlier.
Yeah. No, finish your thought.
Yeah, no, this is what I was talking about. Like, I started noticing this in Paper Moon, but I really started noticing that they've been upping their work and their with their visuals in Mystic Eye Symphony. So they've been doing the work.
Yeah, in Paper Moon, there's later, but soon, there's literally a bit of like cinematography with fucking 2D sprites that was really good. I do have it noted down. Anyway, we're talking about our next move, and Diux rolls up. Our plan previously was to retreat to Defend and use it as a field hospital. She says there's some problems with that. And Sakura's like, that can't be right. Defend's supposed to be a neutral territory for emergencies. And DX clarifies, yes, that is correct. Currently, Defend is not neutral because Caster is actively attacking it. We cannot say that Defend is a neutral safe zone. It is under attack.
This is the opposite of neutral and safe.
Yeah. And I do love how, like, Sakura starts talking about it like it's like, oh, is this some kind of twist? And DX is like, no, actually, it's very straightforward. I can't tell you that it's a safe zone to Defend because it's not safe. There's a giant fucking monster there. Anyway, we enter Section 6, Greedy Warship for Eating. Ronnie 12 has dispatched TX because currently we are in a state of emergency. Zolgan has clearly lost his marbles because the fiend/caster, the monster, the mob type is called, Thonian after the giant worm monsters from Lovecraft's mythos. They usually just call it a giant fiend. But yeah, the fiend/caster is just eating every AI can get its tentacles on, so Ronnie number 12 is called a truce and wants all masters and servants to meet with her at the church to resolve this crisis. To remind you that the Paper Moon is really the Grail War's greatest hits. This is, like, literally the third time this has happened in one continuity or another. At least.
I remember Zeros, because this is almost play-by-play, but I'm trying to think of another one.
APOC. Both Spartacus run amok, but also Avike Braun summoned Adam.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Yeah, so...
I was about to say, Adam was definitely... I think Adam was the runaway thing. I think Spartacus just got big and blew up as part of his noble phantasm, and then John tanked that shit because it would otherwise have destroyed a fucking town.
Yes, it would have... Spartacus would have just stretched the limits of the war's rules. Adam was literally... We had to get everybody on the same page because he was a reality marble that was gonna fuck up the world.
Yeah, so Caster went fucking monk and some of the kaiju. So yes, you are correct. 3.
And we needed the rulers to interfere, as we do. We gotta get the rules in. Lancer's here too, by the way. He was it was the triangle that involved Keep. The Master does get a sense that they've seen him before. We can't place it. We don't even get like a flashback to Valentine's. I think we just kind of show him, just like, He is around because he had a suspicion something was off, so he couldn't focus on cooking. Kama instantly pegs him as linked to Vayu the Wind God, and Bhima here is pretty transparent about it. And of course, Duryodhana knows that it's Bhima once he starts to explain his family tree. He's like, I knew it was you son of a bitch. Bhima, by the way, is just like, hey, Duryodhana. Hey, bud. Hey,
How you
cuz.
doing, fam?
Cousin, let's go bowling. No, sadly, I think Duryodhana is the cousin who calls you to go bowling.
Yeah,
But
then
we have-
asks, for, $10 for the ride home.
Yeah. But we have more trauma flashbacks. We see more bad things happening, and so Fujimaru is determined to help, because somebody asked us for help. And so we want to go to the church.
Yeah!
Everyone else who's present there decides to get there their own way, and so Medusa scoops up Sakura and jumps away. As we walk along the way, Duryodhana is seething, possibly coping, but he won't talk about it. So Sion threatens to fill
Definitely
Ayusin.
molding.
Maybe a little bit of mold. Definitely later he molds. But yeah, when Sion threatens to fill Ayusin herself, Duryodhana decides he needs to do it. He basically recaps the conflict of the Mahabharata at very high scale here.
Yeah.
The Pandava brothers are the enemies of the Kauravas brothers, the 100 Princes, but they're all cousins, so they all studied under the same martial arts master. Sion brings up the succession issue. They disagreed on who would inherit the kingdom, but Duryodhana says, no, it's older than that. The Pandavas were always stuck up and thought better of themselves, and specifically calls out how, as the son of Vayu, Bhima was always the biggest and strongest, and, bullied the various princes. But Duryodhana also kind of paints himself with a brush here. Well, obviously having superhuman relatives on its own can be tough, especially because it is, even I think mentioned in the original text, that, despite being a superhuman baby, Bhima would, wrestle his young cousins and the like. Duryodhana talks about, poisoning Bhima and throwing him into a river, the dice game where the Pandavas lost everything, trying to gloat only to get captured in the jungle, etc., etc. Sion also remarks how it was Bhima who killed Duryodhana, so naturally he wouldn't want to talk about it.
I'm gonna be realist too. If I was Bhima, I totally would have done it too. We'll get into exactly what happened later, but I'm still like, no, Duryodhana, you kind of deserved it. A man can only take so much.
Well,
Y'all
and
might
it's
disagree.
the lead up in the whole Mahabharata is a thing. I actually think that the epic's really interesting because, on the one hand, the Pandava brothers are clearly the good guys, but also at the end of it, I think some other characters get some jibes that, hey, you guys were clearly the moral correct ones, but you still did some fucked up shit. Maybe a succession crisis against your cousins is not a great idea.
I wonder, honestly, I feel like I should actually be putting some effort into read some of the great classics. I know they're big and long, and boy, howdy, they got some words in them, but...
There's probably some translations and annotations out there of the Mahabharata that are...
Maybe I can find an audiobook of the Mahabharata. I know I can get one of the Divine Comedy. And of Lovecraft's works. I should do that. Lucky should improve his classical literature levels. Also formative literature levels.
But yes, there's a pip transition here, so I'm pretty sure there is. And Lena is the last to make it to the church. Renny remarks on how serious the situation is, and we get a shot of each master-servant pair, which Ritsuka is finally seeing Setayeta. Anyway, since Caster's kaiju form isn't following the rules, he is actively fucking shit up and defend, which you are not supposed to do. And Zolgan isn't stopping him. Renny 12 is basically declaring them a hazard to the war and wants them both to be eliminated. She's willing to pay for this service in extra command spells, but only to those who actively contribute to the effort. Also add Einer with 2 N's to the autocorrect tally. Anyway, Beam's gonna bounce, though. He has no desire to help. Setayeta doesn't seem to agree with Beam's logic.
He only has the desire to cook!
Yes. Yeah, he doesn't... I'm not here to fight. I'm here to cook. Setayeta doesn't really seem to agree with his logic, but she also doesn't feel like she'll contribute, so she doesn't stop him. This is the cinematography I was talking about before. There's an excellent shot where Bhima and Setayeta sprites pass in front of Duryodhana, and he's, slightly fuzzy and out of focus. It's, really cool for just 2D sprites.
Yeah!
But yeah, I don't have a separate bullet point about it, but Duryodhana is utterly flummoxed by this. Because, in the Mahabharata, Bhima's the big guy, right? He's the boisterous, loud, always down to fight one. And so he's like, what the fuck is this guy's problem? Anyway,
he's
Ronnie
not
basically
acting
continues
like
the plan.
he's supposed to. What the fuck?
The Thonian is basically on autopilot. It just finds wherever Raniment is. If there's 2 equidistant positions of Raniment, it goes wherever there is more of it. Since the Grow AI is scattered, it has been gradually moving through Defend because the Type Ds put up resistance. And maybe headed for the church everybody is standing in, since Ronnie 12 is holding on to some of that premium Raniment. I did do the, thumb-rubbing finger gesture there when I said premium.
Preem.
Lena and Ryder also decide to skip town, though, saying it's not their future. So, this means the remaining party decides to plan an ambush. Renny 12 will give them additional Reniment, aka story buffs, and we are +1. Medusa does decide to get in on the fight since Sakura just wants to return to grow peacefully, and it's not like she can do that with Castor out there. Medusa also throws some subtle shade here. She is definitely a more famous monster of the two, and has access to many more. What exactly in this context Castor is supposed to be, I can't say. But if it's like a giant familiar based on some outer dimensional enemies, or like a phantasm, a storybook copy of some kind of out of context demon, that shouldn't be as famous and stand toe to toe with the entire lineage of Greek monsters: the Echidna, the Kerberos, the Hydra, the Chimera, the Nemean Lion, Geryon the three-headed giant, also the Orthrus. You got the two-headed dog, and you got the three-headed dog.
It really is. Oh god, what's the one that said the all-stars of Greek monsters?
Yep. Scylla. This actually gets brought up in Mystic Eye Symphony. Also, according to some telling, the eagle that eats Prometheus' liver forever.
I do vaguely recall that one. Yes.
Yeah, that's supposed to be one of.
It was just a giant-ass eagle, but it was there.
It's supposed to be one of Typhon's and Echidna's kids, and so it's just funny.
But I feel it's just like, where'd this giant eagle come from? I don't fucking know, Echidna.
Why did she decide to give birth to an eagle? I don't know, man.
Why'd you decide to give birth to any of it? Just write it down.
So, we pip transition to 3. We smash cut to the giant feed, the Castor Abomination. It moves relentlessly forward. It tramples AIs without care. It is driven only by the desire to feed. Hey, did you know in the original Japanese, this section's title is given as Lobha Glorification? Lobha is the Vedic and Buddhist concept of greed or desire. It is one of the 3 great enemies, along with anger and lust, which is written Kama.
Huh.
Interesting. Yes, neat. Anyway, inside, Bluebeard is tripping out because he's basically made a mobile version of his red room. To see the monster is to see inside the room, which allows him to use his full power to consume. I didn't plan for that to rhyme originally. I'm just that good. But yeah, no, I love this interpretation, by the way, that like we don't get the full mechanics because we're not doing like a full Grail War type deep dive, but basically Bluebeard's noble phantasm power is to summon forth monstrosities from his, hidden room. If you look inside the room, that's when he gets you. Because that's the whole fairy tale, that he leaves behind a key to his, magic room of dead brides. Since the monster is just a walking room, anybody who sees it is pulled into the rules of the room, so he gets to use maximum power. We get another dialogue in color, kind of a bluish-green color. Who am I? I know who I am, this person says. I exist to understand all things. This is the ideal I am meant to strive for and achieve. And this is Zolgan's Who I Am I rant, in case you can't tell. He will reach the root. He will understand the rules of all creation. He feels that he himself is perfect and elite. So failure is not an option. He comes from a pure-blooded line of elite mages. But also, as the prime AI of build, he doesn't really know what any of that means.
Yeah, honestly, as the prime AI of build, I really don't think this guy should be gung-ho about destroying everything with the mentality like, oh, it'll just get fixed later. Out there literally consuming part of the system that makes everything work. Like, I understand that we want like an antagonist here, but I feel like his random personality should have been more in conflict with his AI routines here. It's a little weird.
He shows a little bit of self-reflection when he admits that he straight up doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, he just says to himself internally during the Who Am I? I'm just saying shit, man. I'm just saying stuff. I don't know what this means. But I think kind of, in this moment, he's supposed to be rapidly falling down the slippery slope. It really tore him up that to fall back even when he was being superior, like, being forced to retreat by simple numbers. But in doing so, he's lost control of Castor and is rapidly losing control of himself. He says that he will abandon rules, justice, everything to win, and we all know this is going to cost him. So, yeah, he probably should be more in there, but he is being really aggro, and it's going to his head. But Sion repeats the plan, in case you people reading forgot it. The big fiend is following Sion's best guess. She, has like 97% accuracy in plotting its direction. And so she says that we're going to eliminate the support familiars in front of it to stop it, and because it will switch to targeting servants, since they have a shitload of raiment. Medusa is then our big guns to actually stop and eliminate the Colossal Chthonian by killing Castor at its core, if we can find him. Shout out to Ritsuko Fujimaru here for suggesting we just go straight for the Master, the most direct way of dealing with a servant in a Grail War. We're just like,
yeah.
Can we take that guy out? And Sion says that since Castor is now operating autonomously, while it would still eventually kill Castor to eliminate the Master, there's no guarantee that Zolgan is close by. He is, actually, but Sion is just running the numbers. Sion's pure logic is that he's in hiding, even if we, the reader, know he's currently losing his shit. Like I said, Sion is not incorrect in saying that, like, well, logically, he should be, somewhere in the back in reserve. But we know that he's out there watching the destruction, possibly doing a little bit of reveling. Anyway, before we get down to business, Medusa has to stop and take a look at Kama and Sakura, and she's perplexed by how they're similar, yet different. Anyway, we get Hup Count number 3. Sakura feeds Medusa plenty of juice. But biggest dickless here is here, and we're playing the Machine God battle theme, which I think is a pretty good pick for this. Sion says she'll try and keep up with thought acceleration, but tells us to be ready for anything. And I think there was a fight here, but we hit up Pip 4.
Yeah.
We can actually cut to later. He's setting some stuff up. He's got some kind of plan or a vision. Gao is curious, but when he asks about it, he plays it off. Laner pays Gao's quirks no mind and just says that he's seeing the future. Our little team is doing a pretty good job of cleaning up small enemies, but can't noticeably affect the big boy. Both Kama gets some shots in, and Duryodhana tries to hit it with his mace, and it doesn't do anything. Sakura hits the 4th Hup, again, very rapidly in succession, giving Medusa more energy. Medusa switches to her next ascension to get ready for battle. She notes some Athena's mixed up in here. You know, she talks about being more formal, but then I love, by the way, she says something really formal, and she's just like, why did I say that? What am I saying? Whatever. Anyway, Sakura clearly feels something unusual after feeding Medusa that Raniment, but pushes it aside. She's got shit to worry about. Flying through the air, Medusa activates her Noble Phantasm. Kriasor calling on the lineage of monsters to tear her enemy to shreds. Back at the church, DX is observing the colossal Chthonian, prepared to fill her duties if she should come to it, if it should attack the church, or there should be stray damage coming this way. Ronnie steps outside to talk with DX and says, when questioned about it, when watching the stars move, it's best to step outside and look at the sky. This scene has a lot of subtext, if you know. Also, there's a really good OST track here, and I'm not sure which one it is. If somebody knows which song this is, hit me up, leave the comments below. It very specifically starts exactly when we transition to this moment between DX and Ronnie 12, and then, is done when they're done. It's familiar, but I'm not sure which block of the OST it's actually from. Anyway, back at the battle, it's not going well, because naturally our giant enemy is regenerating, too, which makes it take longer and use up more of our team's energy. Kama and Duryodhana are doing their best to back up Medusa, but the real juice comes from Sakura adding yet more Raniment. Medusa uses her eyes to petrify the whole of the fiend, but since it's so big, it takes time to petrify the insides as well. This gives Caster room to basically regenerate more mass to hide in. Since his story is inherently looping, he has the power of regression built in. Basically, the folktale of Bluebeard is in a format that repeats. Bluebeard finds a new wife, marries her, gives her the keys, leaves, comes back, she's used the key, kills her, because she looks in the room with all the other dead wives, gets a new wife, etc.
Yep.
So, he has the power to repeat, basically. And that's not great. It's bad for us. So, we move to Pip 5. We ask the question once again, who am I? But this one says, there's no way I can tell. That's because it is Seriera speaking this time. She says that she has excellent recall, but for some reason, she keeps a journal. It seems like it's her only pastime or hobby, making external records. However, this means that since nothing in her records corresponds to her guilt, or that is guilt, let me fix that in my notes for later, she assumes that it must be something that's intrinsic to her from the start. She can go back to the first day she started keeping a journal, and since nothing happened to make her feel this guilt, it's just part of her. Bima interrupts and asks why she keeps a diary, and Seriera says, Nunya? Honestly, Bima's okay with this. He thinks the simple reasons are best. Doing it just because you feel like it is fine. And then he pivots to giving his master his Pandawa-style curry.
Baller-ass curry.
Seriera is unmoved by the curry, though she acknowledges it is good.
No!
Yeah, Bima's a little bummed out by this. He's like, if this is one of my brothers, they would be, jumping for joy. Should have put a big smile on your face. But Seriera decides to discuss her feelings with Bima. Instead, she feels a deep guilt from inside. She isn't sure when or where it started. Bima kind of ignores Seriera and thinks that it's something external distracted her from his cooking. So he's going to go take care of something. Basically, he says to her,
Himbo
no.
energy.
Yeah, exactly, himbo energy. He says, no. When I said that, something is bothering you, I meant that something would bother you right now. That's why you didn't smile after you ate my curry. Hold on, I gotta go. Meanwhile, back at the plot, Zolgan is rambling again. I'm not sure how making a giant monster is the fundamentals, but sure, pal. Most efficient use is resources. Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna be like his mage lamely involves using very creepy things in very creepy ways. So you know what? Fuck him and his fundamentals.
I think I get what he means when he says that, but that's not really what's happening here. This isn't whoever uses the most power most efficiently. You made a giant tentacle dick monster. That's not the most efficient. Trust me. It's not aerodynamic at all. Anyway, Bima shows up and cuts him off. Punches him out. Says, he's seen plenty of guys just like Zolgan. They're greedy in spades, but also prideful. They don't want to see or rather, they don't want anybody to see them lose, so they let others do the fighting when they can. And like I said, Bima absolutely has this kid locked in. Like, this is absolutely his problem. He is greedy, but also prideful. Entirely possible that while Bima probably doesn't mean it this way, it's supposed to be kind of like a tangential shade at Duryodhana, who is also greedy and prideful, but also wasn't afraid to get into fights and hit people with a mace.
No, apparently he was one of the best fighters with said weapon.
Yeah, you want to talk about his like survivability? I think Bima and Duryodhana duel like 16 or 17 times during the Mahabharata, like during the war.
Yeah.
And Duryodhana loses every time, but he doesn't die until the last one. So you can't say he doesn't have guts.
He puts his money where his mouth is.
So we have the purple who
It's just that mouth. That that's a really big chick.
Yeah, he's got a big ass mouth. Like I said, we play the dark purple. Who am I? Bima just kind of ignores the question. I got talking about that himbo energy. He's just like,
he got some of this.
Man, maybe something's not right with me. Who cares? I would cook first and a warrior second. So a little prep work's nothing. You know, he talks about if he was his warrior self, he would object to just punching a weakling's lights out in the back line. But he's a cook, so you know, if you got to cut the head off a fish, that's how it is. Zolgan has enough time to set up a little bit of magic, but Bima sets about to land the mortal blow. Zolgan has just a little bit of clarity as he's fading into the void. You know, just a little bit of realizing like, oh man, I fucked up. Oops. Back at the Big Thonian, it suddenly stops. Caster realizes something is wrong. His body starts to melt, and he curses a dragoon, who in the story of Bluebeard is his wife's brother, who is a passing cavalryman or lancer, by the way. That's the old school definition of dragoon. But yeah, without his source of reanimate, he starts fading. Since he was using more energy than he was taking in to basically keep regenerating and summoning additional familiars, the moment he was cut off from his master, the fiend ate itself. Or at least that's what Sion thinks. Rani 12 comes us up to confirm the Chthonian is down. However, in her estimation, it was the party who killed Makiri, who was Lancer, who did most of the work and should get the command spell. But she does offer to compensate the others with Raniment for their expenditures at a later date. You know, she talks about how she's not heartless, but the rules she set up were very specific.
Yeah.
Duryodhana is upset that all of his hard work is going unrewarded, but generally everybody else is just happy that the monster is gone and we're all okay.
Yeah!
Aias also takes a second to berate him because since this is the after a crisis, this means a lot of AIs will need healing, so repair can rake in the rewards. Kama also fishes for a bonus reward, but she can't get a head pat.
Let me head pat her!
Mm-hmm. Sorry, stop to take a snack or something. I don't know why I thought it would take Lucky longer to say that sentence in all caps. It was a bad gamble on my part. Anyway, we enter a blank space with an unassigned narrator. A bird. Looking down at the events, can't help but think, this didn't do enough as a first move in the Grail War. But there is room for things to progress because something has clung to life. It's Bluebeard. He survived by fleeing in a familiar. However, he is at the limits of his magical energy. He's approached by a servant he can't see, but who has a silhouette we at home know. It's Durga's silhouette. This narrator, the bird, further explains that Castor's master wasn't properly dealt with. If you kill a servant, the AI authority can just be moved, but since Lancer only destroyed Makiri's shell and didn't remove his command spells, he wasn't properly defeated as a master. So while Makiri may have overstepped his bounds, he was the only master willing to actually prosecute the war, so he'll get a second chance. We must have masters and servants kill each other. This is the heart of the AEC method. The power which makes the world go around. The voice then decides to summon forth a wicked master, the alter ego invented master.
I think this
a lot of words that are going to be important.
But I think this is the first time we hear the term alter ego.
No, it's the first time we hear it in this context, but Sion calls out that Bluebeard is an alter ego of Giles earlier.
Oh, true. You are correct. I forgot.
But that's just like a normal alter ego. This is now we're getting like plot egos. But yeah, again, having perfect information, this makes perfect sense. The Grail War is being done for a reason, and Makiri was the only faction that was actually being aggressive. So, like, if you want the war to end, you have to do stuff. But, the effectiveness, we must question it. So we move on to Section 7. Dull pain is never seen, / reconstruction. In Pip 1, Seria has no idea where Lancer is gone. He just walked out of there straight up. She wanted to ask him some stuff, but as usual, she gets too in her own head about it. She's like, oh, he left because I suck and I'm useless and I'll never do anything. But the Type Ks show up to get their daily raiment, and despite not wanting to admit it, they're looking for Lancer's cooking. they don't require extra steps. Earlier they talked to Lancer about how they want something that's simple and repeatable. But cooking has extra buffs they're looking for. They also assume Serieta can cook. Which is true. Serieta can cook. But cooking the thing that anybody can cook, ratatouille.
Yeah.
I assume this is an intentional meme by the author. Because, that is the whole ethos of the film, Ratatouille, is anybody can cook. Sorry. Wrong pipe. I'm drinking so much water, Chad, you don't even know, man. Anyway, despite being worried it won't stack up, and insisting it's only temporary, Serieta qualifies her cooking a lot, it seems that she can cook pretty well. Even Bima thinks so, because he shows back up to eat a mouthful or two himself. I am very hydrated right now, chat.
I'm hydrating right now.
We're nearing the end of the bottle. Anyway, the Type Ks assign Serieta's cooking a score of 230, but Serieta correctly points out she doesn't even know what the scale is. They're just saying stuff.
Sometimes the Ronnies do just say stuff. I love it.
Yeah. Serieta, keeps having this through line of where she's like, I guess I'm the prime AI of Keep, but she does actually seem to have the ability shown here. She repurposed the materials, she used the ingredients, and she gave the Type K some juice, fused them with Running Man. Bima, I think, has the correct opinion here. Serieta cooked because she felt like it, and the Type Ks left satisfied. This is the fundamentals of cooking, and is really all that matters. If you feel like cooking and the people who eat it are happy, good. Serieta even adjusted the recipe slightly for the different conditions of the visually identical Type Ks. But Bima instantly spoils the mood with a blunt, I killed Castor's master.
Himbo!
And then he confirms that he's not certain what happened to Castor. This is not a thorough cooking, Bima. You did not simmer those ingredients correctly. Your dish has been underbaked. Which Serieta realizes by checking the rules. She's supposed to receive Build's AI core and any unused command spells. Since she didn't, she wonders if this is a violation of the rules, but she doesn't worry about it too much. She thinks it might just be automated, or it's just not her problem. Honestly, again, Serieta's not wrong to be like, Lancer, you're just going off and doing stuff, but if she had a little bit more self-confidence and I don't know, called number 12 and was just like, hey, did I defeat that guy? Should I get some stuff? Anyway.
Then Ronnie 12 would be like, no, you did not fully defeat him. You just merely stopped his monster rampage.
Perhaps we would be thinking about some stuff. But anyway, Serieta again thinks about all of her regrets and guilt. Can she be relieved of this pressure? As an aside, kind of at the end of this conversation, I wrote this here. Bima's heart is clearly in the right place, but good food alone can't cure all ills. It can cure a lot of ills, but it can't cure everything. I do think that him being a himbo is just kind of how it is, but I believe we're supposed to understand from his single-mindedness that we're saying something here, talking about how, everybody's
He's just a cook,
kind of
man.
Flawed.
He's just
here
to
to
cook. God, I want some cheese on. Ah!
The fuck you, FGO artists, by the way. The art of it looks delicious. Just a giant triangular bread. Anyway, we go to Pip 2 and we transition. We're back in Defend. Iris is treating AIs. She's working hard, but she feels bad for all the wide-scale destruction. She doesn't like to see people get hurt, and she does worry that her desire for family will make the pain worse in the end. But when, Kama catches wind of her talking to herself and challenges her on it, quoting Kama there, love hurts, Iris decides to double down as well and stick to her guns. We have time for this conversation because there's a lull in the clients coming, and Iris explains that the rate of clients is slowing down because AIs are programmed to repay services with Raniment. If their Raniment is really low because they're damaged, they might not seek out repair. So she, is planning on refocusing up and looking out for AIs who can pay back in different places. Dudana reappears. He's critical of some of Iris's plans. He says fixing just those who can pay is no way to run a country. He has created a contract program to defer Raniment payments. Even an injured AI could use the chip to form a contract to pay back the service later. Ius instantly runs off, but Kama and Sion catch that these loan contracts are a 1.4 times payback with interest. Dudana is a competent leader, but never let it be said that he didn't also think about getting his bag. Special effort requires special compensation.
I want to cut you off real quick here. I think the thing that, really gets their goat is they just say that is, the barely minimum acceptable, highest maximum acceptable rate that to go for. So, they're like, we can't really be mad, but we're still gonna get mad.
Yeah, they realize the calculation that paying it back at 1.4 times is, just enough that it won't overburden the AIs, but is still the maximum amount of value without going over. So It's He's trying really hard to get every little bit out of this. That said, Ayus ain't no fool and catches on soon enough, complete with cartoon running sounds. You know, Scooby-Doo running. Duryodhana flees. The master and the girlies talk about Duryodhana. He's very honest, but he's kind of a scumbag. You can usually guess what he's gonna do, and what he is gonna do or what he does isn't all bad. He's a genuine human, that's for sure. He's very human.
I'd still kick him down a set of stairs.
Off on his own, Duryodhana thinks that his favorite sash, and again, quoting him, is getting torn. He's gonna have to have it repaired. But upon seeing an injured Type G, he tears the sash so she can make a sling and hands her a chip to pay back the Runningman later.
A short set of stairs.
So again, he's a scumbag. But we do jump to Pip 3. After a brief transition, the Type Bs from Build are on the scene. This is the first time Fujimaru's team's actually seen them. Sion wonders if it's time to pack up, since Build has moved on to repairing structures over AIs, but DX herself rolls on up and thinks it should stay. Why? Well, Defend is short-staffed right now, and the field hospital gives them one central location to work with. Basically, if they have a field hospital, they have one point they can defend rather than trying to defend every single AI on the ground and, give them a place to focus their efforts. But DX cuts herself off when she gets a call from the other Type Ds. Standard bug-type enemies have manifested nearby, and since they're short on hands, DX has to deal with them personally. We volunteer to come along too. Kama sticks some jibes at DX, but DX doesn't really pay them any mind. Talking about how she hung out back at the church and stuff.
Church stuff.
One quick fight later. DX didn't really need our help, but she gets another call, which is about the border with Grow, so we'll stick with her. Ayus and Dunyodhana rejoin us because Ayus wants to see if any injured AI fled to Grow. As we're walking, an ominous voice talks about how the current is flowing, and soon a new personality will emerge. The Holy Grail will resume in interest. This narrator is talking about how they need a Holy Grail War to accomplish something. Everything they do for love. I believe this is a light blue text box, by the way, so it is not the brown text that is associated with the bird. Pip 4. Meanwhile, Ryder and Laner are in Grow. Laner is working, but they encounter a shadow servant, so Ryder is ordered to dispose of it and does so. This is also another battle where you solo fight as Ryder. Laner is thinking there must be some sort of rhyme or reason to the random occurrence of these shadow servants. He's like, they're random, but why are they here, Why is they random? He's using some kind of coordinate system on this, some kind of plan or plot that he follows. It gives him intel, but he still doesn't have the whole picture, so he doesn't say his ideas out loud. Gao is curious, but won't say anything, so Laner just fills him in. He's just like, you're not going to ask, but you're curious, so I'm going to tell you anyway. Laner is making a map-like thing. Why does a Prime AI need a map-like object? Well, because Laner's trying to figure out the function of the world, not its actual layout. Why is the paper moon shaped the way it is? What is its purpose? What is it doing? This kind of high-level stuff doesn't concern Ryder, but it does concern Laner. We get a yellow-coded Who Am I? Because that question has been bothering Ryder as well. Ryder is aware he is the Prince of Lanling, a warrior, a general, a masked hero, a noble. But this doesn't feel like his entire being. Gao rejects the self he will become, because all of his selves are connected, he feels like rejecting them all. He must cut himself off from all those other selves. He must simply be Gao Chenggong and deny his other roles.
Is this the part where they actually give a bit of that backstory about him talking about why he becomes a tool, or is that later?
That's later. He doesn't really go into specifics right now. He just says that he cannot allow his future self to come to pass, so he must, cut off all his past selves. Okay. It's still pretty vague.
Okay. Sorry, I don't actually fully remember. I remember his second internal monologue, but I wasn't sure if this was that.
No, this is not that one. I can say that because, like I said, I reviewed all these to write these notes. This is definitely the kind of thing where I am glad that we did go off notes in writing and I did reread everything, because that is the kind of thing that I would absolutely just blur both of those conversations together by default.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
But we move to Pip 5. We've got, the bright purpley pink magenta E1 of Who Am I? Because we were just shotgunning these, by the way. But this is Medusa's Who Am I monologue, since we're getting them so rapidly in succession. She mentions that she's wondered who she was as far back as the Formless Isle. She's not a hero, but an enemy of mankind, an anti-hero. This role allows her to take on so many forms. But now she's Medusa of the Golden Sword. Who is that Medusa? What's her deal? Medusa does seem to have some of that stuff figured out, but also she says it's a mistake for her to be summoned. She does not elaborate yet, but she's thinking it. Sakura's having a checkup with a Type R. Her normal functions are fine, but something is wrong with her master components. The Type R says that she should consult Ayus, but Sakura isn't so sure. Regardless, Sakura wants to keep going. Also, apparently, Type Rs have HIPAA laws, which is the law that protects your patient privacy, by the way. But Medusa's returned. Sakura has no more urgent tasks for her, so she is happy to return to normalcy where she can live in peace with the Type Gs again. Medusa, I want to phrase this as, tries to kind of like send thoughts to Sakura that she should be more concerned about servants because of the Holy Grail War, and, you know, without it, Grow wouldn't have been damaged at all. But she doesn't say any of it out loud. It's all just like thinking thoughts. She can't bring herself to actually like harsh Sakura's buzz. So Sakura takes Medusa to her favorite secret spot in Grow. Medusa manages a I don't hate it, which is basically saying she loves it. Sakura worries Medusa doesn't like it because it's artificial, but, you know, they're up on a hill, like, looking at the windmills. They got a tree overhead. Medusa says that her formless isle was kind of featureless, so this, even if it's artificial, could be considered an improvement. Maybe. She doesn't remember the island very well, she says. Sakura thinks that she and Medusa are alike, and she wants to talk more. The Type Gs fundamentally just do whatever she says, so, you know, they're not really good at conversation. So Medusa's the first person that Sakura feels like is an equal, but also the first person she didn't feel like she immediately understood. So she wants to, grow that relationship. Overcome by the vibes, Medusa decides to sit and talk. Maybe not about her sisters, but she can talk about her island. We get a little montage, girl talk ensues. But after realizing, you know, the conversation lulls, we realize something, and Sakura has brought, gasp, bento boxes. She has filled them with something that people call sandwiches. But before we can actually eat any of the sandwiches, Medusa hears fighty, and they leave. It's us, by the way, Team Fujimaru. We're fighty. We're here with Defend and Berserker. We're fighting Shadows. And Sakura decides to join in. That's the 5th hub count. Technically, we should refer to ourselves as the Assassin faction, I guess, based on how the other characters talk about it, but that seems, I don't know, weird to say, because we are not hardly doing anything Assassin-like.
Actually, our assassin seems more concerned about giving lovey-dovey with us. I mean, pulling us into depravity.
Same thing, really. But after we resolve that, Sakura offers to extend her picnic to everybody. She made enough lunchboxes to go around. DX declines since she has more routine bugs to quash, but she pays us our raiment first.
Right.
So we move to Pip 6. Duradana's out here. He's eating big. He loves to eat. Medusa, as usual, threatens to kill him for being too big for his britches. Do you think during this fraught luncheon scene in another timeline, Emishiro has an itchy nose? All these people just
Probably
gathered around
not,
eating.
Because in another timeline, Miyashiro probably was the one making the damn picnic. Actually, I think that's a fucking scene in today's menu.
Probably.
Actually, I should get the 6th. Is the 6th one out? Hang on, I gotta go to Amazon right now.
But that said, even after demanding more, Duradana doesn't eat all. He passes on to Ayus. He does tell Ayus not to grow any taller than Saber. We get the pink-colored Who Am I? Because it's Sakura. And Sakura's actually pretty well actualized. She is the primate AI of Grow. She is a master in the Holy Grail War. The name Medusa gave her was Sakura. Her job is simply to fight in the war, which is necessary for the production of Raniment. Yet, she desires peace. What if she didn't need to win the war to get her peace? What if she can just live in the moment? Maybe fighting isn't the only solution. I want to say this is a note I wrote earlier. I think the randomizer's clearly taking the piss here. If the war is so vital for the Paper Moon, almost all of what they used for master templates have serious problems because almost none of them are very serious about fighting.
Like, I'm gonna be real, I would think it'd be weirder if the randomizer got several people that are willing to fight to the death for a wish, but also wouldn't do something crazy to do it. That's a very small slice on the Venn diagram, in my opinion.
Well, I think most normal masters are probably somewhere on the willing to do something crazy, but I don't know. I feel like it's the kind of thing where, like, usually, like, half the participants are planning on being in the Grail War, you know? And then the other half are kind of dragged in, kicking and screaming. But I feel like the only AI who feels like they were planning on doing it was Makiri. It's still a little stilted. But, you know, surely the great randomizer knows what it's doing. Anyway, Sakura's wondering if she's the only one who feels this way. Good.
I'm sorry, I think I disconnected. Were you saying something?
I had a brief comment about how, you know, surely the randomizer knows what it's doing.
Okay, it wasn't just me. So I was saying, I think there are plenty of people there who are willing to fight and duke it out. It's just the fact that they usually have other shit. Like, Ice isn't necessarily against fighting, she just doesn't want to, she is actually thinking about playing defensive, building up her raniment, and, being able to go with a win. She's doing things the slow, methodical way, not the fast and aggressive way. Bima just wants to make his master feel happy again, and then probably will happily go off to fight. Maybe he got his priorities are a little skewed, but they are there. Sakura is probably one of the few ones that I say who actually probably genuinely doesn't want to fight at all. She just wants everyone to get along. And I'm gonna be real, we really don't get into fucking not Les motivation for fighting or not. He seems way more preoccupied about figuring out the world than fighting.
Laner is not unwilling to fight, but fighting is definitely not his top goal.
No, so, like, I don't want to say, like, none of them, like, are, well, I will say it, it's probably Sakura is generally unwilling to fight. But they want to make sure they have their other priorities in order before they commit to, maybe getting killed. Which I'm going to be like, no, that sounds somewhat reasonable. Like, in a war setting, you don't just go firing from the fucking hip to, do conflict. I mean, look at who did do that, and look how he turned out. So, I do think the randomizer, like, picked a lot of even-tempered people, or people, like, yeah, even-tempered people, I want to say, I guess, for their
I also want to say that I make my jokes about the randomizer. I don't actually know how random it was. I think some of these people may have been picked for this.
Probably.
And maybe they weren't the best picks, but I'm not actually sure how random this was supposed to be. Like, it's a thing, if this was supposed to be truly random, every master does have at least a different personality, but functionally, 4 out of the 5 of them are willing to fight purely defensively or otherwise basically do nothing to advance the war, which, like I said, if this is supposed to be truly random, but the Holy Grail War is so necessary for things to function, like we're starting to see in some of this mysterious cutaway dialogue, I don't know if that was the best way to go about it. But obviously,
also this implies that
the game is a little rigged.
Also, like, it also implies that this Holy Grail War must be on some sort of time limit. If said system is not happy that people aren't immediately rushing to their deaths.
We didn't cover it, so I didn't, reread it fully, but I believe when talking about why the war exists, Ronnie 12 does say that it's because it is supposed to refresh their Roniment. It is, critical at some point, but has not seemed to have given a timetable to any of the masters.
Yeah.
Which is a little, I will say, it's a little odd, because you'd think giving out a timetable might actually make some of them feel a little more...
Well, yeah, if you have a deadline, you have pressure.
Aggressive, but, like you said, yeah, if you have a deadline, you have to plan for the timetable.
Yeah.
But if there's not a deadline, why the fuck is there all this talk about, we must become aggressive, we must make the one aggro guy? It's interesting.
It's a little weird, y'all. It's a little weird.
But after these thoughts...
I wonder if this Holy Grail War is not what it seems.
The classic. After, that little bit of conversation, Sakura wonders if she's the only one who feels this way, but before she might actually ask some of the other masters, Medusa points out Serieta. Sakura runs off after her. Serieta just wanted to see how things turned out. Sakura thanks Serieta and Lancer for solving the problem, and invites her to the picnic, but Serieta thinks she won't fit in. I think she'd fit in fine, but, that's her decision. Sakura asks Serieta what she wants, and Serieta's wish is very simple. She just wants to alleviate the guilt she feels. She doesn't want to have, doesn't want to be happy, doesn't want to have good food, doesn't even want to win. She just feels like she should be punished, perhaps killed. She just has this, guilt inside of her that won't go away. She decides to leave. Sakura tries to stop her, but collapses. Medusa shows up, and we get a 6th hup, because Sakura's trying to say about how much energy she feels with. But, as much as we wish, peace will not remain forever. Cut away to where Lancer's waiting for Serieta. Serieta confirms Lancer made the caster/fiend disappear, but they're interrupted by a rumble. Something which shouldn't be here has appeared. Back at the picnic, the worms return. The worms are back. Oops, all worms.
I hate it.
They're great and goobly. This means we move on to our last section for tonight, which has great names. Malignant Reboot / Fireworks, not Starmine. I had to do a little bit of double checking on this, but to note the name, a Starmine is a type of firework. It's the device which shoots a bunch of stars into the sky, the little individual sparkles. You can launch them up into the air so they release a big cloud. It's short, but it's the sort of thing that you would think about when you think about, classic firework shapes, the big starburst type.
Oh, yeah.
Just from, Googling a little, wide area, like very big dispersion, star mines seem to be popular in Japanese pyrotechnics. And also, I think they just like the word star mine. Like, there are, like, J-pop songs with, like, star mine in its name and stuff like that. But saying it's not star mine probably means that we're aiming for a different metaphor for fireworks. Anyway, the Purple Zone. It's been a long time since you've been in the Purple Zone, hasn't it, Chet?
I would like to leave the Purple Zone, thank you.
Too bad, something's rebooting in the Purple Zone. Its name and nature are unchanged, but the appearance and ethics are different. The boot sequence ends with the question, who are you? We got a quick worm battle, but there also appear to be shadow servants, which are like worms which walk. This immediately rolls into another battle transition, by the way. I called this Pip 1, but all of this is like Pips 1 and 2.
Of course the worms show up. We had a Makiri here, and we have a Sakura here. Multiple Sakuras, even. For fuck's sake.
But after we actually fight, we reorganize. We were like, okay, worms are back, shadow servants are back, what are we gonna do? Before we can go off and check the wider situation, though, a mysterious chuckle man appears. A little heh-heh-heh-man. It's Worm Grandpa!
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Hello, I'm everybody's favorite Worm Grandpa. Everybody loves Worm Grandpa. This is a lie. Literally no one loves Worm Grandpa. But after he reappears, we get the same text color as the bird from before his speaking. If you're curious, by the way, why I say it that way, I have bird bolded in my notes because it was colored in with a different text color when it first appeared, so this is like the only way I can keep the metaphor going for which viewpoint I'm talking about. But basically they say it's a heavy-handed move they're doing, but they require the Holy Grail War to continue, so you need some aggressors. The Grail War exists for the AEC method, so it must continue. It is part of a process, and it will not function unless we get somebody to be aggro. So we move to Pip 3, technically. Kama asks Makiri what the fuck his deal is, and he explains, if you don't take the Prime AI's admin authority, the system can reuse them. His AI core wasn't destroyed, so he's back. Probably randomized again. And since they never made sure Castor was dead, he's back too! Look at him! Honestly, I wasn't expecting to feel bad for Bluebeard, but I feel bad for anybody who's hitched to the wagon that is Makiri Zolgan.
Yeah, no. It's like, shit, man, put the dog down.
Cian points out that Randy 12 did say that Build's AI had ceased function, and that Castor's Fiend was gone, but didn't say that they were permanently destroyed. Duritana and Cian both wonder at Randy's part in this. Was she being deliberately obtuse, or is this just how the system is? Kama straight up calls out that Bluebeard is basically half dead, but Worm Grandpa's gonna worm it up. It's worm time. And now that he's old man Worm Grandpa, he has no ethical barriers. Which, by the way, means that even when he was losing his shit, little Zolgan had ethical barriers still.
I didn't see him.
But basically, now that he's there, he can do a good replica of his magecraft in real life, so he's going to combine Castor and his powers together to make things more gross. He has also hijacked the Shadow Servants this way, grossly. Cian, by the way, absolutely calls his ass out. Like, she agreed with the like, theory behind original Zolgan's plan. This one, she's just like, this sucks. 0 points. Your plan is ugly, and I don't like it. And the way she phrases this makes me wonder if Zepia, who is Cian's father and the head of Atlas, has ever meddled Bug Bones, and what his opinion was. I would assume low.
If there's anyone who has a high opinion of Old Wormy, they should be shot as well.
Once again, I don't think anybody likes Zolgan.
That's why his maid family is dying out, and he's been basically relegated to the backwoods as far as Clock Tower is concerned.
The Clock Tower probably goes, that old guy? He's not dead yet? He's passed on his crest? What the fuck is his problem? Oh well. Like, I feel like if Zokan could actually physically move to go to London, I assume the Clock Tower would just, like, set him on fire on principle.
Probably.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about it. Because he's been around so long. Somebody has some old-ass grudge. There's probably just a curse on, like, London if Zolgan shows up. I'm gonna get this motherfucker. Blow up his taxi cab. Anyway, old Zolgan talks about how he's different from his young self. And if you have wondered how Zoken Mato came to be, this is a pretty good explanation, I think. You know, young Makiri did still have a sense of justice, and we did technically see this. Like, he even thinks to himself, like, hey, is this thing I'm doing with my giant monster justice? No, it isn't. But I'm gonna win. And that's kind of that's the whole character arc there, because even though he still had that sense of justice, the young Makiri also had that childish pride to do things with elegance and grace. So he had limits. There were things he wouldn't do. Old man Makiri is at the point where he's just here to win, baby. even if he has to sacrifice things to make this happen. Once again, I would want to ask Old Man Zoken, hey, what the fuck did you ever sacrifice in your life, Bozo? Just being old and not dying? That's not really a sacrifice for you, bud.
He's like I said, I think this is actually one of those things I think that Nasu like occasionally harps on, is that usually mage families, whoever's holding the crest, tends to use, you know, other, like, their family and other things as tools and whatnot. So he probably sacrificed, you know, other people that he thought were things. Probably, knowing him. Oh, actually, definitely.
No, I think we unfortunately do know for a fact, because that's basically how number 4 went.
Oh, I've adopted this girl. Great. Let me throw her into a pit of worms. This will be excellent.
Hey, Karya, this girl's technically my heir, so she's going to be our master in the Grail War. What do you think about that? And he's like, Worm Grandpa, I can't let you do that. It's a bad idea. You got to shoot me up with the worms, Bug Grandpa. And Zoken went like, cool, good enough for me. Also, make sure you summon a Berserker. They're really strong and easier to control. That at least wasn't wrong. That was a correct strategy call. If Karya's heart hadn't fucking exploded, Lancelot could have won that 1v1. Anyway, like I said, Old Man Makiri's just here to win, and to show off his new ruthlessness, he immediately spends his command spell and orders Bluebeard to transform once more. I have read this written in all caps. Gross-ass cutscene transition, because we do the thing where, like, Bluebeard's silhouette, like, melts and expands into the giant worm form, and also, like, little swarms of bugs fly in. It's gross. Nasty.
Just gross.
Not about it. Yeah, the first time was, like, they just smash cut to a CG, and I'm like, ooh, gross. This time they did a cutscene to switch between the two, and I'm like, ugh.
Why'd you do this?
Got me the second time. I'm you know, clicking through the flashbacks, writing my notes in my main record, and I'm just like, Did not need to see that shit again. Anyway, Makiri gloats evilly. He's infused his worms and his own body into the Super Chthonian, so he has more direct control and more mobility, and also we can't just kill him. It's a pretty good plan, but let's see how it plays out. And then we go to Pip 4, Pip 3.5, Pip 4 3/4, somewhere in there. I think there's actually 5 pips in this story, but like I said, I lost track of where the actual, like, I think this is one of those cases where we finish a fight and then we immediately jump into a next pip.
I told you, man, when I was trying to do this, everything was running fucking together. I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at chat. 2 people have talked about this as a fucking SMT ass monster.
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier talking about it looks kind of like an SMT Mara. He is just a gross little boy. He's a big noodly guy. But Sakura gives Medusa all the raniment she had for the fight, but things aren't going well. Sakura can't sustain this energy generation for Medusa. Berserker and Assassin aren't doing much better. Sakura uses her command spell to have Medusa defend Grow. Makiri points out that it won't do much good, since now they need a very large-scale attack to obliterate them all at once. Almost like some kind of anti-fortress noble phantasm. Alas, Medusa's Chrysaor is only rated anti-army. Also, by the way, Chad, if you don't know, yes, this is literally me referencing Zero. The reason why they had Artoria use Excalibur is because they realized they needed a ultimate power level noble phantasm to defeat the Great Sea Devil all at once. And only the released Excalibur could do that. But Sienna concurs that they don't have the ability to overcome the big worm. I'm not sure what we're doing next. Laner shows up at this moment, and he's brought a lot of Ronnie T's with him as well. He comes out and just straight up describes Ryder's NP, which in the Paper Moons basically mean that because his allies are buffed, the AIs who are in his faction's natural raiment production is amplified. Laner basically emailed that extra energy to himself in the future, which is right now. How? Void magic. He doesn't have to explain shit. The result? I can only say he's basically built a Ronnie railgun. The Ronnie T's have sent the raiment to the future, and since it's theirs, they can catch it, and so Laner can do a big blast. Gao Chengonga NP cutscene, and then the Ronnie T's are fired up. We also get a special CG from Laner as well, preparing his fireworks. He even decides to call them Roniment Fireworks. He has a fucking sick-ass finger snap, he fires the gun, the enemy's engulfed in light. Bluebeard fades into darkness and lets the Archangels take him. The Forbidden Room is closed. This, I think, is probably about as good as Bluebeard could hope for to kind of, like, die in his own terms, going like, okay, I'm being obliterated. That's it. I'm closing it up. I'm done. And Makiri gets one more final, this cannot be! He's so cliched. Now, after, the big blow-up, Sienna's a little perplexed by what she saw. She said, that Laner needed both energy in the past, and then they needed the energy in the present, and he required a barrier or shield, note the familiar design of the Rainiment fireworks, to constrain it. And if you didn't look at this CG and you don't want to dig it up, The backing, like, magic circle that kind of, like, forms the end of the gun looks a lot like Lord Kaldias.
Yeah.
Mash may not be here, but, she's still got the gat. But yeah, Laner just says this is what he does. His ability is to measure the future and then just send what he needs or what it needs from the present. Basically, he doesn't, like, see future outcomes. He can just kind of, like, tell what the future needs. So he realized that in this moment, in this exact spot, because Sion does call him out that, like, the trick was really cool, but it would literally only work at this exact moment and this exact location. But he just realized that he needed to be here and he needed to send the energy here.
Yeah.
And so he actually bailed us out. Oh no, Bluebeard definitely has some self-awareness. He, like... Bluebeard basically realizes that he's just a fragment of something and just kind of, like, decides to, like, go out on his own terms of just, like, nope, time to wrap up. Let it all pass. Now, Sakura seems a little worse for the wear, but the world starts to shake. Ronnie jumps on the PA to explain that Castor's spirit core is well and truly destroyed this time, and since this means that of that fight transfers Primary as the winner, he'll be granted all of the authority that was previously under build, and will be granted a new partition of transfer build that will be organized. The others are a little confused by this, so Ronnie, despite allegedly not being able to see and hear the people who are getting her messages, elaborates. I do like that she basically holograms in, says, "Hello everyone, I'm sending this message to everybody, so I can't see or hear you," says her spiel, beat. "I'm sure some of you are confused by this. Let me explain." Basically, the paper moon is a gyroscope. The war generates energy, which causes it to spin. This reorients the whole virtual world on its axis. By, like, literally rotating and spinning things up, the shape of the world changes. So this is at least some of the energy that requires servants to fight and die. Anyway, we're going to spin now, so we should mind the gap. Rennie warns us to avoid accidents. Sion gets it a second too late, but the entire world is literally about to spin up into a new form.
I generally forget. Is this when Kama manages to grab us this time, or does that start happening later?
No, this Kama is, like, Sion is, like, has a beat and then goes, "Oh no, everyone, watch out," and then the world starts to shake, and Kama's like, "Master, grab my hand." So yeah, we grab onto Kama real quick.
Okay.
Because then we basically, like, fade to black. We return to the perspective of our bird. We are officially in phase 1 of the AEC method, but we're not yet generating enough Svedberg units. If you don't know what the fuck a Svedberg unit is, which I did not until I double-checked this, this is usually a measurement which is related to centrifuges. It is the measurement of how fast a particle of particular size and shape is filtered out by the centrifuge. Becomes sedimented is how it's referred, but yeah.
If you know that, you may already know what the C stood for.
Yeah. So we're being very literal about some of this spinning and stuff. But the bird is conferring with multiple personalities, multiple people, multiple aspects. They're numbered 1, 2, and 3. They, think about things and decide that they're not at critical mass yet, but the project is continuing. They are questioning one of the irregularities, though. The one they dub Alter Ego Import Master. This person's probably likely an obstacle, so they're going to continue to monitor closely, and they will eliminate if necessary. But they prefer to adapt if possible, And basically, I boil it down to one sentence, but there's several lines here about how this whole plan, whatever the AEC method is to save the world. And since it's being done for the sake of the world, it must continue at all costs. Again, very clearly...
That's what they always like to say.
That's true. Well,
also, I want to shout out chat. Someone saying, I'm going to be real, I use the centrifuge every day, and I didn't know that word either.
That one I can think that I might have an idea why. Svedberg units are, I believe, explicitly metric. I don't know if we have an equivalent unit in Imperial, but yeah, it's a it's not like an international standard, but it is a metric unit.
Okay, interesting.
Measurements and units is the whole thing. But yeah, no, this kind of gives us that moment of like, I don't want to say, this is when you realize the Holy Grail War is not all it's cracked up to be, but, I feel like the conclusion of 8 is kind of our, like, a bit. Yeah, our first, like, arc is done. The actual first servant was definitively eliminated, and the literal state of the world is changing, and we're starting to get deeper and deeper into, like, okay, why? Why is it so important? Why did you have to resummon Makiri Zolgen to make this shit work? And, like, talking about, like Laner's motives, right? Like I said, like, he's not afraid to fight, but it's just that kind of interesting moment where just he observed the future and was like, the future is boned unless I show up with a big gun right here, right now.
Also probably explains why he was just like, during the first fight, he's all like, nah, I'm not gonna be here. I got other shit to do. I gotta go perform for the second time this shows up and get the big gun ready.
Yeah, basically. Like he said, his future isn't here. So it's like, he measured that his presence was not required because the one who resolved that incident was Lancer. It's kind of funny to me that, like I said, Laner can't literally see the future, so he didn't just, like, turn to Lancer and go, oh, Lancer, you can solve this. He's just like, oh, I don't have to be here. I left. And he didn't. He didn't have to be there. So it's a real interesting one. There's a lot of fun stuff going on here, and that concludes our block for this time. Let's see. That was 8, so it's about halfway, because there's 17 sections, but one of them is the epilogue. And since we had a lot of heavy exposition, some of these will flow faster. I did start to notice even as late as, like, 8, like, some of those pips, like, zip by. They're just like, fight, it's over, new pip, new fight. So hopefully we'll be able to hit 17 next week. But that is the end of Call Day Free Talk and our Paper Moon recap. That means it's time for What's Up?
Yeah! I was actually a little surprised that we keep going. No, I'm a little surprised that you want to keep going. It's like 10:30. How you feeling? It's 10:30 for me. That means it's like, what?
Yeah, it's 1:30. I was about to say, I don't want to linger too long. If you have rain stuff you do want to say, I want to feel free to bring it up. We can probably leave the cozy games block for later.
Yeah, totally.
The one thing I did want to bring up is just because I forgot to mention it last week, because that show also got super in the weeds, was that, I think I mentioned it once, but there was a new volume of Love, Death, and the Robots that came out.
How was it? I don't have Netflix anymore, so I can't watch it.
Well, sadly, it's only 8, but it's pretty good. Let me see if I can get the full, episode list. I feel like, as usual, there's, okay, no, it was 10. Okay, so it was 10. So we're creeping up. The first volume was, 18 episodes, but it took them, 5 years to make. Volume 2 was 8, 3 was 9, so we're back up to 10. So we're slowly creeping up. So definitely, at least half of them were probably what I would think of as pretty good.
Okay.
And even then, I don't think there were any, duds. Not that there's usually duds, but I think I mentioned this before. The first volume, which was from 2019, which was 6 years ago, was, fucking 18 episodes, you know?
Your mileage can vary on them. Like I said, it covers a wide variety of subjects and matters and styles, so how everyone can feel on them is very limited. But I want to ask, was there anyone that, stood out to you in particular that you were like, that was the raddest?
Yeah, there were 2 that I was like, those were really good. One was the name is the 400 Boys, and that was the one case where just we're just doing something weird. It's post-apocalyptic psychic London street gangs.
What?
Yeah. It's 15 minutes long. It's one of the longer one, and it's just I watched it and I was just like, man, that's good. It's so weird, but it's super stylized.
Do you know who made it?
The studio was Passion Animation, who are from England.
Okay.
Here, I will paste the art style to the patron chat. So yeah, it's super stylized, super weird, and that's the shit I really like from these. And the other one,
yeah, I can see the stylized.
The other one that I really liked was called How Zeke Got Religion. That was animated by Titmouse, so it's another 2D one. This is the one I tweeted about where I'm just I'm glad there's always one episode of Love, Death, and Robot that's just a Delta Green scenario. This one is a World War II bomber crew. That's all I will say. But quite literally, I am pretty sure that I have listened to somebody play this as a Delta Green scenario. But no, that was another one that's 15 minutes and it's really good. They had their mix of more serious ones. They had plenty of funny ones. The one thing I will say that was probably I can't say it was bad, it was just fucking weird, was one of the episodes is called Can't Stop. It's not really an episode because it's just a recreation of a live Red Hot Chili Peppers performance, but with CGI animated marionettes. It was done by Blur.
Sorry, you said Red Hot Chili Peppers and the song just popped into my head.
Yeah, Can't Stop. And it's it's neat, but also, huh?
Yeah, maybe they're being experimental.
I mean, it was Blur, so I don't, who were kind of behind a lot of these projects, so I don't know exactly what they were thinking about. But yeah, no, it's real good. I will say, I think they even had, I gotta double check, but I think they even had a mostly live action one. There were some CGI characters in it, but yeah. If you remember the mini zombie apocalypse one.
Oh, with the
What do they
tiny people?
Yeah, they have a spiritual successor.
Oh, that's
Close
cute.
Encounters of the Mini Kind, so it's about alien stuff. No, so that was also like really good. Yeah, it's a good volume.
I gotta figure out some Netflix.
Yeah,
somehow.
I've talked about this. I've said before, but I think I need to do it because it's actually realizing now that it's been like 6 years since the first volume came out. It's been 3 years since the last volume. I need to just rewatch all of the shorts again just to mine for inspiration because there's always so much neat stuff in there.
I'm slightly worried, but I'm there for it.
Sorry, I'm just scrolling through the episode list and I'm like, number 5, Sucker of Souls, and I'm like, yeah, the Dracula one. That was fun.
But yeah, we'll skip over talking everything. We'll do a bit of Rain talk as we like to do.
It was recommended that people should go watch Rain in this very episode.
Yeah. Let's see here. What episode are we up to? Which one was actually, I can just check which one was posted today.
49.
49. So we're about to hit the big 5-0, hopefully this weekend. It's a little up in the air, but I was able to do some finagling. We still might be on. Maybe. Don't know.
I think our scheduling should be good. Like we've talked about this. Scheduling for tabletop RPGs, notoriously difficult. We got a guy who's doing a doctor's appointment, but it's a follow-up appointment, so hopefully it won't take him all day. And we should be able to start at a slightly delayed time and maybe even get started without the player and let him hop in later. We hope.
Yeah, we hope. Because we are in the middle of some shit. If you have been following around, the Logie boys and friends are in some scary country and trying to deal with some scary things. And characters have thoughts and feelings. So this is very excited. But in the background, I know and because I talk about it, others get involved in it, have been talking about the potential consequences and results of this action. And I have personally been planting maybe some company actions to get it done. First though, I was talking about, I want cool stuff, TM. And actually workshopped an idea before bringing it to Omega. And Omega actually came up with something pretty neat. It's something called the Regalia of Dea Tacita. It's basically a set of items that you craft through a spell and some items, and you get some nifty effects. And they have a set bonus. It's a negative set bonus, but it's a set bonus, which is rad. But in the process of talking about it, Omega pointed me actually to one of Rain's supplements. What was it called? In our third year of Rain or something?
Yeah, it's the third year of our reign. If I understand correctly, the idea, basically, I think how it works is, Greg Stolze released the original, not even year 1, but the original, Reign as, a partial supplement, and then basically, through, Kickstarter funding and updated, wrote 3 supplements, and then, at the end, was okay, here's the big book, slapped it together into a setting book, which is complete, because the setting was kind of scattered through the supplements before, and then the rule book, which is comprehensive. But third is interesting because a decent chunk of the stuff in it didn't make it into any rulebook.
Yeah. I don't know, Greg Stolze maybe thought it was a little too weird or maybe unbalanced. I'm not entirely sure. But in it, along with rules for psychics, aliens, and guns, was rules for he basically said spirits because he's using this with his I do not remember the name of the setting. But there's a setting with a bunch of, elves, orcs, goblins, and...
Nain is the... Actually, no, it's not Nain. It's Arduin. Nain's the high magic one. Arduin is the, traditional fantasy races.
Yeah. But in that setting, he has something that calls spirits and spirit places in which people can make, pacts with spirits to get cool wiggity powers, but also those spirits have certain agendas, and they're very inhuman. And Omega was talking about it, that is a very cool idea, and it'd be awesome to use that for Rain at some point, but not in its current iteration, because in our current iteration of Rain, while the gods are present, they are present from the other side of a fucking wall. They should not be necessarily having direct influence on our lives. This is kind of the fucking point.
Yeah, they are not supposed to be, out there walking, doing miracles in the world, or at least not where you guys are sitting.
Yeah, actually, no, I was like, this is something that I do, and I actually encourage the other players to do, is just go back and read stuff. You'll be surprised at what Omega has already written down in hooks. You were, you're talking about it like how a Tricorona is supposed to be a sacred garden where we were sent to, protect us from the calamities. And that, what was the mountain god?
Vertum.
Vertum is literally out there walking the rest of the world, healing the damage from the calamities. Stuff like that. Oceanus is also probably not on the other side, but like super deep in the ocean and stuff. It's fun, but still, the thing is, they're not supposed to be, interfering with us. So it's one of those things that I just said, okay, maybe later. But in the spirit of that, Omega, I spitballed some ideas to Omega, and he was able to come up with the Regalia of Deatacida. Basically, I said, hey, I want cool items, TM, and since I'm an enchanter, I think I can make some items, but I don't want to just have items that do stuff. I want them to have, like, a meaning and a cost. And Omega basically said, I have an idea. And basically came up with a 4-piece of set that gives me very nice bonuses, but also means that, like, if you put them all on, you become a really good burglar. But guess what? Due to the oaths on said items, you can't actually burgle that much. For your own profit. I coined a term early when I was spitballing this to Omega. You cannot do a lot of things for vice or spite, and Mega just kind of kept rolling that through.
Yeah, I ran with it because, like, I thought about rephrasing it, but I'm like, no, this says what I want it to say anyway, which basically, like, don't do it for, like, selfish reasons, vices to gain yourself, and don't do it just to fuck with people, basically. Like, spite is just, like, you're just doing it to cause harm. Don't do that.
No. But, like, it's a 4-piece covering the head, the torso, the hands, and the feet. I came up with a couple of them, like the headpiece would make you better at, lying and keeping secrets, but, which Omega explained as you get +1 to all lie whiffs to lie to anyone who is not of Deitacida's faithful. But you can't, like I said, you cannot share a secret for vice or spite. I specifically put it that way because I did want to have situations where you could do said things and not make it just a black and white blanket statement. But I felt by saying but through vice and spite, it would curtail. Oh, how do I want to put this? It would stop me from just being able to do it whenever. If I wanted to do it, I always have to think about it. Wait, am I going to break my oath if I do this? Which was the point. In the supplement, no, they were just fucking ass mean. They just did have black or white stipulation. I'm just like, but Greg Stolze specifically wrote spirits to be very inhuman and not to actually care about their care about their followers. They just care about their agenda. Which is like, I get it, Greg Stolze's, but like I said, I would like to think
it's a specific writing for that setting of, like, we're trying to pit, multiple mystical factions together, whether that's the players decide to support one of the cults or they're making their own company in this setting and the cults are part of, like, this spiritual warfare shit.
Yeah, I didn't actually read much about spiritual warfare. I think I'm gonna.
It's pretty simple. It's basically like it's a special, like, company action, which is basically like a form of attack on spiritual forces.
Okay.
So it may be good for you guys to, like, for me to pull the rules about and look at later if you guys are actually doing, like, hey, as a company, can we unclog this ley line? And I'd be like, let me look at the rules.
But I also got an idea for the boots just to be basically moving silently. Mega also ran with that, but the oath is I cannot disturb the dead for as a spy, which goes into Deitacida, like a lot of Deitacida things here, because I wanted to make all the oaths basically fall in line with Deitacida's preachings. Like I said, Deitacida is a goddess of mystery. She keeps secrets, but, she gives those said secrets to those who are worthy. This is the whole thing about Logi Torchbearer. And it has been written somewhere that Iron Demons really don't like it when people disturb the dead. Don't like it. Not one bit. So I wanted to put that in there. And for the shoes, though, it's actually really, it's pretty freaking strong. It basically just, any stealth set you make to move silently just gets boosted to 10. I was all like, ooh, I real goo.
Yeah, I thought it could be really strong because it's specifically, like, to move silently. So it's like, well, if they look at you with their eyeballs.
Yeah, it doesn't help. But, like, this is where Mega actually went with his own direction because I was thinking them differently. for the chess piece, actually, Omega went with you are protected from ills and poisons. You get plus 2d plus expert die to vigor rolls. And I was just like, oh really? I was actually thinking to be like something like increases dice or something for visual stealth pulls. And Meg was like, no, like thinking about it with like Shroud the Veil and Soul of Night, you actually have a lot of tools already at hand to cloak yourself visually. And I was like, now that you said that, you are right. And it was like, I thought it was pretty good. What was the oath for the chest? I don't remember.
I think it was a pretty simple one.
Am I on it right here? Here it is. Yes, I am. Never to use the authority of Dea Tacita, meaning sorcery and religious authority for vice or spite. That's probably the one Enos is probably most likely to break. Probably. And the final one, Hands of the Grave. Like I said, again, I'm going to make it originally here. Basically, just some sick-ass cloth and leather, silk and leather, gloves. Get to basically ignore one AR with just your hands, but also the ability to just open mundane locks, doors, seals, bolts without making a roll. Just treat it as a 2x10. I'm not like, oh my god. I just like to imagine that, whoever's wearing these gloves just gently caresses the door and it just... It's just like, ooh.
Yeah, basically, that's what
like,
I
it's one of those things
I'm
like...
just like, oh, latched window? Let me just press my hand and just... Pop, door? Gently jiggle the handle.
No, so it's like... Because I definitely wanted to make something more stealthy for Enos, because I keep telling myself I'm trying not to be, someone who, like, fights up front, even if we are in combat. This is a conversation we've been having a little bit about, what constitutes being good at a skill and what constitutes not going to die in a combat filled with random ass dice. God, no. I remember I was looking at Greg Stoll's these things. Like, yeah, if you roll a set and you get 2 4s and 3 6s, I'm all like, I am never gonna roll that in my fucking life, Greg Stoll's league. What are you about? What are you on?
I mean, you say that, but we've had some wild rolls.
Yeah, like we get 4 whiffs sometimes, but it's always like that's it. That's the only thing in the damn roll. I don't think I've seen us roll 2 sets of 3 yet.
I don't remember if I've seen a 2 separate 3-wide rolls. We've gotten a couple 2s and 3s. The main thing is just...
no, we have.
The funny part is that, like, usually, and I don't really want to say this is like a bad or good thing, it's just a thing about One Roll Engine, but usually the way it works is if you're just doing, like, normal rolls, like you're just doing normal player character stuff to, like, I look at this, I smell this, I hear for enemies, I sneak, you're just like, well, I can only use 1 set because I'm only using 1 action, so just, 3 10s, we're good. You once you find the matching set that's the highest height, you stop reading. So we've probably lost a few things, but yeah. In combat, things get trickier, but also combat's full of a lot more penalties and bonuses.
It's true. So, like I said, I came up with that over the day, and that actually got, I think, other people thinking about sorcery. I definitely know that Axe has been thinking about sorcery, because Axe also wants cool things TM for Veilcraft, but Axe also, in my personal opinion, tends to think about things a lot more mechanically first, then, adds his flavor to it. So he's been approaching things a little weirdly. And we had to talk about, like, he needs to figure out what sorcery means to him, which is funny because we're also Conrad, Aaron's character. Aaron is actually thinking about what the sorcery means to Aaron, because Aaron was trying to figure out, like, if you take some more problems, and his dislike of sorcery being one of them. And we actually had to talk about that. Actually, I had to share my thoughts on, like, what sorcery means to Enos, and what would happen if Conrad was to suddenly start opposing Enos in his sorcery. That'd be a little weird. That'd be a little weird for our big F family, No, so, like, I think a lot of characters right now are definitely going through their, what do I feel about X kind of situation. I think is good, because, like I said, I think that will, like, drive good roleplay and interesting situations, maybe make a little bit of tension, I believe.
Oh, and I want to say about the sorcery thing, like, honestly, I think Axe had a couple of good ideas for some stuff, but
he definitely did.
The kind of, like, the framing it of, like, getting a, like, device or artifact with it is like, no, you don't really have to. Like, Veilcraft does use material components a lot, but it's not, the item is less inherently magical and more like the item is a thing through which you do the magic. I added at least one spell, and I might think about some other stuff. That's it. I did have to say that it's like, it's one of those things of, like, whatchamacallit, like, Axe was thinking if there would be a way to, like, the short version is just turn the attunement, like, detriments into not a detriment. whether just like to ignore them or even to like weaponize them. And I was like, no, that's not really going to happen. That's the whole point of attunement is you're attuned now, bud. You're locked in. If you didn't want to do it, don't get attuned. There are probably way more non-attuned sorcerers in the setting than there are attuned ones. It would be kind of like if Enos was like, hey, can I invent magical enchanted water wings? And it'd be like, I mean, I guess you can get a +1 on, athletics check to swim, but that's about it.
Honestly,
Will that help you?
Flippers.
Enos isn't going to invent air tanks. Honestly,
God,
yes, he still hasn't done it yet, but Enos has talked about just buying the spell Merman's Mead so he can just make potions of water breathing.
Honestly, that's one of those things. Honestly, it's actually that reminds me. Well, it's not so important, but I just remembered if I want to get alchemy spells, I have to get like +2 in like student chemistry. Does Dallas have chemistry, or is he just writing on herbalism?
No, I believe he has chemistry at least 3. He doesn't
I feel like
roll it much, but he did roll it at least once last session when he talked about, hey, can I look at this soil in like a chemistry way?
That's right, he did.
He does do a little bit of
If
forensics.
I wanted to pick up alchemy, I would need.
Sorry, that's my bad.
Well, no, actually, I was going to comment on that.
Yeah.
I explained this to Aaron as well. Sorcery is not against religion. Sorcery is almost religion, as sorcery was gifts from the gods. So you can say that sorcery is divine in a way. This is why, like I've talked about, this is why Enos has like it never comes up because I like role playing, but I don't want to force role play on people. I do not want to be like. I don't want to bust down someone's door. Hey, do you want to hear what I think about Soulcraft? That seems like a horrible time. But Enos has like very strong feelings on Soulcraft because he has very strong feelings on Deatacida. Enos doesn't necessarily act at it. You kind of see it. Like I try to hint at it at his anger at seeing the Wraith, the treatment, like making sure that the Bone Devils have turns and other such things, but he has very strong feelings about Soulcraft and Deatacida and, treatment of the dead and stuff. To him, like, religion, Deatacida, sorcery, all that stuff, it is all one thing. So, I think that is one of those things I did have to kind of, like, I explained this as, like, my side to Aaron about, like, said things that sorcery is not something that is unnatural. I guess I should say. It is something that was given to us. I did tell Aaron that if he thinks that Conrad has the feeling that we might be over reliant on sorcery, that's completely fucking valid, and he might want to bring that up because that is definitely something you can say about Enos. Enos has almost no qualms about using Soulcraft to solve his problems. I think the only line that he really draws using Soulcraft is he doesn't make things and just give them out willy-nilly. There must be a use and purpose for everything he does. That's why he was willing to enchant Everhelm's sword, because he's going to wield that sword to protect, Leslock, someone that Enos cares about. So he's like, yeah, sure, let me slap some magic on it.
Well, and also Everhelm kind of like left it open-ended. He just said, hey, is there something you can do for my sword?
Yeah.
Is there something I got, we got a lot of writing on this. Is there something you can do? Because you could have just done, what is it? Weapon devotion?
What is it called? I know what you're talking about. It's the first step in, but I've literally forgotten what it's called.
Yeah.
Weapon adoration. There it is.
Adoration, yeah.
But yeah, no. But Enos was all like, yeah, no, we'll enchant it because again, he loves Soulcraft. But this got me. Like I said, this is what got me thinking about the Regalia and thinking about a lot of things that Enos wants to do as a character, along with having a fucking vacation. I think this is probably the funniest thing that has come up.
I know.
Yeah.
I know for a fact, you talked about, Enos, being a little sulky, that, like, I know, you're trying to do your, like, cool loner thing, which means because you're a fictional cool loner, you want people to bother you while you're being alone. But, and I actually think, before you set out, because we're going to start with you, I think, Moira at least is probably going to ask you, like, hey, you okay? Did you sleep good? You slept underground. Are you all right? But the thing of, like, we all need a vacation, though, because I think every single character is on edge.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that was the thing I was trying to...
People are trying to have some awareness, but at the same time, a lot of everyone is kind of like, man, I'm on the ball. It sucks here.
Yeah, no, I was trying to be like an edgy loner, please talk to me, but it's like one of those, it's one of those things, because Enos, I mentioned this, like, Enos is quite freaked out right now, and he's a little freaked out about what he has to do. Enos isn't necessarily afraid of dying, but he is afraid of failing, which is quite possible. But Enos, being a person of, I shouldn't say tactical mind because he has like zero tactics, but this is something I've been talking about. I don't think I need to give Enos tactics, but maybe give him something like expert students of logistics or something. He knows how to move things, transport things, get things places, make a plan around it. Something that's not necessarily like military matters. He just understands movements and stuff.
Some fundamental economics kind of stuff.
Yeah. He understands that, okay, maybe like sending a bunch of people into there, making a ruckus is probably not the best move. We need to, use one man for like, minimum risk, maximum profits.
And of course,
unfortunately, the more
talking about how Enos absolutely is just like, oh, I can do this with Soulcraft. He's like, well, I'm the best pick because I can do this with Soulcraft.
Exactly.
Like, technically, Leslock can make himself invisible.
Mm-hmm.
He can make himself non-visible, I should say. But he can't really, because I even said this, I think, straight up in the session. Invisibility is a very powerful player-facing ability in most games. I wanted to make sure there were concrete drawbacks, so it's not something you can just be like, I touched 4 guys, we're invisible. We're skipping stealth. But more of like, you can make yourself invisible, but obviously that puts you at risk for other stuff. And then also, it means you're alone. And Leslock is an important guy. It would be bad if he got hurt or captured. Or hurt captured.
Yep. Like, Conrad is also quite capable, but Conrad might not, necessarily know. Like, he's very good at tracking and finding, but if he runs into people, his response might just be cut them down, sort it later, which could cause its own problems. One of the problems that Aaron was thinking about was bloodlust, and I did remember saying, I don't think that's necessarily a problem. I feel like that's more of a craving thing, which honestly could be hilarious in its own right.
Also, basically, is his own, already his craving. I don't remember exactly what it's called. I would want to say, bloody words and deeds or something, but yeah, he's already got one about, violence, woo.
Hang on, I need to read this line again from Axe to make sure I parse it. Is it insulting if Lovelock would just say Enos is spies? Otherwise, he would make it everyone else's problem as well. Well, unfortunately, I would have to say honor and glory through personal combat. Well, yeah, we are trying to set you up a 1v1 with a evil pirate captain. But also, I would say that is insulting because to Enos. Because Enos does not make everything everyone else's problem. Enos likes being dramatic, but not at the expense of other people. Like I said, Enos is about capital F family and taking care of people and making sure people are happy. This has been a major through line through Enos' character. Is Enos wants people to be happy. He wants people to thrive and flourish. This is part of his greed. To him, greed is not necessarily just hoarding piles of money. It is being able to continuously take the things you want. And usually the way to get the things you want is to make sure that everyone else also has the things that they want. Because when everyone has what they want, no one is trying to take what you have. So his oh no, this is exactly
expanding, expanding desire.
Yeah, but also yes, if anything, most of the time it seems that Enos is the group therapist, just not his own, and it's true. Enos can't necessarily see the problems on his back. He kind of understands them, but he usually pushes it off as like, no, I got other things to do. This is why he needs a vacation. He needs to sit down and go like, God, what am I doing? But unfortunately, the work continues. If you don't know, we are planning a boat heist. Actually, what would it be called? A grand theft? What is it to steal a boat?
I think we joked at the end of the session, maritime. I mean, technically, I think that is one of the things that falls under the definition of piracy. Even if you're land-based.
Nautical, that sounds pretty good, yeah. Grand Theft Nautical.
Rockstar, call me.
But after that, he has to get back to the Silver Tower, get his chains, get Alestra to pack up, because Enos is paranoid about the Inquisition. Yes, he understands that they're not all bad, but he met 2 people that he think were pretty bad, and he's like, I better keep Alestra close to me. There. Then he's got to go to the Dragon Eye, where he's got to go, say hi to his father, kiss his mom, dote on his sisters, and then take one of his cute students on it's probably not going to be perilous, but on an underworld journey to get them attuned, while also probably checking records of soul-eating dragon and the ancient tribes that the Iron Demons may or may not have. I'm not committing to either. I don't know what Omega writes, and I'm not going to force him. But then after that, get back to Stonehearth, where he has to do a bunch of administrative work, making sure that Summer Court is going according to plan, check in with a bunch of people, and, maybe get some scheming done on the side. Also, there might be letters that need to be written or sent out. I'm just all like, it never ends. But I'm going to find time for a goddamn vacation in all of this. Because soon enough, after that, actually what's been a big topic of discussion today is what the hell we're going to do with the Fog Veil. Because one of the things that I've been doing as a player is we've been kind of ignoring, it's not necessarily ignoring company stats, but we have not been using our XP to upgrade the company, because upgrading company stats is the single most expensive XP expenditure that you can get. Minimum, no matter what, you're gonna be at 10. An asset just costs 10. If you want to use XP to improve a stat, it is 10 times the new stat, which means if you want to expand something from just 1 to 2, below average, that's 20 XP. When you're going at a rate of 3 to 4, maybe at best, a session, that's 5 sessions of not buying anything for your character, just you being fucking static, and that's not a great feeling. Well, for me, personally, I love the feeling of upgrades. That's the thing. So, what I've done is, instead of saving it all, or spending it all, I've been banking 1 XP a session for the past 6 sessions. I'm up to 6 XP, and when that hits 10, I'm gonna buy a company asset. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be getting Eloquent Diplomats, because the book phrases is really funnily. But anytime you would make a influence plus treasure check to influence another company's opinion, you get a +2. They should just say it's espionage. When you send the spies in to change the change of people's minds, you get a +2. But we have to be a little weird about it.
It's a short form. You are specifically using the espionage role in a specific way, because you can also use espionage to get info.
It's true, but we say espionage to change minds. I think that's pretty on the ball. But so I'm gonna be getting that one, which maybe, of course, start thinking of okay, how do I want to use this? My first instinct was we're gonna be doing stuff with the Fog Veil, and once it gets out that, hey guys, we opened up and went into the Fog Veil, it is not on fire right now, people are probably gonna be interested in it. Like I said, it is, while it is the King's Land, it is basically quote unquote unsettled King's Land, so someone's probably going to want to get in there, take care of it, and, try to reap the benefits of it. The problem is that it has been, what's the word I want to say? I want to say the word untended, but I don't think that's a word.
No, untended is a word.
Oh, is it? It has been untended for the past 500 years, growing wildly amok with a volcano spewing in the background, so it's going to take a little bit of work to get up and running, so there's probably going to be a lot of people in play trying to, get in on the survey, get in on the clearing, maybe try to stake some claims. Say we actually have a claim to that land through a blood relation from so far ago. Not to mention the fact that there might be people actually living there. I don't know. I'm not going to say there is. I'm not going to say there isn't. I am merely considering the possibility that it could happen, which is important. And we're going to have to start dealing with the opinions of companies and whatnot, and their own personal agendas. This is something that I am slightly excited for, because, again, in our previous 50 sessions, we've only lightly touched on company stuff. We really haven't got into large-scale company-on-company actions. We've done a bit of fighting, we've done a little of being informed, but that has all been against gangs, pretty much. Little low-level things that don't actually, I don't want to say don't actually matter. They matter. They're part of the story and the narrative, but like I said, they were
by
basically
definition,
there for us.
Their scale was small.
Yes, this is not us going up against the other high houses with their own personal genius. Because I'm gonna be real, there's no way that we're just gonna be able to go, all right, we're gonna wipe this high house off the face of the earth without having some real big problems coming up. No one really batted an eye when we're gonna say, all right, we're gonna go wipe out the flat salts.
No, that was entirely internal. That was inside your territory, enforcing the king's law. Perfectly normal.
Also, I do love the Lady in White randomly showing up. I do like the Lady in White as character, and I would love to actually spend more time with her as Enos, but Enos is
busy,
yeah, for lack of a better word. Like I said, I think I've talked about this. I hope there's a scenario that comes up at some point, but I can dream. But So we actually did a lot of talking about, what do we want from the Fog Veil? What does it mean to, like, if we were to take it, what can that mean? And then we actually got talking about Sins of the Farther, because guess what? There was still a volcano erupting there that the Iron Demons put on there, because House Victor did a badsy and did not what's the best way to say this? Say, our bad, we're sorry. And unfortunately, the Iron Demons did not stop said volcano, so it's just been kind of going.
Well,
now, in everyone's defense,
I mean, I want to say you phrase it as they didn't say they're bad. No, the volcano part happened because there was a military conflict that, got stymied to the last. The war deadlocked, and the Iron Demons were like, hold on, I have a solution for this. Blow them up.
Whoa, volcano be upon ye.
Yes.
Well, stop the deadlock.
It did. The war ended. Their side technically declared victory.
But the Iron Demons didn't necessarily stop it, and that might have fucked things up since no one went in there for 500 fucking years.
That work out for everybody? Yeah, I don't know. This is, I think, a very critical point, because, like, Axe just kind of, like, brought it up as a casual aside, but I was like, oh, he said the thing. He said something important. I want to zero in there. Talking about, like, he mentioned that, like, oh, well, all the because you were like, oh, well, if some people apologize, it's like, well, the people who did the bad thing are dead now. And I'm like, I want to lock in on that. That's important, because this is war, which means it's the whole, bloody cycle of revenge, which is basically like you mentioned before earlier, I've been talking about playing, I joke about calling it, playing Sins of the Father Roulette, because with fiction, it really does feel like you're playing a gambling game of, like, okay, are we assigning blame or not? Because I want to say this, rationally, Sins of the Father, not Sins of the Son, talking about that, it's stupid to blame future generations for shit past people did.
It is.
But the kind of the context that I like that Axe locked in on that I wanted to bring up was, like, this has been far enough in the future that even with the extended lifespan of Iron Demons, everybody who was directly wronged and directly did wrong is dead now. They're in the ground.
It's true.
We hope. So,
but the problem
now we're in kind of the space of, like, what do you do with that?
Because we're in a space in which people, if there are people living in the Fog Veil right now, their lives have been directly impacted by what was done 500 years ago. No, they might not have any of the blame, but they might are to be feeling the repercussions. And then this is where we get into the blame game, because I didn't want to, like, I apologize if I make it sound that, like, I made it sound that, like, I wanted an apology no matter what. But I think I clarified it a little bit better later. But if there are people in there and we meet them and they go, oh man, the Iron Demons, man, we might have done a bit of a whoopsie, our bad. Enos is going to be like, yeah, no, I get you. We kind of did too. Let's see if we can solve the situation. Kind of that things of all like, yeah, some shit happened. We can't really focus on that right now. Or something to that effect. But, if they go the other way and we show up and they go, you Iron Demons ruined our lives, how dare you, you motherfuckers! Enos is gonna be like, alright, it's time to be a fucking little shit. Because then that's when we start, again, I actually like directly phrase this in chat. If someone is gonna be a little shit to Enos is going to be immediately a little shit back. And
well, that's the thing I brought up where I was like, I will always count on Enos reserves, say Enos reserves the right to be a petty little bitch. That's very in character for him. Because, like, you like to think of possibilities, Lucky. Let me pitch you a possibility because it's a really easy read. What if you run into a group of people that is large enough that their opinions are not homogenized?
Well, this is also what we're going to probably use eloquent diplomats for.
Yeah. What if some of them are like, well, it's the Iron Demons' fault. They blew us up with the volcano. And then somebody else is like, well, didn't we start that? Like, it's not our fault now, but we started it, they ended it kind of a thing. And some people are going to be like, brother, the demon boys are attacking, it doesn't fucking matter. like I said, you guys are still very, very small into the Fog Veil. I like how Aaron phrased it, I think, earlier today, where he was like, we need to figure out how to access the higher level areas of the Fog Veil.
It's true.
Because
it's almost like a...
It makes sense for the way I framed it, but, like, no, you guys right now are in the newbie zone. It's probably not safe here. None of you feel safe here, but it's not actively trying to kill you.
Yeah. But, no, it's like one of those things, because, like I was talking before, I'm thinking possibilities, and the one thing that I definitely want to avoid with the Fogvale situation is the blame for this being put on us, and the High King going, you need to pay them reparations. And I'm just like, nope, I'm not about that. Because Enos is greedy. Enos does not mind sharing his wealth. Enos does not mind giving his wealth. He does not mind investing his wealth. He does not like people saying, give your money to someone else.
Enos is going to have a very funny time discussing if he makes taxable income later this year.
Shit, that is a good question. Fuck, this is the High King's plan. He wants to get all the kindred in so we can tax them. I knew it! It's a scheme!
It was a tax scheme all the way down. You're right. You've discovered the plan. The big bad is the IRS. Their investigative agents are on their way to House Logie as we speak.
But because again, I talked a bit about this. Gathering the I have an ideal solution. Well, I shouldn't say it's an ideal solution, but I would have a solution that I would like to come to fruition and how everything turns out in the end. And I'll probably be working towards said goal.
Yeah,
but
I
this is
definitely
definitely
going
going
to say it at the moment, but because we were having multiple conversations, but I definitely read it and was like, that seems like for you guys, a good ideal solution, where, because optimally, Enos and the rest of the crew, want to result in something that is ideally mutually beneficial. And if you start at that phase, at the very least, you guys can hope for, protracted neutrality. We're trying to avoid a negative incursion. Which I did phrase as out of character, I'm going to tell you right now, if you guys do a genocide, you're probably going to make more enemies than friends. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. So that's not something that is not in your toolbox, but is also you guys should think about that ahead of time, just being well, they're in our way, let's just wipe them all out. It's that doesn't make friends.
No, it don't. And like I said, it's one of those things that I understand that, but Enos will do what has to be done. We were actually talking a little bit about, funnily enough, boats earlier, because I don't remember why. Oh, wait, no, I know why. This actually wraps into our cozy game talk, which we're not doing. We're in full rain yap here, and it's going to keep going. But I downloaded a demo for a game called Cast and Chill, which is just a little idle clicker where you go out on a boat and fish. And I was just thinking, man, Enos needs to go fishing. Don't we have a lake near Stonehearth? And, through discussion, yeah, we do have one because we're going to build a barge on it. And I was just all like, man, Enos should buy a boat, get a pleasure craft. And that had me have the brain blast. It's like, wait, what even is a pleasure craft? A yacht? What's the history of the yacht? And I went and dug that up. But, in the process of saying I should buy a boat, Aaron said, so Enos can dangle people over him as he interrogates them. Interrogates them. Is like, yeah, probably. Oh, I should probably get a healing, because that is the skill that torture falls under, funnily enough. Aaron put a concerned face at that, and I was just all like, hey, if you make threats, if you make threats and they don't fall in line, you gotta make good on the threats, otherwise no one will take you seriously. Always be a man of your word, even if your word promises pain, violence, and death. To which Aaron responded, well, depends on the lines, and I said, I will go as far as my enemies do. Kind of painting the picture of Enos' mindset. Which is, again, one of those things, talking about, doing the genocide. Genocide, probably not Enos' first thought or plan, but if someone starts a fight, Enos is damn gonna be sure to finish that fight. That is definitely his mindset. Eye for an eye and whatnot. But no, there's a lot of discussion going on the Fogvale, and it's been very fun. It's just the problem of we don't actually know. There's so much we do not know about the Fogvale, and I feel like dealing with the Fogvale is probably going to be something that is not resolved quick and or easy. I was thinking about this, just widening the Shadow Pass to facilitate a easy amount, a steady amount of supplies through it. Probably the month of a season minimum. God, it takes a day to walk through it, something like that.
Yeah, you guys double timed a couple takes, and it was a 6-hour trip, I think.
Yeah, so no, 12 to, I don't know, that's still if that's nonstop walking or minimum breaks, that's still probably miles upon miles, and that we need to widen the first part. We need to, make the second part, traversable without, hazards. That means either, stopping the volcanic fumes somehow or making the high pass, safe and walkable without having to rely on climb checks. I don't think there was anything actually wrong with the Giants part, but we probably still want to excavate those dragon bones and whatnot, just so people don't get any stupid or weird ideas, probably. But, that's going to be several miles of digging, leveling, building bridges, fucking...
It's a public work project, which
a
means
big
it will
public work
cost
project.
you money, but it will go to the people's pockets.
Yeah.
I mean, you might make some money on the side. I did mention that in addition to dragon bone, there was stuff like deposits of opal and fire agates there, and volcanic
let's not
glass.
snort up dragon bone.
Do not snort dragon bone. That's another one of those things like Lucky asking if Enos can seance a dragon soul, being like, I don't know what happens if you do that. I would have to find out.
Let's not. But Axox was talking about Enos' idea to get Drakesboro. I, as a player and as Enos, have stopped that plan because it is too much of a pain in the dick either way. Enos wouldn't mind becoming the Lord of Drakesboro, the Mayor of Drakesboro. That'd be a cool position to have. But actually own it under the Iron Demon territory? Nah, too much of a fucking hassle. Instead, my new goal is to get a slice of the Fog Veil when that gets taken care of. Because I'm pretty sure the Fog Veil runs up against the Dragon Spike Mountains. Probably not too far from the Dragon's Eye. Not entirely sure. It's not actually on the map, but...
Yeah, the Fog Veil is basically because our understanding of the map has changed a little. I will have to redraw it at some point. But basically, I imagine that the Fog Veil is like a series of volcanic or glacial valleys that run through a broader mountain range. So I think the Dragon Spikes are kind of like a triangle range almost.
Oh, okay.
So the volcano, for instance, which is now called Mother's Tears, is in that northern span that kind of that formed the strict border between Eich and Vilter.
Mm-hmm.
So that means there's a whole mountain chain region going up north. And there are probably some rocky mountains and valleys and stuff along the way. You know for a fact there are volcanic mountains on the north side of Vilter that used to be owned by a house which does not exist.
Yarp. It's true.
And
Fog
that,
War
at
full
least,
effect
you
there.
can be reasonably certain that those guys aren't there anymore because they got blown up by a volcano.
But no, Enos' plan now is to get maybe a fertile valley or two to let the Iron Demons develop some agriculture and ranching. Iron Demons rely on a lot of hunting and trade for their usual fates, thus don't have a lot in the agricultural industry. So it'd be good. Get some goats, get some potatoes. Wait, not potatoes.
No, we don't have those.
No, we don't have
Other
potatoes.
root vegetables.
Other root vegetables. Something that can grow at high altitudes. And no. Now, of course, that's going to be up to negotiation with the Marquess, because he might be no. And Enos will have to convince him. But that's the role play! Enos does still kind of want to be the mayor of Drakesboro, though. Fucking the hot springs town? Hell yeah. This is one of those other things I've been thinking about Enos. Enos needs to invest his money into something. Some sort of, do some sort of investment. I think I'm going to sort of settle on, recreation and relaxation facilities. Start picking up
the other thing I was
going to
say is that for Enos to invest money, he would have to have money again.
It's true, but I think I can handle that somehow.
Well, you do
I
have
still
tools.
will.
That is part of the whole reason of being a master craftsman. But it's definitely one of those things of talking about the role playing, this thing. It's always good to have goals and ideas and things to pull on, and give me a couple things to lead you around by the nose on. Comrade still hasn't gotten started on his new castle.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be real. If you dangle fucking Wealth 7 in front of my nose right now, Enos is going to be very tempted to take it because he's kind of broke. But no, I have a few ways to make money on the red. The only problem is it takes time and me not being bothered by things to do. Which I think is fair.
This particular arc is pretty dense, but I kind of figured it would be. Genuinely, my notes on the Fog Veil trip are not super dense. There are still some information bullet points you haven't gotten because you haven't actually gone inside the township yet. But no, most of it is supposed to just be, hey, you're in the Fog Veil. Hey, it's creepy. Look at town. Town full of pirates. What do?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you said, hey, we want to go north, you'd be like, guys, I have not written that yet. Please do not. There's an invisible border.
I mean, if you wanted to hike north, yeah, if you just said that out of willy-nilly, I would probably be like, well, that's not what the plan was.
Yeah.
But we could, I think my first instinct would be like, okay, you want to turn it into a hex crawl?
God.
Yes, encounters. 2d6 demon boss.
Connor would be excited.
You encounter a mummy? Entirely the wrong table for that.
But
2d for
2d4.
poisonous swap's correct. God, that's also... I don't know how they do it, but FromSoft, that's the game you need to make. You need to make an actual, like, procedurally generated roguelike. Like, your artisanal handcrafted worlds are cool. Give me fucking random hexes of Dark Souls.
they kind of do that in Bloodborne with the chalices. They basically make random dungeons based on certain codes and stuff.
Yeah, there's I think there's been another... They've done that mechanic, I think, for some other things yet as well. But yeah, the chalice dungeons are still, like, a little limited in their structure. Also because they are, like, seed-based. They are cheesable. If you ever want to turbo farm Blood Echoes, there's some very funny combinations you can put in. Anyway, yeah, Fogvale. It's cool.
Fogvale. Don't think I got necessarily any more to really talk about Rain there. Like I said, we're doing a lot of thinking, we're doing a lot of talking. Hopefully next session, things will go according to plan. Please let things go according to plan. But I think that's it for me, Omega. I don't think there's anything else you want to bring up, if you want to.
No, we're good. It's 2:30, so that's the spot where I was going to be ready to pull the plug.
Perf.
Because I do got to edit this all together, and also I just mentioned it. I have my parents are out for the weekend, and I do have a grocery order coming tomorrow afternoon. So you need to order your groceries decently in the middle of the day, because if you wait till the end of the day, it won't be on the fucking shelves. So I need to get this edited and scooch to bed. I think I will take a hot shower first, though.
Rad.
Loosen up my lungs a little. Anyway, we're gonna get out of here. If you're watching this video, give us a like on YouTube. Leave your comments down below. Join our Discord. Access the roll thread and many other fun times. Check out our various streams, both by just clicking the channel button and also by subscribing. This upcoming Monday, we should be starting Death Stranding, number 1.
Yeah.
To lead up towards 2. We'll see how that goes. And also, you'll be getting the part 2 of Final Fantasy X MTG. I promise I will dial Dallas lower down this time. But that should be a fun time if you have not watched that one already. Make sure to ring the bell so you always know when we're posting new videos and streams. Jump on our channel. You can join our channel memberships for access to cool member things. And you can support us on Patreon. Access episodes early, videos early, vote in polls. And at our higher levels, you can listen to the show get recorded live and get a shout out like Adam Harp, Blacklist OG, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JD1000, Chris Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, Shrevor, Ray the Crow. Thank you very much for your support. All of our patrons, but especially you high level ones, paying for my grocery bills. And we'll be seeing you next week for more Let's Duck FGO. Ciao.
Night, everybody.